You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hello, what is happening, everybody? Hey, we're here, and I forgot something. Hold on, give me 1 sec here, folks. Forgot the bottle of wine, so I have to get up. Hold on, give me a sec. Wow. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ugh. You're not going to believe this. This is hilarious. This is the way my day is going right now. I'm here. Don't worry. Sorry about that. Cheers, everybody. Welcome to the Vodka stream. It's Friday. We've made it through another day. But you know what's hilarious? I got everything ready to go except for I forgot my bottle of wine that I left in the kitchen. And you know what's hilarious right now, guys? Hilarious. I was trying to open it with my cork and it broke off. Oh, that's hilarious. So I got my pliers here. Here we go. Wow. I cannot believe that happened. This is what happens on the Vodka stream. I don't even know if I can get this thing open now. Ugh. Hold on. Twist it. I cannot believe that. I've had that cork opener like for so long, and it finally gave out. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get this thing open. So I might be just drinking vodka tonight. Look at that. Broke right off in there. That is hilarious. I just try to open it right now, and I was like, whoops. That's hilarious. So anyways, we'll worry about that later. Whatever. Jeez. That is funny. It's just what happens, man. That's what happens on the Vodka stream. Anyways, guys, cheers. I'm like, what the hell? How did that even happen? Just the way things are going tonight. How we doing out there, folks? Let's see who's out there. What's going on, RJ? Today was, time's a blur when you're sick. Yeah, time's a blur when you're just, not even paying attention, man. I got off work and then I was just, working on some other things. And before I knew it, I was like, oh shit, I got to eat some dinner. I got to do some of this stuff. What's going on, James? Good to see ya. We got Jason right here. We got Ryan, TGIF. Taladia Plays. What's happening? We got Jason McKenzie. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Appreciate that. All right. I did my prep work first tonight. Nice. Good to see you, Scott. See you in a bit. Greetings, everyone. And happy first day of summer. That's right. It is the first day of summer. Sure, certainly feels like it. Woo, buddy. Daily Planet looks gorgeous. It absolutely does. We'll be talking about that, and we'll be talking about the fact that, looks like we got a couple other shots of Mr. Corenswet in the Superman costume. So we'll be talking about that too. But of course, we're going to be having Luke Harris on tonight. I actually meant to. Let's see. Let's go ahead and if you guys. If you haven't checked out his Red Sun Genesis, I'm going to put it in the chat right now. So here we go. So go check it out. I'm going to be talking about him, and I'll go ahead and pin that. Can't do it because stupid designers and their overlays. All right, there we go. All right, now it's pinned, so we're good. Anyways, we got Music Man right here. Good to see you. Loving the newspaper photos we're seeing. This is kind of world building. Yeah, no, I mean it definitely is big time world building. That's for sure. And we're seeing all the stuff that we're seeing. Hope everyone's having good. Good to see you, Bennett. Yeah, I talked about that on Wednesday's show, and it just, to me, I'm just like, I think that's what they're kind of going for. It's going to kind of bring that timeless feel, which I'm all about. I actually like that. I actually really do like that, especially revisiting DCAU and talking Superman the Animated Series. I'm like, yeah, because Metropolis is very much displayed as very futuristic, but then there's like qualities of like, okay, but it's still the 90s, kind of thing. So what's going on, Gilmer? Good to see you. We got Mr. Trevino right here, still at work for another hour, but the Vodka stream will get me through. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. We'll be talking plenty of Superman tonight for sure. What's going on, Rogue? It should have shown the Daily Planet cover for. I know, right? Yeah, still kind of wondering what's going on with what was happening with that suit reveal. That's for sure. Game City Savior, what's happening? We still doing this Metropolis is fake New York stuff. I like it better in Smallville TV show when the city was just a couple of miles from Smallville, Kansas. I don't know if that's what's the case. I mean, it's not really New York. I don't know. We'll see. But doesn't feel like they're doing quite that. So, And Dave, did you see the stop in the train? That one didn't look as good as the other one. The other one I thought was pretty cool. What's going on, Mr. Bauga? The last 48, though, Geek News just exploded. I really enjoyed watching Red Sun Genesis this afternoon. I'm excited to talk about it. Yeah, for sure. We'll bring on Luke in a little bit. What's going on, Jade? What's going on, Azteca? Ooh, the struggles. I know the struggle's real. You guys are talking about. I cannot believe that happened. I was like, oh shit, I forgot my wine bottle. And I was like, let me go get it before, I totally forgot to grab it. And then I was like, oh shit, I didn't even open the bottle. And then there I am trying to open the bottle. And there it is. I know. What's going on? We got the Watcher here as well. We got the black red. I know. Should I try to continue opening this thing? Looks like guns. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think a lot of us are kind of like having that feel. That's for sure. Let's see here. I might as well just take these off. Let's see if I can actually get this thing open. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this thing open now. That's just so funny. I'm wondering, though. Hold on a sec. Hold on. We're going to have a little. Let me see something here. All right, we're doing it live. Let's see here. Hold on. I don't think it actually broke. I think it just popped out. So maybe, let's see. Maybe, just maybe, if I could just. Oh, it's gonna get a little romantic in here. Slide it in. Make sure your kids aren't watching. Nope, it's not popping back in. That's so weird. But yeah, there's my opener right there. Yep. Pop it back in. Nope. Not popping back in. All right. Yeah, that thing is just broken right off right there. That is hilarious. Pretty freaking hilarious. Yeah, I don't think this is going to come out. Nope. All right. That's too much of a struggle. I don't know. It's getting a little too naughty right in here. Put a little hot, put a little hot poo on it. Everybody saw that viral video, right? Ooh-wee. I know, just spit on it. Just spit on it. What's going on, Anti-Idiotic? I really want Kitty Pryde to be Tom Holland's Spidey new girlfriend in the MCU. Okay, interesting. All right, like it. Cortez, what's going on? How's it going? All right, let me see something here. Realize my ISO settings weren't where it should be, so push the cork in. If you can't pull it out, push it in. Oh, like try to jam it in there. Let's see if Gunn's version incorporates Clark's news views on reporting. Should be interesting. Look to the Stars by Hans Zimmer still hits today. The first minute and a half is amazing, right? What's going on? Thank you, Tony Movie T9, Neil Blomkamp fan. What's happening? Men in Black 2 and Men in Black 2, and honestly, don't get the hate for it. Sure, it's not as good as the first, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. And plus, they still a lot of fun, and you had with two, and you were all home and pod. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than Men in Black Eternal International. I said Eternal International. It's definitely better than that. That's for sure. The International was horrible, but I still want to get this thing open somehow. I'm like so desperate to be like, all right, let's see here. If I just this thing's gonna end up blowing up all over me. Never mind. I was like, damn. All of a sudden, my mind's like, no, you can get it open. You can get it open. Nah, we're good. We're good. Popping bottles and what's going on the watcher? Did someone say there's a picture of Superman stopping a train? Yeah, just look for it. You can look for it online. You can find it. What's going on, Zach P? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, keep talking, guys. All right. Well, since I won't be drinking wine right now, I might as well go get the other bottle. So hold on. Give me one sec, guys. I swear this will be the last time I walk away, unless I'm going to the bathroom during the panel. Okay, we're good. You got to have the booze just right when it comes to the vodka stream. Got to have the booze right there. So we're good now. I swear that'll be the last time I freaking leave. So cheers. Anyways. Who we saying right here? Kitty Pryde over MJ? Well, I mean, MJ doesn't know who he is now, right? That's what's going to be interesting about that. I know some people are like, because Zendaya is supposed to be in Spider-Man 4, but it's like, okay, but, I mean, she can be. I mean, of course, that's always going to be a part of the story. People deserve Men in Black Jump Street. Yeah, remember when that was going to be a crazy crossover? Go ahead and ask some questions too, guys. Before Luke gets here, ask a couple of questions. I'll answer some questions. So, yeah. So ask questions. But yeah, today, I mean, I don't have any kind of review to give right now when it comes to a movie. I didn't see Bike Riders because I've been working on some things, hoping to get like a certain video up by Sunday, if not Monday for sure. And I've been working on another little side thing that's for reality life because I'm gonna got a little party thing that's happening tomorrow. So naturally, being the video guy, I got asked to do some kind of video thing. So how to do that as well. So just doing that stuff. Oh, the corn guy is showing up. Here's a little horn. So let's see. We got Cortez ready. How are you feeling about the voice? Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about that as well with the group. I will say that, I kind of went when I first heard the voice, which I forgot the actor's name. I know he was in that Robert Eggers, what was it? Midnight Mass. He was in Midnight Mass. He was like that main priest dude. And he's been in countless other things too that he's shown up in. I did not expect him to be Batman. And when I first heard the voice, I thought it was a little Bale-esque, a little bit over the top, but I went, okay, I don't hate it. But according to Bruce Timm, he said that he won the role because of his Bruce Wayne, because there's a lot of like animated, I guess, Bruce Wayne. Like it's all, because obviously the focus is always on Batman. And sometimes there's just the Bruce Waynes aren't that great. So I guess that's how he won that role right there. So there's Mike Flanagan. I'm thinking Robert Eggers. All right. So Mike Flanagan, I meant. Not Robert Eggers. Midnight Mass, Mike Flanagan. Mike Flanagan has something coming out right now, right? Doesn't he? But I forgot what his name was. But yeah, the voice actor for the Caped Crusader. I will go over like the entire. I mean, the cast, the voice cast sounds pretty damn cool. I will say that. Christina Ricci is Catwoman. All right, that's probably my favorite one out of the bunch. And of course, Dietrich, what's his name? Who did the voice of Batman in Brave and the Bold? He's going to be Harvey Dent in this one. So I mean, there's so many of the jokes of like you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. That's pretty much what he's he like, that was the running joke, I guess you could say. When it comes to that, if I'm not mistaken, he was assistant for Dr. Doom in 2005. Was he? His voice reminded me of Ben McKenzie from Batman Year One. Yeah, Ben McKenzie kind of had like a, similar. I mean, I could see that, or I could hear that, I guess you could say. Yeah, but I thought he had something new like coming out. When was the last thing that he had coming out? I thought he had something new like coming out soon or something like that. And I know he's taking on that, which good luck. I mean, I know he's got some kind of fresh take and I trust the guy, but I'm just like, why do they keep on trying? I mean, there was just an Exorcist movie that came out this weekend, the Russell Crowe one, a second Russell Crowe exorcism movie, right? Which is not the same as the previous. It's like, I don't know how much you could do with the Exorcist franchise. I mean, they were trying to tie it into the first one, right? And it's like, I don't know, when they try to continue these iconic franchises, but it's like The Exorcist. I mean, The Exorcist had 2 movies and nobody really talks about the second one. So it's like, there's just like not a lot of meat on the bone for them to work with. Because I remember, with the last Exorcist movie, they were trying to do a continuation and they brought back the mom. And that was like the big selling point. But apparently she was only in it for like 7 minutes. And then, of course, they showed that shot of Linda Blair. And it's funny because the internet works so quickly and people found where that picture came from of Linda Blair. And apparently it was from a poster of another movie she was in. So they used a picture of her from a poster of another movie. Kind of funny, but what's going on, Mr. Verby? Yeah, Dietrich Bader. He's and it's going to be like already corrupt Harvey Dent. It's going to be like a little bit of a different take. Hey, look at that, Mr. Jason McKenzie gifting some memberships to some people. So yeah, always nice when you guys do that, gifting some memberships. That's pretty sweet. Thank you, sir. Wait, Russell Crowe film is a sequel? No, it's not a sequel. It's just an Exorcist. It's called, I forgot what it's called. I think it's just called like Exorcism or something like that. I don't know. So. Yeah, it's just called that. Let's see. Is my guest ready? I see him backstage, but I don't see his camera on, so I'm not sure if he's ready. Okay, I think he's good. All right. But anyways, cheers, guys. Appreciate it. Go ahead and pour another one. I mean, we are going to be talking about the Russian Superman, right? So vodka is definitely key. There we go. I know. I still can't believe that freaking happened, man. Oof, buddy. All right, got to take it easy. I can't be sipping too much. Usually I'm sipping wine after my first drink of vodka, but now I'm gonna have to take it easy for sure. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get rid of that. I'm gonna go ahead and, like I said, I pinned his movie into the chat, which is Red Sun Genesis. And he contacted me a couple of few weeks ago, and saw the trailer, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm a sucker for fan films. You guys know this." And when I saw and I'm very curious to talk about this and talk about what went into making this, and even watching the full on the fan film, which is it's just it's like an entry into it. There definitely, hopefully, will be more because I really enjoyed it, and the quality of it is pretty awesome. So let's see. Where are we at here? Okay, we're good. All right, let's go ahead and bring the guest in. Whoop. Mr. Luke Harris, how's it going, sir?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Thank you for
Thanks,
joining.
man.
Appreciate it. Where are you located right now?
So I'm actually in Baltimore right now.
Okay.
So the opposite coast.
Nice. So it's a little late for you, but thank you for joining.
It's not bad. It's Friday night, so
it's
okay.
Friday. Right. So how's it going? Are you glad you finally got this film out?
Yeah, it's a strange feeling. I've been working on it for a little bit over 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's still, I don't know, it still hasn't really sunk in yet, but I'm at some point I have to kind of let it go and just move on to the next project,
No, I get it. When you work on something and trying to send people over to it, and saw people's excitement for it, and I've gotten some feedback, and they're like, "Hey, thank you for recommending me that." So yeah, it turned out very well, but we'll get into that. But I want to learn a little bit about you because I don't know that much about you. So give me your background, give me your origin story when it comes to getting into filmmaking and all that.
Yeah. So I am actually a high school literature teacher.
Okay.
So back in 2017, actually, a friend of mine in New York asked me if I'd like to join him. So he's a writer and an actor, and he was working on a script about the Syrian refugee crisis. And so my interest is geopolitics. So that was an influencing factor into making Red Sun.
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah. But so I at first he just asked me for some advice on the script, and we started going back and forth, and then eventually he asked me if I wanted to join him on it. So long story short, we wrote the script. I spent a couple months in Lebanon. We didn't end up making it. So that was a feature film that we wrote. We didn't end up making the feature, but we made the short, and I was just a producer on the short, so I wasn't a co-writer on that. And I think that came out in 2021.
Okay.
COVID kind of obstructed that a little bit.
Yeah, COVID had a little, it did that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Messed up a lot of things.
Yeah. So, to be honest, I wasn't, it got into a bunch of film festivals, but I wasn't really that satisfied with it. And
okay.
I wanted to work on something that was my own. I wanted to write and direct, and I wanted to make a film that was my baby. So I had a bunch of ideas, and I had seen a lot of fan films coming out. I think at the time, I think Spider-Man Lotus I don't think it hadn't come out, but they had raised a ton of money.
Yeah, that was being talked about for a bit, and of course I remember the campaigns running for it, and then of course there was drama behind it at one point.
Yeah,
but I remember for probably got during the pandemic, probably a good year and a half, 2 years, it was always in the zeitgeist. It was always every now and again it would circle around, and it's like, oh yeah, that's still coming out, and then eventually, of course, did come out, and it was done very well too, by the way. I mean, regardless of what happened, all the people behind it, I mean, I know there's drama, but I'm just talking about the film in general. I thought for a Spider-Man fan film, I was like, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I mean,
yeah.
I think he was 17 when he was filming it, and raised over $100,000. And I mean, it's impressive. But I had seen a bunch of fan films in the past, like Mortal Kombat Rebirth, and what else? The Dark Power Rangers film. They were two of the first that I had seen, and then there was a Gambit one that was also really good.
I don't think I saw the Gambit one. That's interesting.
Play for Keeps. Yeah, it's really good, actually. So I had this idea about making Superman Red Sun, because I'd loved Superman Red Sun, and that one and Kingdom Come are probably the two Superman comics that I would most want to adapt.
Yeah.
And eventually I wrote my first draft of the script, I think back in 2021, and eventually I just pulled the trigger and just decided that I was going to go for it. But I knew that it would require a lot of money and a lot of traveling, and it would basically it would occupy me 2 years. So that's why it took a while to finally make that decision to just go for it.
No doubt. So obviously like doing that, and then do you speak Russian? Are you like fluent in Russian?
No.
Okay. So, because one of the things I was wondering, I'm like, is he actually Russian? I'm like, am I?
No. So I actually didn't know any Russian when I first started the project, and then I started learning, of course, for the role. And I also gained over 30 pounds for the role because
whoa,
Henry Cavill. Yeah, I could send you like before and after pictures. It was kind of crazy.
I'm sure.
But yeah, I know Henry Cavill was like 193 when he did Man of Steel. So I wanted to be about 195, and I ended up at about 197 during filming. So.
What were you doing just to gain all that muscle?
Well, just going to the gym every day and just boosted my calories like crazy. Yeah. And it was over the course. It was like over the course of a year or so. So yeah. I had some time to do it.
So that's what's kind of good about that is like, you know, you could take the time because, you know, it's not easy to build that much, you know, in muscle for sure. And obviously at Hollywood, if they do it in a short amount of time, they're going to need a little bit of help. And, you know, that does. But if you had like a course of a year, if you're just like, did you do, because I remember when Cavill was talking about what he did you do like did you bulk up first and then try to lean out, or how did you approach it?
No, I naturally eat pretty healthy.
Okay.
I mean, I eat a ton of carbs, but I have very little saturated fat in my diet, and I'm very plain eater. So basically, just chicken, fish, pasta, rice, potatoes in really large quantities, and also heavy weights. So, like if I can do more than 5 reps, then the weight's probably too light. So if you have low reps, high weight, then you typically gain more muscle.
Okay. Dang, 30 pounds. Crazy.
Yeah.
So when you took on the project, I mean, obviously, like, you know, it's like, obviously you have the look of Superman. and then, of course, when it came to the suit, and one of the things I wanted to talk about, too, is like the suit very much, I mean, there's some inspirations from the Man of Steel costume because the texture looks big time like that. Let me see. I was going to pull up. Oh, I already had an image up. That's where there. I had this image that you posted, and I was like, yeah, I mean, pretty freaking, I mean, very much inspired by the Man of Steel suit and very professional looking. I mean, who designed the costume?
Yeah, so one of my biggest fears going into this film was that it would look cheesy. So I knew that I would have to have like a really high quality suit. So I looked around for a little while, and I found a company called Replica Industries. They're based in France, and they actually specialize in Man of Steel suits, which is why this looks so similar to the Man of Steel suit, because, you know, I wanted that same texture, that same base layer, but obviously a different design. And they did a really good job on it. It was expensive, but they crushed it. Yeah.
That's cool. So, because I remember when I first saw the trailer, I mean, the first thing I saw was just like, oh, yeah, that costume is definitely heavily inspired by that. Love the texture. Love you have the lines with it. But then, of course, you have to have the different logo and then the collar. And then, of course, the way that the cape has to attach to the suit. And, of course, the boots are looking different. But, yeah, I mean, it's top. Yeah, it's a high quality costume. I know even like when you actually watch the fan film, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of inspiration from Man of Steel in there too. Like when you do your first little flight in there, I'm like, that's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's no secret. I really love Man of Steel. I love what Snyder did. I'm not like a toxic Snyder fan. Like, I'm excited.
He said it, folks. We're good. We're good. Nah, you're good. I get it. I get it that when in the last few years it's been kind of it's been pretty crazy and stuff like that. But majority of us Snyder fans, we're all good. But yeah, there's some loud voices out there that that sadly, make things difficult for people, normal fans and everything. But no, I get it. You're good. You're in good company. Nobody's gonna think that. Don't worry. But okay, so let's go back to that. I mean, before we start talking more about the film, so Man of Steel. How long have you been a Superman fan? I'm assuming you've been a Superman fan for a while.
Yeah, so actually, I'm making a video like the making of Red Sun Genesis, and
Cool.
I'm digging through home videos because there is a home video that I have reenacting the scene where Superman saves Lois Lane's helicopter from the Christopher Reeve movie from '78. Yeah. So when I was 5 years old, I was reenacting that scene on the steps, like pretending to save the helicopter. So
Awesome.
I guess basically as long as I could walk and talk, I've been a Superman fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've I go to the theater for all the films. I read the comics when I was younger. I watched the cartoon when I was younger. So this project was like a really good fusion of my interest in geopolitics and Superman.
Yeah, when you said that, the geopolitics part, it's like, yeah, this is a perfect way to combine both of them for sure. And like when it comes to, there's been numerous Superman fan films that you could see out there, but I mean, to take on the Red Sun Elseworlds version, I mean, and the way that you did too, it's just like, I mean, you could just, it's a complex story. It really is a complex story, and watching it, I mean, I was just kind of going like, wait a minute, this is a fan film? I mean, you have like okay, so shooting this movie, I mean, you said where'd you go to shoot it?
I went to Estonia. So
Okay.
I was originally planning on going to Russia. And then, of course, the invasion happened. And I actually still would have gone, to be honest. Like, I would still go to Russia. But it's very hard to do business there because, like, I think like Visa and MasterCard and, most American credit cards don't, I don't think any of them work there. So I would have to bring in a bunch of cash or use Bitcoin or, something like that. So it would just be a real pain doing business there. So, yeah, so I knew somebody in Estonia and she suggested coming there.
Okay.
And honestly, I think that was probably the best option, even like no matter what happened with Russia, because Estonia was part of the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire. So it had a lot of that architecture. It had like a third of their population speaks Russian. So it was really easy to cast there. And the Russian theater in Tallinn helped us out a lot with the costumes. And that's something I've gotten a lot of feedback, a positive feedback on, was the costumes. And yeah, so it was just really convenient to film there.
No, that's good. I mean, like I said, like the opening of the film, or at least like when you have like that conference and whatever, and then you got the hologram thing, which I thought that was really cool. But it's just like when you're watching the exchange there. I mean, first off, everybody's speaking Russian, and then it's just like I said, it's just, I'm going, all right, yeah, there's a pretty good budget. Do you have like, have you revealed like the budget on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was $30,000.
$30,000. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Good budget.
Yeah, so the locations were actually pretty expensive. Even like, so the mid-credits scene with Lex Luthor, that vault location, that was actually in New York City.
Okay.
It was like $1,700. It was really expensive, but I had a very specific vision for that scene. And it's not like there's an abundance of places that have an old bank vault like that. So
No.
the price was kind of inelastic in that way.
No, I know. I get that. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when you have a passion project and you have the means to do it, by all means, do it. I mean, I meant to ask you before, have you have any other short films that you made before this?
So only the one in Lebanon that I was a producer on. So this was my first time directing and writing. This was like my first real baby. And, I wanted it to be a fun project. It was really hard. It would have been a lot easier doing like one in the United States for, maybe under $5,000 or $10,000. But it was a lot of fun. And I figured that, I could build a fan base with it as well, and maybe continue to do these. We'll definitely continue to do these.
Yeah, it would be nice because I kind of want to see what's the next entry when it comes to all this. But like, so when it came to like casting, I mean, did you just do like a normal casting thing, or was it like family and friends? Did you tap into somebody? Like, how did you get some of these actors, like, playing the mom, the dad, and then of course some of these Russian people, like leaders and whatnot?
No, we did a casting call in Estonia.
Okay.
And actually sat down and interviewed these people and went over their resumes. So yeah, it was like and the same thing in New York. Well, actually, it's funny. And the guy that played Lex Luthor, we got him like 36 hours before the shoot.
Really?
Because the person that was originally supposed to play him had to drop out on like very short notice. So
Okay.
I was really nervous about that, because we had booked the location and I had sunk a lot of money into that day. And we ended up just doing casting call and backstage, and none of the candidates were really, none of them were really suitable except for this one guy. And I saw his picture. I'm like, man, that guy looks like he's ripped straight out of the comics. So yeah, he did a really great job for us. And I just
He's
feel
a
like,
great Lex.
yeah, we got really lucky with him. But yeah, to answer your question, it was we did casting calls. I was the only one that was a non-actor. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, everybody else had experience.
So you've never acted before? Nothing before this. This was kind of just like you're popping your cherry when it comes to acting, huh?
Yeah. And
Okay, that you're blowing my mind right now, because when I watch this thing, and we'll go ahead and start. Yeah, I wanted to show people. I on Wednesday's show, I already showed people the trailer, but we'll have it playing on a little bit, because I'm just going, this doesn't seem like this is like a first time project for somebody. I mean, just the way it's shot, the way everything just kind of plays out. I'm like, you're kind of blowing my mind. I expected you to be like, oh yeah, I've done this before, I've done that. But this was just like a first time thing, except for being a producer on that previous project.
yeah, I mean, I had a really good team with me.
Okay, good.
So we had, I think there ended up being like 55 to 60 people in the credits.
I mean, you see right here, I mean, these shots too look freaking just awesome. I mean, how did some of these shots were they like stock footage, or did you fly a drone?
So these shots are actually from Moscow.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured that, yeah.
But everything else was stuff that we shot,
Okay.
except for so the Moscow and the St. Petersburg footage, like so those establishment shots.
Yeah.
I mean, so for that, it would have been really hard for me an American to go to Russia and fly a drone.
You can't just fly a drone. Yeah, I know. All of a sudden, Putin's like, "What the hell's going on here? Shoot it down."
Yeah, so we actually used ArtGrid. I had an ArtGrid subscription for that, and they had a lot of really good
like stock footage. And yeah, I mean, you could get pretty much anything nowadays when it comes to that. I mean, as long as you pay like a little bit of a fee, and why not? It's pretty good stuff. But I mean, and then of course you had to deal with like some VFX work too. So who did your VFX work?
So my editor Brian did a lot of it, and also I brought two others on to help. So there were three doing the VFX work. So it wasn't like a team. I know typically they work in teams, but it was three independent editors that did the VFX.
Okay, so you just basically said, all right, you're gonna do this and you're gonna do that, and you just kind of delegated it like that. That makes sense. I mean that's kind of what the what Hollywood does. They'll have like multiple different VFX houses that handle like certain scenes. And it's good too though, because when you watch it, you don't see like, it's not like there's like distinct. It all looks like one VFX house did it, or one person did it, which is pretty cool. And I love the fact that, I mean, obviously, one of the big things about Zack Snyder is what he gave us, and what people try to emulate now is that cape porn. I mean, obviously, when you have the cape, it's like, there's only so much you could do with it when it's live action. So you got to like add some VFX flavor to it to get it to just flow so nicely. But I mean, what I like too is like when you have like this shot where he's in space, I mean, obviously there's no wind. There's no nothing. So it's not going to be flapping. So it's like, all right, yeah, it's just going to be kind of out like that, So yeah. So I mean, you have to take into account like, oh yeah, gravity, there's no gravity or something like that. So then naturally the cape's just going to swoop up like that. But yeah.
Yes.
And go ahead.
I was gonna say for that shot, we actually we did that in the studio, and we had a couple green men lifting the cape.
Oh, really? That's not okay. So the cape is not VFX. Oh,
No, it's
wow.
real. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, I thought maybe that it was just added in later, and you were just on like some kind of lift. Are you like standing on something? Or are you?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I'm standing on something.
Okay. I honestly thought that was the cape was full on VFX. So you did the whole Green Man thing.
Yeah.
Like holding up. That's cool. No, that works. Like I said, I mean it works because it's in space and it's not going to be flapping, so it totally works for that. It's a cool shot. Some people are saying that in the chat too, like how cool that shot looks. But and then I love like in the trailer how you have like the Russian language, and then of course it changed to I meant to ask too, like when it comes to in a parallel universe, when it comes to your YouTube channel that is Time Capsule Productions, where'd you come up with that name?
So I teach literature right now, but I'm also certified in history. So
Okay.
I'm a big history guy. So I guess that's why, because like even in my opening credits in the film, it goes through like different historical eras.
Yeah.
So that was sort of the inspiration for that, because I'm just a history buff. But I also like futuristic like futuristic stories as well, and time travel stories. So I figured the name would be a good combination of all of them. I guess I didn't think about it too much. I just thought it might be
a good name. It's a good name. I like it. I like Time Capsule. I mean, because I don't know. Like I said, I'm a sucker for time travel stuff too, and like you said, just being like a history person and stuff, it works. It definitely works. But yeah, we got these. I mean, like I said, the trailer's done very. I mean, if you're watching this, I mean, you're just kind of going like, "Wait, this is." And I like how you mentioned now it's based on the DC Comics Elseworld series by, of course, Mark Millar. And then there you are, you handsome devil. And then it's a couple more of these shots right here. Some more VFX shot. There's that bald head. That we're talking about, yeah. But I mean, were you nervous at all, like getting in front of the camera and getting into this character?
It's funny because I think I would have been a lot more nervous if I wasn't worried about so many things, because I was also directing at the same time, and we had pretty short time constraints with this scene. So we had a lot of different shots that we had to get in like 5 hours or so. So I think my mind was just so occupied that I didn't really have time to think like, shit, I've never acted before. I'm not a Russian speaker. What am I doing? Right? Like I didn't really have a time to let my mind wander in those directions. But also my co-stars, Marina and Sergey, were really, really nice and really encouraging the entire time. Both of them spoke really good English. So it made me feel really relaxed, and I actually had a lot of fun. Like once we got into it, I was actually really enjoying it. But I had plenty of nightmares leading up to it. Like thought I was going to be nervous and sabotage my own film, but it went all right.
Oh, I'm sure you had some sleepless nights and some stressing out and stuff. Yeah, no, I'm sure. But like you said, the fact that you were also that you're also the director and trying to handle like 57 things at once, and knowing like, okay, I need to get this job done. I think that probably, like you said, it helped you because you had that mindset of like, okay, we have to be out of here by this time. Let's get it done. No time for nerves or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some nerves, but it's like no time for that. Let's just get the work done. I know what I got to do. And like I said, I mean, it might have been more nerve-wracking if you were just an actor in somebody else's movie and you're like, oh crap, because then you got somebody else that's telling you, wait, no, do that again or do that again. No, it's like, it's strictly like, what's up, the vision, how you're going to do it. And that probably helped you out a lot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, my friends thought it was a really bad idea. They're like, "You've never acted before. You don't speak Russian, and you're directing at the same
Don't you
time."
love that though? Don't you love that? Because that's gonna fuel you to be like, oh, you think it's a bad idea? Well, hold my beer,
Yeah, no, it was really good though. It was because a lot of our days on set were kind of disastrous, and this was actually
Really?
one day. Oh yeah, the barn scene. So where he discovers the spaceship.
Yeah.
Actually, so that was filmed about 3.5 hours from Tallinn, the capital of Estonia, and it
Okay.
was like in the middle of nowhere. And we had to. It was the summertime, so the sun actually in 2 days they have their festival, the White Nights Festival, where the sun doesn't go down because Estonia is
Oh.
pretty far north.
Yeah.
So we filmed in August and the sun was up till like 10 or 11 p.m. or something like that. So we had to wait until the nighttime. So we're just, getting set up and waiting till the sun goes down. And so we had time constraints there as well because we had to leave at like 6 in the morning. So we didn't really have that much time to shoot there. And there was no electricity there. So we had to bring our own. So we brought a
Oh, geez.
generator and we brought this big power bank. So about halfway through the shoot, the generator goes out, and so it's pitch black there on the set. And I go out to try and fix it, and I start pulling it, and the handle breaks.
Oh,
So I'm
geez.
thinking, I'm like, oh, we're screwed. Like I'm never gonna get like one day where I can bring the whole cast and crew 3.5 hours to this place again. Like this, we're done. But fortunately, we had that power bank, but we didn't know how long it was going to last. And we had to power like a bunch of lights and a whole lot of stuff. So it was like a no huddle offense. I wasn't calling cut. I was just like, all right, go back to your position. All right, let's do that again. Like it was all very, very rushed. And
Yeah.
honestly, it's a miracle that we got anything out of that day, to be honest.
Yeah, but you gotta love it you don't love it at the time, but man, when you finally get it all, like when you get it done, and you're like, all right, I got everything. I mean, that's got to be like a relief, like, and just like a little weight lifted off your shoulders.
Yeah, yeah. So it helped a lot with that scene because it was intercut with the spaceship flashbacks, and that was something my editor Brian worked on, and he did a really good job. He actually did more than I asked him to.
I was going to ask you about that because I'm a fan of that. I love it when, and I know what was I watching recently? I think it was well, it was a movie I didn't really enjoy that much, but it was The Watchers, where when you intercut like stuff where it's like, all right, something current's happening, and then you do a flashback of it. I'm a fan of that, especially because obviously you can tell the story of like, all right, now we're flashing back and we're going to see the whole thing. But I like it when it could be in like the way you did it too, is just the fact that you could have that playing, and then also you could show present day as well. And you said that was mainly your editor that was kind of toying with that a little bit.
Yeah. So we actually, him and we actually made a miniature of the spaceship.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah. And him and I filmed the miniature and like a bunch of, moving in a bunch of different directions. And yeah, he honestly went above and beyond with, because I was only going to have a couple clips. I think where it goes past the moon, where it comes out of the wormhole, and maybe one other. But he really kind of resurrected that scene, and even had it coming out of the sky and then landing on the ground, and it gave us enough footage to work with to really make that scene look good, because we didn't really have a lot of coverage for that scene, right? We would have each of the actors' lines shot in like one or two angles, and it just didn't look very good. For a couple months we were just really dreading editing that scene because we just didn't have that much to work with.
But he pulled it off. I mean, that's what's good about. Is this somebody you knew before, or just somebody you hired?
Yeah, it's somebody I knew before. So he's my producing partner as well.
Okay, so it's okay. Yeah. All right. So okay, and that's good. I mean, you guys' brains melded together to, that's one of the things I love about editing, because I've been editing forever and I edit like every freaking day, is when you go, all right, what do we have here? And then when you go, oh, there's nothing. I don't know how many times. I mean, that's like almost every other day when I'm trying to edit a clip out from my show or something, or from this stream or whatever, where I'm like, there's nothing here. How am I gonna like put this into something? And then yeah, sometimes your brain just all of a sudden just starts getting in there, and you just start cutting the fat. Cut the fat, or add this, or do that. And it's like, well, maybe if I do this. And I've made some short films myself and had that where I'm like, oh, this doesn't work. I didn't get it. I didn't get that shot. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. But then the editing process, I love the challenge, I guess you could say, of the editing process. And that's where things just really start coming together. And I hear this a lot too, and I'm listening to podcasts or something where like somebody's talking about making a movie, and sometimes it's like, yeah, you could be just looking at a scene and it's just like, it's not working. Sometimes it just takes just getting out of the edit bay and going for a walk. Just get some sun in your eyes or something. And it's like, and then all of a sudden you come back and you're like, oh wait, if we do it like this, cut right here, stitch this right there, boom, boom, boom. And then all of a sudden magic happens. It's awesome.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Yeah. We would just reach a stalemate and then, go for lunch and a drink or something, and then come back, get back at it.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes, hey, pour a drink, you just kind of like, lubes up the brain a little bit. That definitely has helped me out a few times too. But no, that's awesome. Like, that's what I love about the editing process. And I've been a fan ever since I learned how to edit and video production in high school. Man, I mean, it just, I remember like with me and my friends, back like when we were younger, we would make sketches and try to do stuff like that. But the best we could do as editing was like, back in the late 90s, when it was just like, you have like 2 VCRs together or something like that, and trying to do something with that. But man, when I first like got onto an edit bay, I was like, what? You just do it like this? Well, shit. I mean, there's just something that's just so fun and magical about it, where it's like, I can create it like this and just use like this technology. And like, wow. And then now you could just do it. You can do it on your phone now, which is crazy.
Yeah. I know a lot of people do that with TikTok videos. I'm not really big into TikTok myself, but
not really.
My students are all on TikTok when they're supposed to be paying attention. So
of course. Do any of your students know about your project?
Yeah, so it's funny actually. Before I did it, they would call me Superman at school because
that's awesome.
They thought I looked like Superman. Yeah. Because I was going to hire somebody else to play the role, but I would just hear it so often. And I also have glasses as well. I have like Clark Kent glasses.
Yeah, I saw your profile photo. I'm like, Clark Kent. Okay.
Yeah. So I thought, I'm like, well, I'm fairly confident I can gain the weight. When I was in college, I was big into the gym. So
yeah,
that'll be fun, like training for the role. I'd never been that big before, but, that'll be fun. But it was, the Russian and the acting that was, that made me nervous. But
that's the challenging part, is learning a whole other language. And learning Russian is not, that's pretty damn. How difficult was it? Well, how long did it take you?
So I still practice it today.
Okay.
I'm planning on making more. So I'm trying to, keep it fresh. But I actually had a friend of mine. He's Ukrainian, but he lives in New York. He was in the Lex Luthor scene, and he recorded all of my lines in Russian, and I would just listen to it at the gym and just repeat over and over and over again. And that really helped a lot because he's an actor. He did, the proper intonation and everything. He didn't just say it in monotone.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really helpful. And then obviously when I got to Estonia, my other producer, Darya, is a native Russian speaker. So she helped me a lot as well. We had some agonizing nights where, I would just say my line in Russian. She would say, no, like you had too much facial expression. No, you messed up this word. You messed up. Wow. It was just, yeah. But it was super helpful though. And
I'm sure. I'm just imagining you at the gym with your earbuds in and you just saying stuff in Russian and people are like, what? I'm like, what's going on here? I think we got a spy or somebody or some kind of Russian robot going on right here. This guy's just like saying things in Russia to himself.
Yeah, I thought about that as well. I'm like, these people must think I'm so weird. But most of my friends at the gym, all of my friends at the gym know about this project.
Yeah, so they knew. They're like, oh no, that's just Luke. Just Luke. He's he's gonna be playing a Russian Superman. Everybody's like, what? Russian Superman? Oh yeah, you'll see. It'll be online. It'll be somewhere. You'll just type it in, somewhere. Yeah, that's pretty funny though. Just imagine people just like, what the hell? This guy? What? Why is he saying? He's just like repeating things in Russian. It's interesting.
It would be even stranger for people that do speak Russian because, they would think like, why is this guy saying, keep up the good work, comrades, over and over again? Right?
That's right. He's like, I know what he's saying. I don't know. I think he's on the phone with like some Russian comrades and they're just like, I think something's going down, guys. he's the red leader. I don't know what's going on. This is a little freaky right here. I don't know. And he's getting all jacked. We might have to alert the CIA or something like that. This might be some kind of Russian spy or something. That's funny though. But no, but you did great. I mean, I honestly, when I was watching, I was like, is he Russian? And like I wasn't even sure because I hadn't heard any other interviews or anything like that from you. And I'm like, is he gonna come on with an accent? I was even wondering, I'm like, no, he's not Russian. I'm just like, but I was like, damn, when I was watching it, I was like, he did a pretty damn good job. I'm like, I was believable for me, for sure. So well done.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I know it's kind of varied amongst Russian audiences. I've had some Russians tell me that it was really good. Some of them told me that I was understandable. Like everything I said was completely understandable, which that's a big deal because there's a lot of, I think like with Scarlett Johansson in Black Widow, the Russians said he was like not speaking Russian. It was like a different language. And I've had other Russians tell me that my accent was really thick as well, but understandable. So,
but that's hilarious though, because you're talking about Marvel Studios, like a big, huge production, and you got Russians going, you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? Like, it's like, you would think that they would try to take the time to be like, hey, let's make it as good as possible. But I guess they were just like, no, I mean, as long as people in America know. Yeah.
Well, most of the time they don't even try. Like
really?
Chernobyl, I don't think they had anybody speaking Russian or even any Russian actors.
Really?
And, even like, like GoldenEye, right? There were no like Xenia Onatop and none of them were Russian. Like none of them were Russian speakers. They just all spoke English with like a faux Russian accent. So a lot of times, in American movies, they don't, they'll just have the Russians speaking in English. But I wanted to make,
as long as you have that inflection on the voice, it's like, oh yeah, like yeah. I don't even know. I can't even do that accent right now. I was almost about to burst into one because I was trying to remember. I remember one time I worked at this job and I had to talk to somebody I was working with that was working for another company. It was like this, and his name was Vladimir. And he was like, and then he was telling me, he's like, yeah, dude, you're not doing it right. And then he had the Russian. I was like, dude, I feel like I'm talking to a James Bond villain right now.
Yeah.
It's so cool. Like, I was speaking to him, and his name was Vladimir. And he had a thick Russian accent. And I was just like, when you were talking about that right now, I was like, oh man, I remember when I was talking to him. But then of course, I've watched all the James Bond movies, all spy movies, when you hear like those, but it is kind of funny because, like you said, it's just, do we know, like, I just assume like, okay, they're taking it pretty seriously, but then you're saying like, yeah, sometimes like it's not even that great. But I'm glad that the people that you talk to who speak the language were like commending you about it.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of really funny YouTube videos where Russians will watch mainstream movies.
You're gonna make me go down a rabbit hole this weekend, aren't you, Luke? Jay, I'm gonna have to find those now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure they just like, silly Americans, it's like ugh, trying to do that. But so I mean, so when it comes to doing more, I mean, are you going to be trying to do, I think you mentioned to me maybe that you're going to try to like do like fan campaigns or something, try to get the word of mouth out there and then raise money for the next entry into all this?
Yeah, so I'm starting the next entry regardless.
Okay.
So we're gonna start filming in a couple months with that, and eventually, because I have 9 parts, so eventually I'd like to, get Kickstarter campaigns going, because that would just make it a lot quicker. Like I'm gonna do these regardless, but it's tough dropping 30K a pop.
Seriously.
So
I'm like, teaching's doing that well, man. What's going on?
No. Well, I lived at home and I had a second job, so
okay.
I basically forfeited my social life, so that's kind of how I did it.
Dude.
And I have a credit card bill as well so I'm not like
it's like
in a great financial
situation. Got credit card debt, people. This is what it is. I mean, that's part of the passion right there, is getting into credit card debt.
Yeah.
No, but at least you have, the job, and I'm sure it pays pretty well too. And I was actually going to ask too, I'm like, are you married or anything? Or is like, what does she feel about that or anything? Or,
No, and that's made it a lot easier as well. If I were married and had kids, then, that would be really difficult on them doing these. Like, hey, sorry, I'm making another Superman film for 9 years. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing this once a year now. No, but that's cool. So basically now you're in the writing process and just trying to the next part and then the next part and then the next part.
Yeah, so this next part's actually going to take place in the US.
Okay.
So we're going to see a little bit more of like the kind of like dystopian US. I tried to have I wanted Gotham to look like cyberpunk-y. That's sort of what I was going for. We actually went downtown to like the middle of the ghetto in Baltimore, and there's like this abandoned mall, and that's where we got that scene, the Gotham Autonomous Zone.
Okay.
Of course we added a little bit to it with VFX. But so I want to explore a little bit more of that side in the next one, and then we're going to go back to the Soviet Union for the third one.
Gotcha. And then I assume you're going to be casting a Batman, trying to at least.
Yeah.
You got to find that. You got to find somebody with a good chin, huh?
Yeah. So actually, my DP in Estonia is he just started a production house with actually with one of the guys that played one of the Soviet guards in the barn scene, and that guy is he specializes in stunts and stunt coordination. So they want their production house in Estonia to be like the action movie production house in the Baltics.
Okay.
So so we're gonna cast. I'm gonna have them help me cast like a really badass Batman, kind of like Kevin Porter. And have you seen what is the name? Dying is Easy, the Batman fan film.
I don't think I have seen that one, to be honest. Maybe I have. I don't know. I don't think I have.
There's a YouTube channel called Bat in the Sun.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. Yes, Bat in the Sun. Yes.
Yeah, like that guy. That guy's like 6'5" and like complete monster. Yeah.
Fucking beast. Yeah.
Yeah. So so we're gonna cast that guy, and hopefully, and for that one we're gonna have two fight scenes.
Yeah.
So, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward. Bringing on some people right now who watched your film and are Superman fans. We got Scott and Chris showing up. Hey, look at that, wearing your Superman shirts, of course. Good job, guys.
Awesome. I have mine as well.
I have a Zod shirt on, so yeah.
That tracks. That kind of tracks.
It works. I had to be the villain, But welcome, guys.
Yeah, I have to go ahead and sort of my little cinema sin here. I didn't watch your fan. I didn't realize that the fan film that part was up yet. I saw the trailer on Dave's show. I actually spent this afternoon reading the Red Sun graphic novel and rewatching the animated film just to kind of like level set myself. So Apologies.
So partial credit, Scott.
Partial credit. A for effort.
Yeah.
You're
A
all
for
so
effort.
proud. I did the homework. Did you?
Didn't do all the homework.
Maybe I wrote the assignment down wrong. I need to check my agenda.
It's all right. I hear it all the time from my students, so it's okay.
He's used to it.
I'm used. I quit teaching about a year ago, but I did 13.
Both
and
of
a
them
half-
working, teach.
I did 13 and a half years in middle school. So
that's brutal.
That's why I'm no longer doing it. So yes, I get that.
Yeah, and Chris is also in the educational.
Yeah, he's
field
an assistant
as well.
principal. He could be the good guy. He could be the bad guy. It just depends on your experience. Isn't that right, Chris?
I am the villain of my own story, I guess, right?
Makes sense. But thank you guys for joining. Yeah, we're just talking about it. Chris, you how did you feel about? Because I know you watched part 1 at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was with, as you say, with fan films, I go in with just no expectations, because fan films can jump around in all different ways. But I was very impressed with what not only just from the trailer, but seeing how it all. I mean, man, this is close to really, really good film quality at that point. I could easily see, the passion that's there, and even just that 15 minutes. I'm hooked. I mean, I've read Red Sun so many different times, seen the animated movie. It's definitely on my top 10 list for best Superman stories. And even though I know kind of how the story goes, I said I'm hooked in your the way you're portraying it. And I agree with Dave. That costume, top notch costume.
I appreciate it. No, it makes me really happy to hear all that. Because I've been wanting to get feedback, all sorts of feedback, good and bad. Because I actually like the constructive criticism as well, because I want to improve as a filmmaker, and I'm going to continue doing these. So, I want to know where I can improve. But yeah, I'll make sure to let Replica Industries know. It was, they did a great job with that. And also with the comic, I am going to deviate a little bit. It's
good.
Yeah.
I like that. I want that.
The animated film deviated, and actually, that was a question that I wanted to ask you. Like, just watching the trailer, I could tell how much I'm deviated, but also you're filling in things the comic never even bothered to go into. So I was kind of curious from an adaptation standpoint, what was your angle? What was your POV about what you wanted to explore with Mark Millar's graphic novel, but clearly kind of taking it down your own path? What was your hook for your version of Red Sun?
Yeah, so I wanted it to be half political thriller, half sci-fi. So kind of like The Man in the High Castle. Did you watch that?
Oh yeah.
Love it.
Oh yeah. Big Philip K. Dick fan here.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah. So that was a major inspiration, probably the biggest inspiration for this. And also, I am constrained by, I do have budget constraints, right? So as far as, the stuff that's in the graphic novel and the cartoon, there are certain things that would be very hard to adapt and make look good, right, with my budget. So I wanted to focus a lot more on the theoretical, the question of what would happen if Superman landed in the Soviet Union. How would it be good? How might it not be good? What would Superman be like? I wanted a more kind of like awkward and aloof Superman, kind of a bit like Brandon Routh's portrayal in Superman Returns. He's like a bit more reserved. And the reason is because, this is a character, he's grown up and kind of been like this tool of the Soviet Union. And he's been obsessed with, trying to create this utopia that he hasn't really had time to, become human per se. So I don't know if that answers your question or not. But...
No, it does, because I think one of the things that I was curious about, because I'm actually someone who I appreciate the animated film even in its deviations. Like one big example is in the graphic novel, it in my estimation, the graphic novel really doesn't address Stalin and what Stalin did during his reign over the Soviet Union, because he's there to
There were issues. There were issues.
What? I thought he was a
He
stand-up guy.
killed more of his own people than any other. I mean, yes, there were issues with Stalin.
A little bit.
But the graphic novel doesn't address it, and then he gets poisoned, and then Superman just kind of like takes over. You've got the character in the graphic novel of the illegitimate son who's kind of running the secret police. And that was something I liked. What the animated film did was they added a scene where Lex uses Lois to slip a file that basically goes, yeah, there are these things called gulags. You might want to go check that out. And it was interesting because the animated film, it led to Superman being the one who, he takes Stalin out himself.
Yeah.
So I was kind of curious, just because how much do you address while Superman is trying to do what he thinks is right, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Yeah, just how much were you exploring the historical atrocities and sort of failings of the Soviet Union, even with Superman kind of trying to take it over after Stalin's death? Like, where's your head at with that?
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's more direct. I like that. So because that was written in a different time period, so there's been, I think, like 20 years since the graphic novel was written.
Yeah.
So to make the ages, to try and have the story closer to the present day and make the ages line up, I was looking for a 1970s aesthetic for the flashback scenes, right? The 1970s was Brezhnev, right? So that was Stalin died in like 52 or 53, and then Khrushchev took over. So when Khrushchev took over, it was a very different Soviet Union. Actually, his very first address was like kind of dunking on Stalin, and his whole policy was of de-Stalinization, and he really reversed a lot of the things that Stalin was doing. And I don't want to, like, he obviously didn't completely liberate the people, but the Soviet Union under Khrushchev was a lot different than it was under Stalin, right? So I guess to answer your question, in this timeline, Superman or Red Leader grows up long enough after Stalin, where the public opinion has kind of shifted on him. So it's kind of a different Soviet Union. So they're not contemporaries, right? So he's growing up in the Brezhnev era, and then of course in the 80s was Gorbachev, right? So it's very different. So I guess in that way, I'm not going to address, like, Stalin is not directly going to be a part of this story, but Superman still is, like, he is still a dictator, right? So Brezhnev was not really good. Brezhnev kind of reversed some of the things that Khrushchev did in the 70s. So he Superman is still oppressive, but not, not as oppressive as Stalin was. Like, so it's not that extreme. It's just, but he still has that, ends justify the means, utilitarian mindset. And there's going to be a foil character who I'm not going to reveal because it's going to be a massive surprise. He's going to be like a libertarian counterpart to him.
Which I like that idea, because Batman in the graphic novel is a full-on anarchist.
Yeah,
it's burn everything to the ground.
He's channeling the Joker side of him.
He really is channeling the Joker.
Oh yeah,
he is an agent of chaos,
just a little bit. Yeah.
Well, and I appreciate, because Khrushchev was willing to talk to Kennedy, during the 60s. But I'm also kind of curious because of the shifting time period, because the animated film brought Korea and kind of did it as kind of like that was sort of like the kickoff of Superman's, you know, the world Soviet order. Do you address anything, or does yours deviate so much that actual Cold War military events don't happen, or do you just are you just planning kind of putting your own spin on some of those conflicts?
Yeah, so actually I'll give you a little spoiler for one of the upcoming ones. So the next time you see Superman, it will be a younger version, a little bit younger. So I'll be playing him, but it'll be a flashback of Afghanistan in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and of course that will, that was kind of like the Soviet Union's Vietnam. And
Yes, no,
you know,
very
Yeah.
much.
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So with Superman, it will kind of go in a different direction. So yeah, I am there will be some actual Cold War events intertwined.
Okay.
I definitely like it how you've already we see Kal-El, and I love the explanation how his parents talk about like what your name means in Hebrew, which is pretty interesting hearing that from a Russian kind of family, because in general in that age at that point where he's at, it's just like religion is that's a threat to the state.
Yeah, religion's outlawed, and I mean, and this was even before the czars kicked all the Jews out of Russia. So.
Yeah, actually, a couple points with that. So, I actually had a comment, an Israeli that was saying, "Oh, that's not what Kal-El translates to."
Oh boy.
But so I think it's like Kolel, right? So, but so I think it was the writers. It was their accent at the time, so it wasn't like Cal, but it was very close, right? It's very close to the voice of God or vessel of God, right? So yeah. So about the religion aspect, actually, yeah. The czars were kind of awful to the Jewish community there in the Russian Empire, but then the Soviet Union kind of reversed that a little bit. They actually set up a Jewish autonomous oblast. It's near like Vladivostok. It's in the far east of Russia. But I wanted to kind of, I thought it would be appropriate to sort of give a nod to the Jewish community in Russia. And I also wanted to, pay homage to, where Kal-El's name came from as well. And I was trying to think of a creative way to write that into the script without like really shoehorning it, and like, screaming it from the rooftops. But
it gives that little tip of the hat of the creators. I like that.
Yeah, Samuel Schuster. Exactly. I mean, the story of them is always two Jewish kids from Cleveland.
Yeah. So that was kind of the purpose of that. And you are right. Actually, a Russian friend of mine brought that point up about the religion in regards to the B-roll shots of the church in the very beginning, and she said that that was a little bit much. She's like, oh, if you're going to be historically accurate, the Soviet Union destroyed that church, and that's actually a replica that was built in 1999. So. Yeah,
we're also dealing with fictional characters too, so it's okay.
About a Superman. Hello.
Yeah. So she got me there, but yeah. So that's those are both really astute points though about the religion being eradicated.
It's what Chris and I do. It's like we are astute.
Yeah. I asked you stuff about the costume looks really cool. These guys come in here and like.
Well, the other thing I really liked too was when he goes in and discovers what they've been doing basically on the barn, and they talk about how much Russia's advanced. And I was like, well, I like that deviation in the sense of it. They've already started working with this before they kind of Clark Kal-El comes into the full regime.
Yeah. It kind of made sense to me that, if the Soviet Union had this technology, they would try and reverse engineer it, especially at a time, during the space race and the arms race. They would be on overdrive trying to, reverse engineer this technology. And I wanted to show kind of the result of that in the flying scene, right? So when he finally gazes out over the city, you see like this futuristic city, and actually most of that is that actually is the real skyline of Moscow. We just added a little bit to it. So that wasn't like a VFX city that we created. It was just enhanced.
Just enhanced it, added a little bit more to it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I feel like that's what the Soviet Union would have actually done. You know, had there been an alien ship crash land like that, they would have, you know, tried to do that.
Well, they had the scientists. I mean, it's one of those great aspects of watching like Oppenheimer and watching like if Heisenberg, with Heisenberg in the Germans and the Russians had their spies and they were trying to get every little bit that they could. I mean, it was an age of scientists, and science was kind of like the rock stars, because the only way to really sort of on a global scale outdo each other was to, you know, science that shit and out science the other one, whether it was the arms race or the space race. I mean, that's basically the history of the 20th century.
Yeah. It's actually it's pretty incredible what they were able to accomplish despite losing 26 million people in World War II. You know, and then Sputnik, you know, 12 years later, they launched Sputnik, right? So they were, like you said, that they were really on it, you know, when it came to science and, you know, developing weapons and, you know, the aerospace sector.
That's why I'm a big fan of the Apple TV Plus show For All Mankind, seeing that counter history as what if Russia beat us to the moon? How that one little moment changes everything.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the origin of the conspiracy theories, that we had to land.
Yeah, we had to film it.
Yeah, but Russia.
Bring in Kubrick.
They haven't been. I don't think they've been to the moon. I think it's just American astronauts that have. I think so.
Yeah. Because we've now got the the International Space Station where we share, but no, I don't think they've ever. Because historically, once we made it to the moon. I haven't even opened my beer yet, and it's already
Moo cow.
It is quite a seminal moment because it kind of it did what the Americans wanted to do, which it kind of broke their spirit when they lost that one. Like it, and you can kind of historically sort of track it from that point. That there was a beginning of the end because they lost it. They lost the space race at that point.
Yeah, there was that, and then stagflation in the 70s, and then Afghanistan in the 80s, and then of course like Glasnost and Perestroika. So like in the mid 80s, Gorbachev started releasing information, and people were actually finding out about the gulags, and they're like, "Holy shit! Like this." Like our government actually did this to our people, right? And then it just kind of all came apart. Also, of course, it was like 15 republics, so there's a lot of different ethnic groups, and there was the whole nationalism aspect of it as well.
Which of course was the West wanted to encourage that, because the idea would have been, if you want to be your own country, maybe you don't want to like be a part of this. And so it's a fascinating I know. Well, it's a fascinating period, and there's a lot of great literature that you can read about it. So when you do something like this, this is this classic alternate history kind of storytelling that I've loved. I mean, have you heard of Harry Turtledove before?
I've heard of it. I don't know that much about.
He's a grandmaster of the alternative history. Like all of his books, like his first famous one was Guns of the South, which was what if the Confederacy got AK-47s?
Oh,
and so
might be a little different.
It might be, or aliens invade during World War II. Like, and he's got all. Oh, and that's like a whole series of like how the world had to come together to like fight the aliens. And this would be like during Stalin and Hitler and Roosevelt and all of that. So what you're doing is, even because you're even shifting the time frame of it, I like that because it gives. Did you feel a little creative freedom to mess around with the story because you weren't as beholden because you've completely shifted the time period?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And especially like you'll see where I end up taking it. Um, there's a lot of creative freedom that I feel like it's kind of akin to Logan and Old Man Logan. That's
Yeah,
sort
okay.
of, but I think there's probably going to be more similarities in my adaptation than Logan had with Old Man Logan. But yeah, no, I do feel creative freedom. Um, like I said, because of the time shifting, but also because of my constraints. It would be hard to, include Brainiac and some of the, more fantastical elements to this, because I am also trying to keep it kind of grounded and, to the best of my ability, explain some of these sort of supernatural elements, even like kryptonite. Like I want to have an explanation as to why exactly that weakens Superman. And even in the very beginning of the film, I had this archive shot of John Wheeler, who talks about quantum mechanics and alternate universes. And I do
I really like that. Yeah.
I want it to be sci-fi instead of fantasy, right? I don't want to. You know how Avengers Endgame just had like one line on how time travel works, right?
Don't
time travel, all right?
Don't get me started.
Just to kind of move the plot along,
Right? There's pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, don't we have to turn off our brains sometimes when we watch this stuff? I mean, come on.
Of course we
Well,
do.
no, we do, but to Luke's point, I do appreciate a little.
Mhm.
I do appreciate a little hard science fiction.
Yeah.
A little bit of because I've been talking about this. I've been watching Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus, and I love a very hardcore physics explanation of
Yeah.
if we want to travel the multiverse, like what would it take?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that look like? And that's cool. So I appreciate the effort. It's appreciated.
Oh, absolutely.
There's just details that you have to add to it. I mean, and that's what pleases nerds like us. And then, yeah, like I said, even watching this too, and even saying like, yeah, because obviously you have to modernize it. And I'm kind of, and I think that's going to be a challenge to some of, obviously when you have like, for instance, I mean, when it comes to X-Men Magneto, how long are we going to be able to play that, his origin? It's like, now it's going to get to the point where it's like, all right, it's now, if we're going to
it's got to be another genocide.
It's a little spooky
like,
saying he's a survivor of the Holocaust. So wow, he's looking pretty darn good there.
Yeah. It's going to get to a point where it's like, hey, we can't exactly utilize that anymore because, let's face it. I mean, if it's modern day, it's like, now Magneto's going to be 107 years old, so it's like the challenge now for creatives is to be like, all right, now we got to shift it. We got to move it along and try to
But you know what?
it.
That's the weird thing, though, is that like they've been able to do that to Tony Stark since the beginning. Because because it was Korea, like in Tales of Suspense, and they've literally just gone. It was Korea. It was Vietnam. It was fill in blank. Like they've been able to time shift that event, similar to what Luke's doing with his film. So it's like it can be done. You just have to try.
Yeah, and you have to know your shit, And hey, guess what? He knows his shit.
but you're right to kind of lean hard into the kind of science of the science fiction with it, because again, you already look out what they're talking about, like what they've advanced things. Like you look at what Russia, Moscow looks like when he steps out. It's just like, yeah, I mean, we're kind of loud. Where you're at even at that time, we don't have flying cars yet, and you're putting flying cars out there already. Well, we've got America and Gotham going to hell in a handbasket. So,
yeah, and I'm really glad you enjoyed that. Actually, it's funny with the time shifting. It did occur to me to make this take place in China, but I didn't. It was kind of an idea that I had and discarded fairly quickly. Just because
it's good to have that kind of idea, because that would move. Like, didn't mean to cut you off, but I'm just saying, like, but just to think, because because obviously now the way things are, I mean, that is a route that you could possibly go.
Yeah, and their cities look futuristic as well. Like there's a lot, there's a lot of really, or they're tier 1 cities at least. But
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they know where to put the effort.
yeah,
They definitely do. We got some more people that want to join in right now, and like Luke, whenever you have to take off, just let me know, and we'll send you off. But we got Brad joining in right now, and we got Rebecca Johnson.
Hey, Rebecca.
Hey, guys.
I was wondering if Rebecca was. I was like, Rebecca has to be here tonight.
I actually saw what you were wearing, Scott, and I thought I would go and change.
Yes,
into
solidarity.
My mosaic bait. So shout out to Doc Ock.
Doc Awkward,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, I love that guy. Yeah, yeah.
The voice alone.
Thank you guys for joining right now. We're just talking to Luke. I don't know if you guys caught his fan film, The Red Sun Genesis.
I did.
I just heard about it. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, Brad. See you later. Just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah. Congratulations, Luke. It's pretty awesome. And I'm trying to remember because it's been a while. I've read Red Sun a while back for Supergirl Radio. I've read it a couple of times, but we reread it and discussed it a couple of years ago. And I'm trying to remember if the chess, I noticed in that short film, there was a little moment with those two guys playing chess. And I was like, oh, that's kind of a neat, I don't know if that was intended to be sort of a little Easter egg or an homage to Red Sun, because chess, I think in that story plays a pretty big part.
Huge, you're correct.
Yeah,
it's a huge part. Yes.
I thought that was a pretty cool little bit in there that didn't have anything to do with the special effects or the, the language speaking or anything. But I was like, oh, I really like that.
You're quite astute as well. My big Easter egg was the train, paying homage to 1978 Superman with him running next to.
Yeah.
I caught that in the trailer, though. I was like, oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I was Leo from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, the train running next to it, that was pretty good. And you did a good job too casting a young you, I guess you could say. I mean, like you said, you did the whole casting thing. I mean, how many young actors did you go through to find?
A lot, actually.
Yeah.
He was great though, because he's trilingual. Actually, he speaks English, Russian, and Spanish.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and he
Impressive.
actually goes to, I believe, a British international school. So I had no trouble communicating with him on set. So it was really great. And he was a trooper. We had some long days, and he was a 12-year-old kid with a bunch of adults that he didn't know for long hours. And he honestly he did a great job. I was really happy with him.
No, I agree. He was fantastic. He was fantastic, and I'm sure he had fun. Like, I mean, obviously, like when you're in front of a green screen, you have to all right, like when he was like running. I mean, was he just doing like the motion, or like was he on a treadmill, or what's?
Yeah.
There was a treadmill. Okay, good.
Yeah.
It wasn't like in the Flash series where they just
No.
even like fan films are kind of better than the CW. Where's Andy at?
I was like, Andy's about to come in fighting.
William will come in and like tell you it's like you're speaking my language when you say that.
Oh yeah, it's all a Ponzi scheme.
The Flash feature film wasn't that great either. The VFX.
I liked it, so
I did too.
Thank you.
Not a fan of it on the Supergirl part.
Of course.
Well, yeah. Rebecca from Supergirl Radio.
She gets killed 10 times maybe on the low end. It's not great.
Well, he's going back like saying the timeline like for like 50 years, so he probably died about 80 million times with how many times he tries to fix it. So.
Jeez, sounds intense.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. But yeah, hopefully, we get more entries into it, because like I said, the way that it ends too is like, and again, we won't go into too many details since everybody's not watching that, even though I have it pinned to the chat. So go check it out. It's only, I mean, it's what, 15, I mean, with credits, it's like 15 and a half minutes. So, I mean, check it out. it's a cool watch, and like I said, there's so many homages to Man of Steel, and that's obviously we're all Man of Steel fans here. We all love Zack Snyder and what he accomplished, and it's just like I mean, again, what Scott said is like, oh, I see what you're doing right there. Oh, yeah, you're crouching down, things you're about to lift off. Oh, look at that shot. Oh.
Look, I am curious though. I know that you started off the interview by saying that you have an interest in geopolitics, and you know, it was curious when you were talking about the Syrian refugee crisis. I've got a book to recommend to you. I think that you would just absolutely love. So you know, I'll have to drop that in the private chat. But I was kind of curious, like, what did you gravitate to Red Sun? I am having trouble with words tonight.
You only had your first beer. Huh?
Words are tough, you know.
words are tough. It was a long day at work.
Yeah.
What drew you to Red Sun initially? Like, how old were you when you read Red Sun for the first time? And because obviously with the geopolitical interest now, well, that would make sense for what you're doing with the film, but what brought you to the book in the first place?
I was actually older. I was in like my late 20s. I don't even think I knew it existed until a friend happened to mention it to me. I'm like, whoa, what? Like, that sounds awesome. And and I decided to read it. So it was just kind of in a conversation that a good friend mentioned it to me, and it reminded me a lot of The Man in the High Castle. So I thought, but I think it's more interesting because Germany and Japan are more definitively evil. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, that's actually up for debate with the Soviet Union. Now it's kind of a hot debate over whether the Soviet Union was more evil than Germany. But I felt like it would be a more nuanced story to tell. It's not just I know a lot of people equate the Soviet Union to evil. A lot of people would say, "Oh, you're going to be like Homelander." I'm like, no, not really. But,
well, that's a leap, but yeah, sure. Why not?
But it just seemed like a more interesting story in that aspect. But yeah, to answer your question, it was it wasn't until my late 20s, and I wanted, as far as Superman fan films go, I wanted to do this one also because DC doesn't have any plans, to my knowledge, to do it.
The closest thing was Matthew Vaughn talking about wanting to do one. That's about it.
With like the new movie coming next summer, and then I know the Elseworlds story that they're developing the most is the J.J. Abrams story. It doesn't seem like there would be any competition. Whereas, with a lot of fan films, like there's a lot of Spider-Man fan films, but there's also 8 Spider-Man films that have been released. So I figured that, with Red Sun, I'd probably be the only one making Red Sun films for a while. So if anyone wanted to see it in live action, then, I'm probably the only one that's going to exist.
Well, I mean, and that's really smart because Elseworlds is such a wonderful label that existed for so long. With
coming
so
back.
Many,
it's coming back.
I know it's coming back, but
it's already here essentially.
But when you think about like the inception of Elseworlds, because they needed something after Crisis, and they killed off the multiverse. It was like, but we like telling all those what if stories. But it's interesting that there's so many to mine, and even the animated films haven't really gone that far down the hole. We got Red Sun, we got Gotham by Gaslight, but the Doom that came to Gotham. But there's so many Elseworld stories out there, and they're just not like, it's like, y'all, you have the material there. Do something with it. And so I applaud you for seeing that and going, y'all aren't using this, so how about I do?
You guys are really sounding like William tonight, because Luke, if you weren't aware, I also co-host the Sci-Fi Center with Mr. William Powell. He's very much an advocate of
drink
Elseworlds. Yeah, I guess that's my first one on the Vodka stream. Yeah. And he's very much an advocate of Elseworlds multiverse storytelling, but not just in comics, but also that's where he feels DC should be going cinematically and television wise. And So he's constantly harping on that, and so the idea of like adapting something like a Red, even as a fan film, he would, I think I would tell about this later on tonight when we do our stream. I'm sure he would say it's like, yeah, why are you not doing this as like as a WBDC sanctioned kind of Elseworlds project? Because I mean that is one of the, I mean really it's the epitome of an Elseworlds one, the idea of Superman like landing in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I mean there's a ton of material there, and I would love to see more of that as well. But I don't know. I don't know if I don't know what James Gunn has in store with that. I haven't really heard much as on that front.
Well, I think one of the things, like, I mean, obviously when he announced everything, he did that. Obviously, they announced the DC Elseworlds label, but at the same time, it's like, when you're doing movies and TV shows, and it's like, yeah, you want to cram as much as you want, and you want to be like, hey, there's some, and that's what I appreciate about James Gunn wanting to come in and being like a comic book nerd, and he knows all this stuff, he's read all this stuff, he's pretty educated when it comes to stuff. So I'm like, cool. At the same time, it's like, it's very hard to just be like, I mean, how many things are you going to be having coming out? I mean, you're going to get to a point where like what Marvel did, where it's like, hey, you get a show, and you get a, it's like, and then all of a sudden people are like, all right, this is too much. And so, but then when it came to the Elseworlds label, it's like, well, they already had the Batman was already a thing, and Joker was already a thing. So then it's like, oh, we could put that in that label. Does that mean there's going to be other things that are in the Elseworlds? I mean, us nerdy people right here are like, hey, there's plenty of other things you could put under that label, James. What do you want to do? But at the same time, it's like he's not focusing on that. He's focusing on the main universe, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And it would be pretty awesome. I mean, I think a lot of people, when it came to the Red Sun story, it's like, or any of those stories, but the Red Sun story is intriguing because it's like, yeah, what if that were to happen? And so I think that's like why we're trying to get people to gravitate towards what you're doing here, because a live action version and the quality that you're putting it out there. I mean, like I said, I'll show that costume again. I mean, it's a freaking awesome costume. I can't get over that. It's so good. But I'm just saying, it's just like, you could have just done like just another Superman story. All right, let's do a Superman story about this or something like that. No, let's take this approach instead. And when I first came across, when you sent me it, I think I even heard about it before. I was like, whoa, somebody's actually going to try to do the Red Sun version of this. I'm like, I don't know if that's going to work, but here we are, and it works. So.
Luke, as a Superman fan, I have another. If you have not read it before, it was actually my first Elseworlds story I ever bought. I still remember getting it off the spinner rack of a bookstore in the mall. If that tells you how old this is. But have you ever read Have you ever read Speeding Bullets?
No.
Okay, here's the premise. What if Superman landed in Gotham City and was raised by the Waynes? Go.
Right, I forgot about that. Oh.
If I could pitch a cinematic universe for you, Luke, because I think you've started with Red Sun. There are a lot of Elseworlds, like Scott's talking about, where Superman is placed in a different place, like Russia. There's also True Brit, where he grows up in England.
Yes.
So I think it would be really cool, because I'm also a huge fan of Elseworlds, and I would be way more excited about Elseworlds movies than anything the DCU would be putting out. But having like maybe separating those Elseworlds out, but then combining them, so like the True Brit Superman is in there with the Red Sun Superman, with the Speeding Bullet Superman. I'm just putting that out there. If you develop a cinematic universe, I would be really into that.
We got to get that campaign going.
What if it weren't just Kal-El, but there were other Kryptonians that were involved in this?
I mean, I would.
And if you want to get like medieval, go for Dark
Knights of Steel. Yeah,
Dark Knights of Steel. You want to go really just like let's throw what you think of mythology in there. My goodness, they take some turns in that. That's outstanding.
I mean, Tom Taylor that man can write some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys read Superman Lost? I don't know if it's in
yes,
yes,
by Christopher Priest.
Yeah, that's something I'm interested in because it kind of reminds me of like the Odyssey or Gulliver's Travels, like a Superman.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, one of my when we talk about Elseworlds, one of my personal favorites. And now this kind of came under fire because it was the whole line. The publication was kind of sporadic, but I was really into what they were doing with the Earth One graphic novels. Those are particularly with Superman. Superman Earth One. That's probably one of my favorite. Just individual Superman stories, whether it's the main continuity or Elseworlds. And I'm telling you, if you haven't read, I really wish I had read Earth One before I saw Man of Steel, because I'm telling you, it's incredible how close it's basically. I go as far as to say Man of Steel is essentially Superman Earth One, the movie. I mean, it really is that. It really was the basis they went with, and but they didn't really push that. Really, when they were talking about like influences on it, they mentioned things like Birthright, or they mentioned
it was in house ads, because I actually read it when I did my 16 days of Superman leading up to Man of Steel. Earth One Volume 1 was actually one of the books that I read, and it was on like the I remember when Man of Steel came out, they had like bookmarks and like they had posters advertising Man of Steel, and they had certain like, here's some graphic novels you could read. And I want to push back, Brad, and say Earth One was prominently put on those.
I must have missed that then. But I
hate that. Better attention, Brad. Pay better attention.
Well, I said details it's like I wish I had read it before I'd seen the movie, because, like I said, if you haven't read Superman Earth One, I really encourage you to go back and read that, because it's like, I mean, again, it's so close, it's crazy, like how much Man of Steel, how closely that adapts Superman Earth One, and the basic idea of Superman. He's kind of living sort of this wanderer, sort of vagabond kind of life, and then it's not Zod who's the villain in Volume 1, but it's the same idea. Like an alien invasion comes, they put out this transmission that says, "Hey, Superman, turn him over in 24 hours or else," and he's faced with the choice. Okay, I got to put on the suit. I got to stand up now, and there's like little other details in it, like the whole thing with I took Jonathan taking the little piece of the ship to the metallurgist, and they said, we can't identify this on the periodic table, and the little details like that. So Earth One, aside from just being a like really great Elseworld story on its own, again, if I'd read it before I'd seen Man of Steel, I really would have that would have just added to that for me, and so it's one that I kind of regret that I hadn't done. So didn't have Scott's attention to detail on that one, I guess.
Very few people do, Brad.
I was about to say, does anybody have that?
Oh, if y'all want to talk about attention to detail, go back to this week's episode of DC Fanimated.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yes. You guys don't even know. Like, I'm going to be posting clips about that one for sure. Like, it was a mind-blowing episode of Superman the Animated Series when it came to Apocalypse Now Part 2, and when it came to a certain funeral thing and characters that were in there that, I mean, there's characters that are in there from DC, and then there's characters that are in there from another universe that was like, what? I'm just saying, watch the end of that one. That when we talked about on Wednesday,
I think we spent like 10 minutes just breaking down the funeral.
I was going
what
like,
you gotta do.
I know
it's got people what they want,
dude. I mean, if you're a Superman the Animated Series fan, and that episode, I was like, Jesus, I could not even like. I was like, wow, I couldn't believe the amount of things that they put in there. And I mean,
Luke, if you have no idea what we're talking about, Dave and I co-host a weekly stream where we're watching every episode of the DC animated universe. So we're currently in the second season of Superman the Animated Series and the third season of Batman the Animated Series. And basically he brought me on because, we were both 10 when these shows came out. And I'm a nerd. I nerd out so hard.
We are both. Yeah. So it was just like one of those things where I was like, hey, you want to just like talk about this shit? He's like, yeah. It was like one of those where I was like, hey, let's just talk about it. I mean, first it started off with like, we just wanted to talk about Batman the Animated Series. Then we're like, well, that's going to probably wrap up. And we started this 3 years ago almost.
We're past the 3-year mark at this point.
We are past. It's just crazy how time flies, but it's cool too, because especially with like Superman things that are still coming out, especially like even with Superman things that are coming out even today, which we'll talk about in a little bit here. But but it's just kind of funny because, revisiting some of this stuff and some of the Superman lore, and one of the great things about the animated world is they can explore things that, live action can't. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are just gonna go like, "Hey, can it be more like that? Can it be more like this? Can it be more like that?" And I'm sure Luke, like even just like with your research, I'm sure you even dove into like some of the animated stuff too. I mean, obviously with the Red Sun coming out, how long ago did that come out? That was a couple years ago?
2020. It was actually
2020.
here's the funny story about Red Sun. We did a review of it on Squadcast, but I didn't do it with Tim. I did it with the guys from Beer with Geeks because
that's right. I remember that.
Tim was sick for like 3 weeks. This was before this was like a month before the lockdown started. And it was because Tim had COVID and we didn't know what COVID was at the time.
Wow.
2020.
Yeah. 2020. Yeah.
2020. We got some other people, some other nerdies that are in here that are going to be coming here. We got Phil and Paul.
Hey guys.
Are you ready for all this nerdom, Luke? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, are
We're
you
bombarding
bracing
you with
yourself?
like
I was gonna say I'll probably have to slip out of here in a little bit.
Dude,
I'm
whenever
having-
you have to, just let us know. Let us know.
Honestly, I'm having a great time.
Don't be polite about it.
Yeah, you can, because we've gone for 6 hours and it's just, and we're approaching 2. So if you're not in for the next 4 hours, you better like be ready to like bounce when you need to.
Yeah.
It was 5 last week.
It was 5 last week.
5.5, I think. 5:20 maybe. But welcome, gentlemen. Did you guys take the time to watch Red Sun Genesis?
I have not. Sorry.
Oh, good. It's
Nice having you both on here. Thanks for showing up.
I know.
I'm completely lost. What is Red Sun Genesis?
Okay. Paul.
I know the comic. I know the animated.
No, Paul.
Red
This
Sun.
guy. See this guy right here?
Hello,
see
Luke.
this
How
guy?
are you?
Yeah.
Right there.
Luke is here because he wrote and directed the thing that you don't know what we're talking about.
Okay.
So
this is what I'm gonna do. We can still. I won't play the audio because we could still talk over it. But this is part of like what this is just the trailer that and it's very well done. And Luke is a first. I mean, like he's a writer, director, star, and basically producer, all the stuff. And this is what we're kind of talking about here. And like I said, like Paul, Phil, you need to watch the first part, we should say. And I mean, it's very well done. And when it comes to fan films, and you guys know, I mean, we've had many people on here talking about their fan films, but I mean, look at some of these, just look at it. It looks like an actual, like, wait, is this an actual, what are we doing? What? So.
What was your budget? You don't mind me asking.
30,000.
30,000.
30,000. Wow.
And
pretty
Luke,
good.
by the way, when you talked about the credit card debt, I mean, it's a famous story that that's how Kevin Smith made Clerks.
Yes.
That's how he made Clerks.
Yeah.
I thought about that too when he said that. I was like, oh yeah, Kevin Smith like maxed out numerous credit cards.
He opened credit cards to max them out to make Clerks. So yeah.
Well, there's tons of horror stories. I think Francis Ford Coppola put his house down as collateral for Apocalypse Now. There's a whole documentary about that called Hearts of Darkness.
Yes, it's on the 4K release. It's really good.
Yeah.
There he is. Look at that. Look at that. There's Luke right there playing super.
Nice.
I mean, look at that handsome devil right there, man. Come on.
By the way, I just had a Scott like, oh, I recognize that moment there with the green light going past the moon. That's of course very Man of Steel.
Yes. Oh yeah. There's so many. I mean, there's
Superman
so many-
78 right there.
Movie,
Yeah. But I mean, look at the obviously right there where he's about to. Yep. There we go. Yeah. So.
Wow, that looks great, guys.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm invested. Also, just to connect it to superhero stuff, I had to double check, but I'm pretty sure at the time M. Night Shyamalan had to get a second mortgage or put his house on loan to budget Glass. I know. No, I know M. Night, but I love Unbreakable. I love Split, and I actually really dug Glass. So.
I dug Glass too. So yeah,
Yeah.
because that was when he kind of moved over to Universal, and he started kind of basically at the point that he was self-financing because he was like, I'm gonna make the movies that I want to make.
See, that's the thing. That's what I love about that, and I love the fact that, I mean, even though I wasn't a fan of the first entry of his daughter's movie, I've talked about this on The Watchers, where I was just kind of like, man, the pieces were there, but the story just did not work for me, and that's the only thing that didn't. I'm not saying it was like a total miss. I think she has complete potential, but I do love the fact that it's like, after, I mean, obviously M. Night blew up, in the early, late 90s, early 2000s, Sixth Sense. And then, and then he went, and then I think it was like The Village. That's where it started to kind of like, all right, we're peaking here, even though I think The Village is great. I don't know why people were like, I still thought, I was like, that's still a great movie, but people are like, I'm like, what? It was a cool twist. And I'm like, as soon as when it hit me what the twist was, I was like, oh, that's cool. I thought it was freaking sweet. And then Lady in the Water, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck he was trying to do with that a little bit. I was like, it was a little like, I didn't read the story. I know it was based on a book. But I was just kind of like, it just didn't hit for me. And then After Earth, I don't even know what the hell he was trying to do.
Don't even get me started on The Last Airbender.
Oh yeah. When he wrote that, I mean, Last Airbender fans were like, I didn't.
Yeah,
I've never.
My 8-year-old goes off on that. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah,
it's horrendous. It's horrendous.
And my 8-year-old agrees with you. You should listen. My 8-year-old is like watching a YouTuber rant. It's really funny. I'm not gonna lie.
No lies detected.
Yeah.
But
so I mean, but I like. Sorry.
Don't forget about Kevin Costner's movie coming out next week.
Oh yeah.
See, that's the thing. We're getting to a point. We're getting to a point where like we're getting people like financing their own stuff here. We got Francis Ford Coppola doing Megalopolis, and then we
finally got a distributor. So we're coming out in September.
And with the technology where it is now, and this is what I love about fan films, and this is why I appreciate them. I mean, we talked about the Green Lantern fan film like a few weeks ago with Mark Justice, who's starring in it, and they're still working on that, and that's Green Lantern. I mean, that's not easy to do. Just like taking on a Superman project, not easy to do because I mean, you could take on a Batman project. You have a good bat suit. And it's like some good choreography, some good shots, you're fine, but you don't need VFX too much. When it comes to a Superman, and then of course if you're going to take on this Elseworld Superman, I mean that's why I was just going, again, it's just like I'm going like but the fact that you have this background and this love for geopolitics is like, okay, that helps to the whole filmmaking process, and it's just really cool that now you can like invest in something like this and you have the means to actually do something like this where you don't need to like have a studio. You don't need to have something like that. And you can release it on YouTube and get the word out and do campaigns and get people on board. And I'm really hoping, like whenever you do like start like a GoFundMe or whatever the hell, just let me know, man. We'll start pushing that thing like crazy to get some more of this stuff out there.
I definitely want to see what you're planning, especially how you're going to deviate from it, because that's, again, I've got the book, I've got the animated movie. I want to see the creativeness that you have to take that and say, here's how I want to make it not all on my own, but here's where I think that it could have been better.
And and when you talked about the flashback to Afghanistan in the 80s, that made me sit up, sir. So I'm just like, but that's also, but because your budget limitations, what I love is that with you shooting for a more grounded story, it puts more meat on the bones.
Yes.
And you're not trying to make it big and flashy. You're actually trying to tell a story, because with your budget, the story has to be good. The drama has to be compelling, or otherwise you got nothing. And I really, it's just a good head on your shoulders, because too much movie making now is like, let's make it big, let's make it flashy, but it's hollow. And so, good on you.
I appreciate it. And seriously, it means a lot. And it's, I don't know what to say. It's like, it feels really good hearing all that.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. And with that scene, I'm probably going to shoot that in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan, also, their capital has like really, really nice metro stations, and they have high-speed trains. So I figured filming a little bit there, I'll get like some of the futuristic element with real locations, and then I'll also be able to shoot that like kind of flashback scene. So I'm kind of killing two birds in one stone. So just a little spoiler.
Little tease for the next part.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I just love I love the enthusiasm, especially from you. And like I said, it's just like we like watching the first part. You're taking it super seriously, and it's what I just love, and that's why I love to feature anybody who has like a fan film, even if it's not an existing IP. I mean, we've had friends even on here that just like promote a film that they just made, like some kind of short film. I'm like, let's fucking talk about it, because again, what I love, when you're limited to certain means and resources and budget, I just love, because I've done that too, where I've made short films with my friends and whatever the hell, and you don't have, I'm on a budget of $26. It's like, here's a protein shake, have that. That's your meal for today, or something like that. It's like you can't do much about it. So it's like when you can actually put some budget into it and you put some heart and soul into it, it's like things turn out pretty awesome. So yeah.
There's a lot of competition in the fan film space now with like Logan the Wolf.
Really is.
I don't know if you guys saw.
Yeah, that one was really awesome.
Yeah.
And then there's a guy making like a Spider-Man series called Monsters of Manhattan.
Really?
Brandon Mello, I think that's his name. There's a trailer out for that. That looks like they had a budget for that as well. There's a Batman Beyond film that's in post-production. They raised $50,000 for that.
Oh, someone needs to send me a link to that, because that just that's speaking my language.
Yeah. I mean, so there was just an Alien fan film called No Man's Land. It takes place in World War One. I mean, there's some really good fan films out there.
There was one I remember a while back for Predator. Actually, I think it was called Predator Dark Ages. It was Predator during medieval times.
Yeah, during the Crusades. I saw that one. Yeah. So there's just a lot of competition in this space, and I feel like you kind of have to put a budget, because there's, there with, the Green Lantern as well. I mean, that's almost 10 fan films coming out in just this year alone that are, that actually have a budget of, 20,000 or above.
But I love the creativity. I love the ingenuity. I mean, for aspiring filmmakers, like this is, it's kind of like, authors self-publish on Amazon, musical artists, publish themselves on like Spotify and stuff. Like this is kind of this sort of egalitarianism in the arts of like, we have the technology now for you to just put yourself out there and get noticed.
Sounds like the $6 Million Man. We have the technology.
We have the technology. We can rebuild him.
There was actually one I remember too. This kind of got pulled down pretty quickly, but it was right after the Dark Knight Rises came out that somebody tried to do a fan film that was continuing from that, where it was Blake.
I remember that.
It's like, but it wasn't. It kind of kept him in the shadows, but it was basically kind of implying he was Nightwing at that point. So they put it out, and like 5 days later, WB issued a copyright strike, so they had to take it down.
It's interesting because they probably pulled it down because they probably used footage from like the movies. And see, that's what's so interesting too about like fan films is like it's like, hey, we're just doing this, and that was one of the things I wanted to ask you, Luke. Was there any kind of worry about like copyright or anything like that was going through your head? Because I know that's like can be an issue where it's like, oh, you're utilizing this IP, but I know that there's fair use kind of guidelines that go with this.
Yeah, I think it's a legal gray area, and because there were already a lot of DC fan films that existed, I didn't really worry that much. But I know that some studios, I believe Paramount, served a cease and desist letter to a Star Trek fan film, but they raised like 700,000. It was like, wow, it was like kind of off the rails. I think they ended up raising like over $700,000, and the actual movie never got made. So they they created this trailer for this like big idea that they had, and then raised a bunch of money, and then it never got made. But I believe the trailer actually got pulled, and then they made a deal with Paramount, and then they were able to put it back on. But that was the only case where I had heard of a studio actually going after a fan film. I've never heard of it in any other cases. Even though they could, if they wanted to, they could pull my film down tomorrow. But
there was some kind of, I'm not as familiar with the Lord of the Rings franchise, but there was some recent thing that happened where like a Lord of the Rings fan film was based on some story connected to the universe that had never been made, and then now they announced they were going to do the movie version of that thing, and so it like had the same title and all this kind of stuff.
Well,
So yeah,
what's
I think
that character's name?
Gollum.
It was the hunt for Gollum.
Yeah, the Gollum.
yeah.
Because based on literally like one sentence in the appendix.
Yep.
And so because it's events that happen in the story. That's one of those things that Tolkien did, whereas this has been happening in the background, but you didn't know it until like you like read the appendix and you go, oh, okay, so that was a thing. You know, it's
but it was a weird thing because because that fan film had been around for like a decade,
for a long time.
it was around for a while, and then when they announced the film, all of a sudden, like there was like news that that fan film got ripped down and for copyright, and then like probably like a half a day later, it got put back up, and then Warner Brothers was like, we're sorry, we didn't mean to, kind of thing. And it was just like, it is kind of a weird thing because when it comes to YouTube, I don't know, YouTube's a weird, I've had my issues with it for sure. And you guys know, even recently, and everything, even now, like I have an issue with like previous streams that I use certain music that was royalty free, and if I credit it should be fine, but then some other like studios trying to claim that it's such a, I don't know, it's something I'm dealing with right now. It's nothing bad, but it's just like there can be that, and even like with trailer reactions, to me, I'm like, why? There's a fair use copyright guidelines. We all know they exist, that you can actually utilize footage and IP for certain means, like if you're just like doing commentary or reacting or something. I mean, we're running this all the time on DC Fanimated. We always watch the clips, and it always gets dinged because we're watching clips, but we're also doing commentary on it.
We're talking over it.
Yeah,
we're creating content.
Yes. When I dispute it, it'll like, sometimes it'll come back, you're good, but sometimes it'll be like, no, you're not. And it's like, all right, fine, whatever. But, it's just like one of those things where it's so wishy-washy. But then I always wonder, like, when it comes to fan films, because you're not technically using any existing footage, you're making your own footage, but you are using logos and you're using an existing IP. But at the same time, it's like some of these studios and brands should be like, yeah, do that. It's promoting our brand.
You're also not making any money, but you're not making a profit off of it. So that's where the gray area happens. Yeah. It's fan fiction.
Yeah.
It's fan films are just fan fiction, and that stuff just gets, published all the time because you're putting it out there for free and sharing, usually under fair use.
Yeah.
You've created your own thing using a created character, but you're also not making any money off of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's what it is. But, and, we could start talking about some of that Superman stuff. But, Luke, are you still good, or do you want to take off?
I was probably going to have to take off. Still have to eat and everything.
No, you got to eat. I mean, you got to start bulking up again for part 2. So,
yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. It was really fun talking to you. And
you're welcome back anytime, man. We're supporting your project, and we're very. If you're
good luck, we're very excited.
Yes. Yeah, if you're going forward with part 2, we'll 100% support. If you come up with a GoFundMe, some kind of fan campaign, just let me know. We'll put it out there and try to get people to start pumping some funds into that, man.
That means a lot, man. Seriously, I really appreciate it. And if you have any more questions, if any of you have any more questions that maybe you forgot about, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Like I said, I really love talking to you all. You're really interesting, and funny, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man.
Why you guys have so much fun with this every Friday?
Oh yeah, this is our hangout, man. This is our hangout.
This is our internet cheers. You know, everyone.
Internet
You know,
cheers.
everyone walks in. We
Yeah.
go, Norm. You know,
Yeah.
it's great.
pretty much everybody knows your name, but yeah, thank you, Luke. And like I said, guys, I still have the first part of Red Sun Genesis linked to the chat, so please go check it out, give it a like, give it a share, promote it. It's great. And yeah, Luke, appreciate spending some time with us.
Yeah, thank you, and das vidanya.
I like it. Yeah.
Take care, Luke.
All right, man, take it easy.
Later.
Yeah. Oh, that was fun.
Fun. He was a nice guy.
No, yeah, he's a great. I mean, it's again when like he hit me. Like I remember I saw it on my timeline, and I was like, "Well, that's interesting." And I think I saw like a clip, and I was like, "Huh, someone's doing Red Sun. Did I just see that correctly?" But you know, sometimes I'm just like bouncing back and forth during the day between work and this work, you know, and stuff. So I was like, and then he actually DM'd me and he goes, "Hey, I know you like to promote fan films. I have mine right here." And then I went, "Oh, you're the guy." And then I watched the trailer and I went, "Whoa, okay." So that's where we're like, "All right, would you want to come on and talk?" I was like, Jesus Christ, I didn't even know, like, you know, so. And then I was like, wait, is he actually the guy? Oh, he's the guy. He's like Superman. He's like everything. I'm like, oh shit. At first I was like, oh, maybe he's just like, you know, the director, you know, the writer and director. I didn't think he was actually Superman. And I was like, oh shit, it's actually him. When I clicked on his profile, I'm like, that's him? He's him? What the fuck? I was like, okay, wow, this guy's like all about this. So yeah, nice dude.
Yeah, I agree.
Rad.
Yeah, what's up, Bill?
I said rad, not Brad. You missed it.
You are pretty rad, Brad, if we have to do it.
Well, we all agree about that. We can all
Hilarious. That was hilarious. Paul, I wanted to ask though, are you like, how's the moving situation? You're not, you know,
I'm still here.
Okay.
Word of advice.
You're still hostage.
Can you hold up a newspaper?
I
We
don't know.
really
I mean,
need to know.
No, I'm good.
Paul
There's
shaved a little bit.
I know. He's got a little fresh cut.
You
and
got a
everything.
haircut.
Yeah. Well, I was getting a little mountain manish, and it's getting hot, so I thought, you know, might want to be able to breathe when I wake up. No, I was using a friend's razor that he loaned me, and I got a little bit too close, but it took off the mountain man for a bit, so I thought that worked. But this will grow back in full like in a week, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah. If anybody was wondering, like 2 weeks ago when Paul was last on, we
gave him so much shit.
We gave him shit because it was like, are you okay? Because he was like, you know, the hair was a little puffier, the beard was thicker.
He was laying down. He was in the white shirt.
He was laying down with a white T-shirt. So we were like, the running joke of that Vodka stream was like, Paul, just blink twice if you're being held hostage, kind of thing.
Paul didn't know what to do with it. It was really funny.
Yeah. No. They let me out. They let me take a shower, clean myself up. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
No.
Nicest hostage takers you've ever had.
Yes. They're very, very nice. No, I've learned a few things. One, just go with Airbnb right off the bat. Don't deal with realtors off the bat. I mean, I did it because Airbnb has a bad rep on Cape Cod right now, but I always forget the realtors, and it's no offense to anybody out there if you are, but a lot of realtors are old ladies that don't understand social media and getting word out about your place. But I'm renting out to families, so technically July 4th weekend is when things are really going to probably start to actually pick up because the kids will be out of school and all that kind of stuff. So, but no, I'm wrapping stuff up this week. I'm probably going to be out of here, start a new job on Monday. So everything should be good, but I'm just wrapping up the last of it this weekend. So we should be hopefully all set. But I still have to set up Wi-Fi at my new place, which I haven't been able to do yet. So hopefully I'll be on next week, or if not. And again, no pressure to have me on it if you don't.
I wasn't planning on having you on.
No.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. But yeah, no, it's still.
It's still trying to invite himself, Dave. Did you hear that?
No, I'm not that guy. I don't.
Or are you?
No. No, if anything, I mean, I love this one but I'd like to join you, Scott, and Dave on the animated stuff at some point, because I love talking about the animated universe a lot, because because for me it's like the Snyderverse and the DCAU are pretty much like neck and neck. It's basically like what inspired me on being a DC fan, and apart from Batman 89 and Superman 78, and then the Snyderverse is kind of like when you've grown up and yeah, well, it's like when I was like, I was age 20 and Dark Knight came out, and I was telling a lot of people, it was like when I grew up and I was like 4, Batman 89 was still one of my favorite movies, but that was like one of my movies growing up as a kid. And then watching that, and then watching The Dark Knight, it was like, that's what I grew up on as a kid. And then this is what it is like as an adult. It's like, and again, you can look at Dark Knight and Batman 89. They're very different movies, but they also have very similar like things going on too. It's kind of like that in like a way, I guess.
I still remember my wife. I still remember going to see The Dark Knight opening day with my mom, my dad, and Heather. And I just remember Heather looking at me right about the time that the Bat Pod shoots out of the Batmobile.
Yeah.
And she looked at me and went, "You look like a freaking 12-year-old watching Saturday morning cartoons." And I went, "I know, right?"
That's awesome.
Dude, I remember one what was it? It was Spider-Man 2, I believe. This was obviously, a while ago. IMAX.
20 years.
2004.
Yes.
2004, yes.
So I was like, oh wow, geez, was it? Yeah, it was 20 years.
Yeah,
I was
Yeah.
at Daytona Beach that summer, so yeah, I remember.
But it was like a double date situation, and it was just like, and it was funny because, my friend who he was with, he ended up marrying. Me, not so much. But it was just kind of funny because both of us were like, when we were watching Spider-Man 2 in IMAX, and we were both just kind of just doing that thing where we were like, oh my god, like especially like when like Doc when they're fighting, and it's just on the
they're fighting while they're falling.
Yes, that part.
Yeah,
and we
that's
were
awesome.
both just like, it was just like one of those things where it's just like we were both like, oh my, we were like doing that whole thing like, like touching me like, dude, and like both of them were like, what the fuck, like, like what do you seriously? You guys are kind of adults, kind of thing. And it's like,
no, my big moment for me was BVS was The Warehouse. It's seeing Batman just kicking ass like you'd never seen it before like that. That was my moment where I that was a look on my face the whole time. We'd seen like snippets together, but it's like
oh, dude.
Batman.
For me, I still remember when Wonder Woman dropped in and Issue with You kicks
Oh yeah.
I don't say things in the
cheered.
theater.
I cheered.
Oh no, my arms went up like I was doing a touchdown. I went, whoa.
So
nice. What?
It wasn't. I wish it would have been a better movie, but I do have like a
Phil doesn't like BBS. How dare you?
No. That's not at all what I'm getting at. I'm saying the movie that I watched.
It's just the way that came out after.
Yeah. The movie that I watched, in which a person I was on a date with went, "You look like a kid right now."
Yeah.
Venom, Let There Be Carnage, and
okay.
Right. So it got to the point where Carnage breaks out Shriek, right?
Yeah.
And literally Carnage traverses the internet. And I'm kind of like you guys. I don't try to be like loud or verbose or anything, but when that happened, I went, my girl looked at me.
I don't know, Phil.
Went,
I sat next to you during BBS. You were pretty vocal.
This is true.
But at the same time, I was like okay with it because I'm like, oh, it's BBS and we're at a fan fucking event.
You were on one side, Steven was on the other.
Yes.
And we were all vibing with that movie.
We were all pretty vibing to the whole thing. So
like Carnage literally traverses the internet, and I went, I know what book that's from. And my girl looked at me and she went, "How old are you?" Then they fought, and I was just fucking okay. PG-13, but still.
When I watched BBS, I watched with my friend Johnny, and it was like he was like versed in some comic book lore, but not so much. But like when I did the whole like like I was like, dude, like when it was just when Flash like showed back up, I'm like, dude, it's Flash, he's coming through, he's traveling through time, I was like, dude, it's the Flash, and he was like, he had no idea, and he was like, what? I'm like, dude, it's fucking Barry, it's the Flash. I'm like, dude, he's traveling through time, he's traveling back to warn Bruce about shit. Like,
I remember for me it was the nightmare scene going,
yeah,
parademons.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing too. I was like, dude, parademons, they're coming through. They're coming through. Yeah.
I did before. I would have this would have been, and this is where I say it's like, my God, it's like looking at like how much they screwed up this movie and the trajectory of it. But ZSJL, not impressed. I mean, my jaw hit the floor the first time I saw that, and I think back to that so many times. I mean, man, like the earth would have shaken with the kind of applause that would have gotten.
Yeah,
it got them in Burbank. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was an experience. I only wish for some fans the intermission had been a little bit longer at the event, but I knew it was going to be short, so I made sure to go quickly to the bathroom and come right back. I think it was like maybe
Wimps. I stayed in that seat. Joey, shout out to Joey. Joey leaned over and went, "You're a good man. You want anything?" I said, "Popcorn and a drink." Okay, I got you. I was like, good.
Yeah, but it was cool because when we went out there, all of a sudden Zach just was like out there roaming around. So
yeah,
and a reporter. Yeah,
it was a good. Oh, sorry, Brad.
No,
go on.
Oh, no, go ahead. Well, I was going to actually mention one I know Scott has mentioned this at the Full Circle event where you or not the Full Circle event, but the first time seeing the movie, you had said it was during like the first Nightmare Vision. And I remember hearing your review on Squadcast, and you said, "Oh my God, he got the scary idea
in." Oh, okay, yeah. Well, no. When we talk about the scary idea, no, that was you mean for Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm referring to. When he's holding the
Lois
of Lois, yeah.
Which, by the way, on IMAX, crystal clear. Like you can see every. That's the thing about seeing that thing on the big screen is that there are details that you completely miss on
it
your
was like seeing a different movie almost.
On your TV. But also there's a difference between, I remember people saying this in experiences, the difference between watching it when it was on HBO Max versus when I watched it when it finally came out on 4K disc. Like the quality difference between those two was noticeable. And then having a freaking, IMAX screen in front of you when you're like, I can see every little thing.
Yeah,
and that's why I love IMAX screens. Is like, I like having picture. I like being able to see everything. It makes me happy.
The biggest moments that I think had the most detail in comparison to just seeing it on a smaller screen, definitely the history lesson. That was very impactful, and honestly, just the whole final battle. Like I remember vividly, Batman in the Batmobile, and him and Wonder Woman taking out the parademons, and just like the crystal clear of like the parademon like getting thrown off, and like the spike goes right through its body or something like that. But it was just like immaculate detail, and I was just like, this is incredible.
Yeah. Well, the detail on Steppenwolf's spikes too.
Oh my God!
The whole sequence when he's facing down the Amazons, and just I was like, yes, that's Steppenwolf, not that other thing.
Not the guy.
No. There's a different Steppenwolf, and Dave and I talked about him this week.
We did talk about Steppenwolf on Apocalypse Now Part 2, who he does show up. And he very much.
It's reminiscent of Jack Kirby's Bard-like Steppenwolf. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's okay, Steppenwolf for animated. It's fine, but
it's all of the like all the Renaissance. The Fourth World is very Renaissance looking when you look at Kirby.
Yes, it is.
There's very Renaissance influence. There's very like futuristic. What I find interesting about New Genesis, especially though in comparison to Apocalypse, is like Kirby was definitely influenced by the hippie generation, but the Forever people, Big Bear and them, and like the giant the warp bike that they're on. I always forget the name of it, but the way that they dress is also like very different and very futuristic in comparison to I mean, I don't know if it's intentional or if it's like a Kirby flourish or whatever they do, but like New Genesis does seem to be kind of a little bit more progressive with the way that they dress, whereas like Apocalypse seems to be a little bit more medieval, and maybe that's intentional because he's trying to show that like they're a little bit regressed because of how all the resources just go straight to dark side. Maybe I don't know if that's intentional or
No,
whatever
and
the
Paul,
case
because you got to remember, he created the fourth world during the 70s, so you do
Yep.
kind of, you're right, especially with the Forever People. I mean,
Yeah.
even look at their names. Their names sound like hippie love child names.
Oh
And-
yeah, for sure.
and they're
Orion.
drawn and they're drawn like that. You know, like you would expect them to, I mean, they have the long hair and the headbands and the beaded necklaces. I mean, it looks like I'm watching a production of Hair. You know, it's so
Yeah.
no,
I'd like to
you're
see
totally
Orion
on
break
point.
out in song though. That would be entertaining.
It would be. Pretty
No. See, he's secretly the son of Darkseid, so
I
him breaking out in
am
song.
your son, father.
Yeah. No, of course. Actually, if you read the books, I mean, Darkseid does hate music, so that wouldn't be entirely wrong if Orion wanted to defeat Darkseid. That
So
definitely would
that's
help him,
how they got to
probably.
do it. That's how they should have did it.
no, it's nothing else. You just defeat Darkseid in song and say, why didn't you all tell me this? Like Superman's like, come on, we could have done this so many years ago.
I would've taken that.
Something I'd asked a minute ago too, because I just wanted to clarify. Am I accurate in assuming that I'm the only one here who has not seen ZSJL theatrically?
Chris didn't see it.
You have okay. I have some company then, because
Nope, you do.
Yeah, it
Oh,
sucks.
yeah,
but,
I was like looking. I was like, oh yeah, we all did.
The majority of us, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Hopefully,
I
mean,
dare
it'd
to
be
dream
nice.
one day. One day.
Yeah.
Hey,
One day.
you got a steel book. You should be happy.
I
Just
am happy. I never have said otherwise.
I got a steelbook
Yeah.
too. I love it.
Dave, you might have seen this. I mean, it comes up every now and then, so I don't know how valid it is, but every time, because I will follow like certain threads about, the Snyder fandom or whatever, but like I guess some people do request and they tag IMAX saying like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to see this black or white or in color?
Yeah,
Zack Snyder's
because
Justice
IMAX
League?
asks what
Yeah.
they're doing is that IMAX will say, "Hey, what's a
Got
movie
any
like?
ideas? Yeah.
Any ideas
Yeah.
you'd like to see a movie
Yeah.
re-released in IMAX?" And that's
Yeah.
what they're doing, is that they're jumping on that tweet.
Yeah,
Right,
and
right.
then we've had hashtags trend like ZSJL in IMAX or Snyder Cut. Snyder Cut in IMAX, whatever the fuck. We've done that where we've made that trend on Twitter.
They had
Yeah.
one recently where IMAX they tweet out because the likes are no longer visible on Twitter. They said, okay, well since our it's something, it was something to the effect of, since you can't see our likes now, I don't have this verbatim, but it was like you can't see our likes, so you could tweet anything you want to, and now you're not going to see which ones we liked, and that's when everybody has all the comments and quote tweets are just release the Snyder Cut in IMAX.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the likes thing was weird because people are making it sound like what? It's like, no, it's like I could still see who likes my tweets, but nobody else can. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, but you still see the like counter. And I'm like, all right, so people were making it sound like nobody was gonna see like.
But it was
anything
really
like-
funny though that it came like 1 or 2 days after they said they were going to let porn be on Twitter. So
Right?
I have to admit, the
Yeah.
timing was hilarious.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
not
want
to
to see you
mention
liking that.
It's an election year too, so now nobody
it-
can be like, wait, what tweets are you liking? Who you liking?
I was
Biden
gonna
or Trump?
say,
What's
didn't-
going on here?
Didn't
Yeah.
it happen because Elon liked a porn tweet or something, and then all of a sudden likes just went off? I think
Probably.
that's what happened.
Probably.
Yeah.
Elon was like, oops. It's like, dude, you run the fucking
Oops,
thing.
I did it
Who knows?
again.
Yeah. Now, who knows?
Speaking of oops, I did it again with Elon. Apparently, he's got another child with like someone from another work environment that came out.
Oh yeah,
today.
he's been trying to procreate. Hey, he could afford it.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it was intended.
Probably not.
Yeah, because Elon is Elon.
Yeah,
To put it that way.
you gotta get your willies off somehow.
I suppose. Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, there was some misconduct involved in that situation too. So
Oh, I'm sure.
yeah.
But I wanted to since we got we got the host of Supergirl Radio here, so I had to bring this up. I don't know if she saw this, but apparently casting is underway for
Oh, I
Mhm.
did not see this.
Okay, well there you go.
Okay.
Okay, Rebecca, respond.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
go for
think Ruthie is a really crucial character for Supergirl Woman
Of
of
course.
Tomorrow. So they really need to find a really good teenager, young actress for that. So I'm very excited to see who they cast as Ruthie. Krim, I'll be curious how they treat Krim, because Krim in the comic book, he just kind of comes and goes a lot. He has a big ending with Ruthie. So he's kind of they're tracking him for most of the story. So I'll be curious to see who they cast. Whoever they cast for Krim needs to be really fit, because he is shirtless for most of the story. So I don't know if they'll still do it that way. But in the comic, he does not have a lot of clothes. So I'll be curious to see who they cast for Krim. And Crypto, obviously, very, very important. It says voice actor. That's weird.
Yeah.
That is weird.
I don't think that's necessary at all. So I actually would kind of have a problem with a voice.
But mind you, this is from a scooper. This is from a scooper. It's not official. So it's from a scooper. It's not. I mean, who knows? And a lot of people were kind of going like, is he going to be talking, or why we need to, if he's
but normally I would expect it to just be like Frank Welker, who basically does all the, look at any animal that's ever been on, film who makes noises, and it's Frank Welker making those noises.
Yeah, they may have an actor doing dog noises, but again, Crypto, there's something that happens at the beginning of the story, and then you don't see him kind of until the end. So it's not like he's a crucial. I mean, he's a crucial character, but Crypto does not have a lot of screen time, I would imagine, if they're going by the comic book. I'm more concerned. I think it's way more important to know who they're going to cast, because I assume they're going to have Comet the Superhorse in the story. And so I am very excited about live action Comet the Superhorse. That is so high priority for me. All hinges on live action Comet the Superhorse. So I assume they will be casting a gentleman.
Chris Pratt.
Be the
It was wrong the first time you said it, Phil. What makes you think it's going to be right the other 3 times?
I said it for the funnies. I wasn't being 100%.
I know.
If Chris Pratt will really dig into it, I'm totally fine.
Who is the voice? Was there a voice for the horse in Tangled? No, there wasn't. Right? It wasn't a voice, right?
No, I think it was just. I think it was a voice actor, but they were doing, I think, animal noises. So it could have been Frank Welker for all we know. But
I'm actually going to look. I'm actually going to look. Maximus was the name of the horse.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. It was like that horse, but no, that horse didn't actually talk. It was just horse noises. But the horse had a lot of mannerisms and facial expressions and stuff like that. So it was entangled, right?
Yeah, it was Tangled. Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't think. I was like trying to remember. I was like, the horse didn't talk. It was just more.
Nathan Greeno was the voice actor.
Well, let's hire him. Hire him for this one right here.
Nathan Greeno, I think, did a lot of the actual animation work on Tangled, I believe. I think I might follow them on Instagram. I have to double check on that. But Rebecca, I have yet to read Woman of Tomorrow. I know I'm really behind on stuff, but as
I'm right there too.
You got to.
I know.
Yeah. I will.
I still need to send Dave something. So
I know, right? I was like, wait.
I
think Rebecca said she's gonna send me something. Right? It'll be that, and I will read it if you send it to me. I'll read it the first day.
Is Comet 1 featured in the comic, and does Comet actually talk, or is it all through interplay with Kara?
Comet features pretty heavily in the comic. There's actually a really great action sequence with him, and he is very heroic towards the end. I won't spoil what happens to Comet, but it's very emotional and impactful. And so I think if they don't have Comet the Superhorse in the movie, I'm going to storm the offices and protest them not including him. But yeah,
Rebecca will incite riots.
I will have a protest outside of Warner Brothers Studios. But he doesn't. I don't think he talks, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so it's all yes.
So I mean, Comet the Superhorse is all telepathic communication mostly, anyway. So he doesn't have to talk.
That's what it was. Yeah.
But yeah, so he there's actually some really great. I mean, if I was going to recommend Comet the Super Horror Stories, I would Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow would be one of those. He's one of the weirdest characters in DC Comics, but he's actually used to a great degree in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow.
I'm going through the Peter David stuff right now with Supergirl, and Comet also pops up there, but I think Comet can transform into a human, and I think they try to make a relationship. I think at one point, it's been a while. I've gone on and off of it, so I have to remember if it gets really weird Peter David or if it's just normal Peter David. So I have to.
They kind of allude to
well,
that.
that's interesting. You call normal and weird Peter David. They kind of
So
kind of one and the same.
I will say the Peter David run of Supergirl is one of my favorites. It's bonkers. It's totally bonkers, but it's actually really good. And the Comet the Super Horse version of that is very different in a lot of ways. But that's kind of the charm of Comet the Super Horse is he's a very strange character, and the relationship situation there goes back to one of Comet the Super Horse's earliest iterations in the comics, where there is a weird relationship between him and Supergirl. So, but he's like half man, half horse. So it's not, I mean, it is weird, but they try to justify it. So that is typical.
Are we talking another Howard the Duck situation? I'm just, we had this conversation last week.
Well, it is.
It all comes back to
strange. Howard. But to answer your question, Paul, that is fairly typical for a relationship situation. You may even see that in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. So that is pretty typical.
I think in Woman of Tomorrow, they kind of nod to that relationship in a way. There's a line of dialogue, a passing line of dialogue, I think, between Supergirl or even Comet. It's one or the other. One of them makes an allusion to it. I don't remember which one, though.
Yeah, there's a reference to Comet's feelings for Kara.
That's what. Yep, you're right. I just remember what it was now. You're right.
If and when they get to this movie, seeing that Tom King is in the writer's room, I would be very shocked if it didn't reference that comic a lot, or at least try to adapt it in a way. So, however, if they do fuck it up, Rebecca, I will pay money to see you storm with Fire James Gunn hashtag with a sign
I'm
post.
gonna get a group together. We're gonna make signs. We're gonna have chants. We're gonna just do it up because they cannot. I gave them the Flash movie. If they want to kill Supergirl 20 times, that's your story. Whatever. I don't care. If they screw up Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, they will never hear the end of it from me. So I have
just be honest. You say you're gonna give money. I'll see it for free.
Oh yeah. I mean. Let's do it. I just hope I don't have to do it.
The way that James Gunn posts random panels from that every now and again, I'm like, all right, take it seriously. Obviously they're gonna probably, they can't just make it R-rated, and but they could, if you could push it, and that's what they should do. I mean, I think there's a level of just there are people just craving hey, can we get some more? It's fun when we have these popcorny, blah blah blah, but I don't know, it just seems like if you're gonna bring back Supergirl and you're hey, let's show Supergirl in this crazy way right here, and let's push the boundaries of a very hard PG-13. It's not gonna be R. Rebecca, would you want it to be just a hard PG-13? Do you think that would you be okay with that, or do you want it just to go R-rated?
I would be fine with PG-13 because I think for Supergirl does have a tendency to play to young girls, and I think that would be really cool. But for the story that they're telling with Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, it's a revenge story. It's about a young girl who wants revenge for the murder of her father, and so there's violence in there.
Kill Bill in space.
Yeah, and there's some serious stuff. So I think you could push it to BR, and it would be totally fine.
There's also moments in that story that kind of takes Supergirl out of a box in certain respects. The first time you see Supergirl in the story, she's celebrating her birthday in a space bar.
She's drunk. Yeah.
She's
and
drunk, yeah.
She's drunk and cussing and she throws up because she's drunk. So I don't know how. Well, yeah, I guess she went off world so she could
Yeah.
get drunk.
And you know
Right.
what they didn't have to do? They didn't have to invite Richard Pryor to that story. So
Oh, good
Peanuts
God.
with Pryor. Were there peanuts? That's the question, though. Were there peanuts in
space
the
peanuts. Space peanuts.
Space peanuts. Okay.
Not to my
I-
knowledge,
I-
but that doesn't mean
I
they're
think
cooking.
there's even in one of the later issues, her and Ruthie are on like some essentially like a space bus. I think there is like
They are.
They are, and there might be a peanut line in there. I don't remember though, but
Ooh.
it's been a while since I read that book. I read it months ago, but man,
There's also a red kryptonite drug.
yes, there is.
That there is.
Absolutely.
Yes, there is.
Which ends up being one of my favorite things in the story, which is a nod to the Peter David run. Paul, you would enjoy Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow very much, I think.
Yeah,
Nice, nice.
I think this story does lend itself well to the idea of people are tired of seeing the same old superhero movies. I think Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is one of those stories that goes, yeah, no, this isn't your typical Supergirl or if superhero story. It's very different in
Tom
what it
King
chooses to
does that. That's why I appreciate Tom King as a comic book writer, and he's been lauded and he's been attacked, and it's weird because
crazy.
I people went after him for his Batman run. People went after him for Heroes in Crisis, but then thankfully they loved him on Mr. Miracle. They loved him on Human Target. Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow is getting a lot of love. He just doesn't do paint by the numbers superhero comics.
Okay.
Right.
Scott, I have something to put in there.
No,
So,
you don't get to talk. No, Paul. No, no.
I do appreciate you raising your hand, but no.
No, but no.
Well, my theory is this. I do not hate Tom King. In fact, I like him a lot, but I think, and again, I have not read a lot of his newer stuff. Like I've heard his Wonder Woman run is actually doing okay right now.
I've heard amazing things about his Wonder Woman run. So
Oh, that's
Right.
good. It's quite good.
There was like a
But-
thing that was going online today where she talked about eating a rat. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I don't know,
go
but
ahead.
my point being is that I have found with Tom King, when he is given a limited run or a limited series, like say Mr. Miracle or Supergirl or Human Target, what's the give me a second. It's not Doctor Strange, it's the
Adam
other
Strange.
Adam Strange.
Thank you.
Strange.
Strange Adventures. When he's
Danger
given
Street.
when he's given limited run and he's able to have one continuous artist and do one big story, he's pretty much hits it out of the park almost every time. Like I mean, Mr. Miracle is pretty much what put him on the map essentially. But when he does that, it's perfectly fine. As a big Batman fan, I can tell you that his Batman run had some terrific issues, things that were really interesting and fun. But as one long elongated story, as well as like having to change things along the way, or probably having to do with editorial, it's a huge mixed bag to kind of like all over the map as far as a run goes. Like, and it starts off mediocre too, and then it gets really good, and then pretty much once the wedding thing kind of falls through, the book kind of just scampers along until eventually it's put out of its misery. Like that's how I look at it. And I say this with all due love towards Mr. Miracle or Strange Adventures or Human Target or so on and so forth.
But
Oh,
Paul, to
sorry,
your point though, I also find he tends to be a really good, like when I read most of his Batman stuff. Now I agree that first arc was, in my opinion, the weakest. The first Gotham Girl arc. But then he redeemed himself by the next arc with the I Am Bane story. I thought was fabulous. But what I also found was that I got so behind, I didn't necessarily trade weight, but I read on, but I would get so many issues. It was like I trade weighted because I would be reading all the singles one after the other, after the other, after the other. And so what I found was waiting month to month to month to read those single issues. I could see that being hard. I found him to be very enjoyable if you could just read, everything like in like a go. That was my experience.
That's
So-
one of the things I really enjoyed about his miniseries Gotham City Year One. It's one of the best books that no one read.
Ooh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think-
Did Tom also do Danger Street, by the way? Because
He
I
did.
yes,
fell
he
behind
did.
on that.
That was
did.
Tom
Okay.
too. Yes.
Yeah, I heard that was good, but I got like I think 2 issues in. At the time when all this was happening, as well as the Supergirl stuff, I was taking time off of comics because I had to take my money and reinvest basically. So I didn't have, and I spend way too much on single issues as it is. So, but
We
yeah,
all
Danger
did
Street
from time
was
to time.
yeah, Danger Street though was definitely dealing with stuff in terms of like dealing with like the C-list DC characters, which I always like. I like when in the comics, at least, when they really take like the C-list characters and they try to build a story around that and like kind of build that up and everything. Because with them, I think you have a lot more creative freedom. Because with like A and B list characters, even you have a lot of expectations about like where the story is supposed to go or what the character is supposed to do.
Or if you
like,
do
so.
something different, people get mad at you.
Well, so like Human
especially
Target,
like when you get like Danger Street, it's like that's probably the most out there Tom King has gotten.
okay.
You know?
Yeah, I heard it got really, really like dark and really kind of messed up,
Mhm.
but that's fine. I mean, unless it's completely stated in the book to be within main continuity, I can almost treat kind of the miniseries as essentially Elseworld stories. Like in Mr. Miracle, he has a kid, but as far as I know, I don't feel like that's canon with like the rest of like.
It's not, and that was the beauty of Mr.
Yeah.
Miracle was he told a very personal story because Scott
Yeah.
goes through depression and mental health issues,
Mhm.
but then you also get Darkseid eating a vegetable tray, and you
Oh,
know
I love
what?
that.
I
Yeah.
love that. I
Yeah.
laughed
Carrot.
so freaking hard when I read that page.
I
Yeah.
have that book on my shelf. I still need to read it.
Oh
You
yeah.
never read Mr.
Oh.
Miracle?
I have it on my shelf. Time has
Phil,
been the
God,
thing.
dude, get on that.
Definitely,
It's so
definitely read it,
good.
man.
It's funny.
Of any Tom King thing I can recommend, read
Mhm.
Mr. Miracle.
Well, it's funny
That's
because,
always
like,
great.
to Scott's point of like reading it one after the next, that's exactly how I read his Batman and Catwoman stuff. I collected all the issues, and then once I got them, I was like, I didn't try and read it month to month because that would have just been time is the thing. And I read it, back to back. And to Scott's point, yeah, I think Tom King works better as a binge reader than he does a weekly or monthly reader.
Oh yeah, because he sets stuff up. I fell off the Batman and Catwoman thing because I just lost track of it. I lost track of the story,
Mhm.
and I found myself not caring. And it wasn't necessarily that it was even like badly done. I just wasn't invested, and it was more because I was trying to balance a lot of other stuff going on. But yeah, I've heard the binging thing does work better for his style of writing and setups and
Well, he
all that
feels
stuff.
okay. I think to this point, because he wrote a novel that I actually have. It was called A Once Crowded Sky.
What? You have his novel? What? Sorry.
It was an advanced. It actually was an advanced reader copy that my old manager at Barnes & Noble, even after I left Barnes & Noble, she saved it for me and like sent it to me. She was like, "This looks like something that you would like." This is also the same manager who got me a signed copy of Alan Alda's book, personalized to me. Like, this is who my manager was.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Damn.
I
hell of a good boss.
got a book. The Alan Alda's second book actually says like to Scott, love Alan Alda, and I was just like, because I wasn't at work that day, and she was just like, I have an employee who loves you and MASH. Would you? And I'm just
You told me about this. Yeah.
so I have his novel and I haven't read it yet, but I feel like he has kind of like Scott Snyder. He has a novelist approach to writing comics. So the issue sometimes isn't, it's not a self-contained story all to itself. It's a chapter in a larger story. And I think that's why when you do the binge read, it's like reading the whole book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would equate that
Makes
very
sense.
easily also to Human Target as well.
Okay.
Human Target
Oh, yeah.
very much reads like that. Like if I have to rank my favorite Tom King, it goes Mr. Miracle, Woman of Tomorrow, and Human Target.
Yeah, I remember when Human Target came out, and not spoilers for anyone that doesn't really want to know, but I think there's a point like where Ice and Human Target kill like Guy Gardner,
Yes.
and I first read that I was like, huh, Well, that might be a problem, like, but not really thinking about it as like an Elseworlds story.
Killing Guy Gardner is suddenly a problem.
Yeah. No, I know.
But I was like, oh, finally someone did it. All right.
Everybody was thinking it. Sorry.
No. Listen,
he deserved it in this one. This one, he actually really did deserve it.
Oh yeah, no. But at the time, I thought it was maybe like a book in canon. I wasn't really thinking about just seeing it as its own main story. But but Brad, to your point too, I also was like, well, it's Guy Gardner. Like that was also my thought too. But no, like it really works and it makes sense within the story, and it's reminiscent because in the books they did go out and stuff like that. So I thought that was like just interesting. But still, to play in the playground, Scott, I like the fact that you brought up Scott Snyder, because I remember one of my favorite Scott Snyder stories. I mean, I know he's mostly known for Batman, but Superman Unchained is one of my favorite, like Superman modern stories.
It works really well as a binge read.
Oh, it does. But I remember reading it issue to issue, and my buddy Ben, he's like my brother with DC Comics, basically. If I'm Batman, he's Superman, and we were talking back and forth about it, and he loved it. But even he was like, yeah, he's like, I got a feeling like there's more for there's good setup here for like something down the line. And then sure enough, like by the time you got to the end of the book, it just kind of wraps it around, and it's really like something special. And I was like, yeah, like this is like the good stuff. I think also too, the problem with that book when it came out, Superman Unchained, is that Jim Lee was doing the artwork, so it took like twice as long to come out.
Yeah,
because but anyway, yeah, same thing with Tom. And like they take their time, and then you read it in one go. It's just
it's
better.
more satisfying.
Yeah. So.
All right. So there's that. And now we got to start getting into the Superman set images that have come out. Are we going to start diving into that? Did you guys see all this stuff that
I see news?
Someone
I see more and more. I thought I've seen all the images, and then like more come out. And but I saw Daily Planet. I saw street images, and I guess there's now pictures of Superman actually on the street. Is that what's happened?
Pictures of
one written by a certain reporter, Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Who was really making himself look really heroic. So
he was probably writing about articles about cats and trees.
You gotta do. You gotta like sell yourself, right? He's just trying to sell himself.
Well, but that's the fun part, though, is that for me being a Byrne guy, that's how Clark gets his job at the Daily Planet, is writing an article about Superman. So it's
I've read like a handful of Superman stuff, but I couldn't remember if that was canon or not. Had Clark actually written something about Superman in any capacity? So that's good to know.
Series. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
there's no journalistic ethical issue with that.
You want that job? Come on.
I mean, I always go back to just Peter Parker taking pictures of himself as Spider-Man.
Exactly. Like a similar vein.
And that's actually something I think the original Raimi movies really did so well. Was, he sees the ad, and then you have the scene where he like finds the banker, the robbers of the armored car. Where that's a really cool Spider-Man action scene on its own. And he flips, he takes the pictures, and he's flipping and doing all the Spidey poses. And then he says, "Oh, they're crap, mega crap. I'll give you $50."
Well, that I also love. I think it's in Spider-Man 2 where he's trying to sell him other pictures, and he goes, "Okay, here's a Spider-Man shot.
300. That's outrageous. Done."
Get me pictures of Spider-Man.
Give me those pictures. But yeah, I mean, but the first thing that we saw was what?
And the music's a little familiar.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, that's DC film, but we're seeing the entrance to the Daily Planet, and one of the things I noticed right at first was that font. What is that font?
Like? I noticed that too.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that they are paying a little bit of homage to the Batman the Animated Series with that font. So that's pretty cool. But it was just kind of cool that, all right, so when we first got those images about the bookstore, we're like, a lot of people were like, what, the Daily Planet's a bookstore? What is happening here?
I liked that people jumped to that conclusion. It was just like,
I know. I was telling them, I'm like, I was like, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just something else, and I don't know what the hell was actually going on.
It was a
about
Tuesday.
That, but
They needed to rage about something.
yeah, well, when
True.
we're getting like daily stuff, it's like everybody. I was like, I mean, right now I could be like, oh my god, the window seal, the window, like all the lining looks like owls. It's the court of owls. Oh my god, we could do something like that. If
I'm
we
sure
want
there's a
to.
YouTube video that does that, by the way. That would be a thing.
Probably. It's like, hey, it's a bunch of owls, court owls. But I do like the fact that it's like, all right, they're utilizing this building. They have that, and they have the revolving, door for the front of it. And I'm just kind of going, are we going to get a Superman, Clark Kent, Superman change through that? Are they going to do that whole thing where they pay that homage of like him going,
Well,
through
that's
that?
another thing. That's another.
I think if I'm curious
that
about anything, it's like, what is David Corenswet's Clark Kent going to look like? We've seen him as Superman. I want to see what he looks like as Clark Kent. I'm honestly kind of hoping for because I just watched recently a couple of the Fleischer Studio stuff. I kind of want to see him with a top hat. That'd be pretty cool.
Top
A top hat, or you mean a fedora?
You may have a fedora.
Fedora,
yeah.
thank you.
The
Fedora.
top hat
yes.
like that high
Top
up.
hat.
Good day to you.
I get the two mixed up, but yeah, I would love to see him in a fedora. That'd be pretty cool.
So can we kind of agree? I mean, again, I think
we can't, Paul.
Okay, Scott.
No,
Well,
not on
the
this
internet.
internet.
We
No.
can't agree. No.
it could just be because it could just be the building, the Daily Planet, but it seems like it's extending to the other stores as well. But can we assume? I mean, this is my theory going in anyway, even before said stuff come out. But I was going to assume that Gunn was going to have it in sort of, I guess the closest thing we can connect it to is maybe like a Superman Returns kind of esque world where it's modern day, but the architecture kind of gives an almost like retro, somewhat timeless feel.
It would be like Batman the Animated Series. You had that kind of look too.
Or
Series as well. Yeah.
I would say more. I would say it's like a Superman the Animated Series kind of thing, where it's like what they try to emphasize when it came to Metropolis. There was like it's futuristic, but there is still it's not. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say it's a combination
because they said for Superman the Animated Series it was ocean liner deco. Because if Batman the Animated Series was dark deco, Superman was ocean liner deco.
Right. There was a brief period. I mean, Scott, you definitely already know this, but I'm going to say it for the group chat here. But there was that brief time too. I only found out about it a couple years ago as well. But there was they wanted to emulate in the same style as the Batman animated series, where both the costume design and the art deco of Metropolis was going to be more reminiscent of like the 30s and 40s. And then they decided to change it last minute and Metropolis is the city of tomorrow, so it needs to be much more futuristic and modern. Yes. And then, of course, they updated Batman with new Batman Adventures, and then into obviously the Justice League and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. It keeps it fresh anyway, and keeps the idea going.
Well, because they wanted to stay a little bit away from the 30s and 40s because they didn't want to go full Fleischer. But the Fleischer cartoon is such a beautiful aesthetic.
Yeah,
and so the Superman the Animated Series just said, okay, let's take that aesthetic and let's move it to the 90s. What would the 90s look like? What would the 30s look like in the 90s? Kind of deal. Unlike Batman the Animated Series, where it was like we have Studebakers and black and white televisions, but also a supercomputer.
Yeah,
okay, right.
Yeah. Basically, like Batman has a supercomputer everywhere, including his wrist. Yeah.
They also kind of they also kind of did that in the Schumacher movies. They had like modern technology, but like the cars would be like out of the 50s and 60s. I remember, as a kid seeing that. That used to kind of go. I was kind of scratching my head a lot, like seeing that forever, and particularly Batman and Robin. They really kind of doubled down on it. I think like why? So the cars are out of the 50s, but they have like modern technology.
Strange. Because like in Batman 89, they had very like late 80s aesthetic all across the board, even from automobiles all the way up to infrastructure. And Batman and Forever and Batman and Robin are
sequels. It's weird because I know that like Alfred and Bruce had the older, like richer cars, but like the cars in Gotham were much more 70s, 80s. And then the architecture,
they're like Chryslers and Chevys and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
but then the architecture was like 30s to 50s nightmare fuel. So it was a whole mix.
And then they had the other car.
Yes. I still wish that we can get the Schumacher cut at some point, guys. Because
Yeah,
I really do want to see the darker version of that movie. Because I still like Forever, for all of its flaws and everything. But but no, I think I'm kind of with Brad, and I think that it's weird how it lines up too, because when they did Batman Forever, that's like 95, and then like 96 is pretty much Superman happens. So then they had this thing here and that. But like again, the movies and the TV shows weren't probably really communicating that much. But either way, I think Gunn or whatever they're doing going forward, I feel that it's going to be an amalgamation of basically there's not going to be any defined time period. So basically like Archer, but with Superman. Probably
Makes
like
sense.
in that style.
Well, in the sense
essentially.
of if we think
Look
back
at
to what the original
that.
title of the movie was going to be, Superman Legacy, like we're still getting legacy in this movie. We're getting homages, we're getting Easter eggs, we're getting this is a celebration of what Superman has been in the past and where he's headed to in the future.
That's fair.
Yeah, I hope anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I hope
Okay.
too. That's
Well-
that's just I'm reading between the lines and putting my own hopes in there.
But
so.
to your point,
Yeah.
though, okay, so we're seeing the production design and
It
on the
looks pretty
sets.
good. I love the
Uh,
globe right here. I'm not
So
gonna lie.
that's
good.
why I'm so interested. Phil, to your point, what does Clark Kent look like? What does Lois Lane look like? What does like? Give me a shot of inside the Daily Planet with everyone in costume. What does the costume aesthetic
Mhm.
Right.
look like?
Right.
Because once again, you go to Superman the animated series, and you get Lois in like a blazer and a and a pencil skirt. You get Jimmy in like hammer pants, basically baggy pants and like a
Hammer
sweater
pants.
and a mullet. I mean, he's got like the really wide leg cargo pants going on, and so while Batman the animated series, everyone looks like they came out of a 50s gangster movie. So
Right.
I'm just gonna be interested because we're looking at this sort of retro-esque looking set design, but what does the costume design say to us?
Yeah.
I'm very curious about that. So to Phil's point, yeah, show me Clark Kent, show me Lois Lane. What do they look like?
Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Show me Lex Luthor.
Oh
Oh,
god.
yeah, that too.
Show me
See,
Lex
he's
Luthor.
gonna
That's
have
what I
the
wanna see.
3-piece business suit. He's already gonna be bald. He's gonna have the 3-piece business suit. That's like the fact that he has
I need a pocket
Tessmacher
square.
and-
Give me a
Well,
pocket square.
there's
Yeah.
in one of the newspapers, I think it's either the Metropolis Eagle or even the one from the Daily Planet. There's a quote there that says Lex Luthor wins Genius Arcane Award.
Yeah.
So I think
they're
to
already
Paul's
expanding.
point, like, yeah, he's for sure established. He's probably going to be bald, 3-piece suit. Hope to God he doesn't scream Miss Tessmacher like
Oh, he
Hackman or
is.
Kevin.
Tessmacher!
Miss Tessmacher!
Let's fuck off.
See
He's-
that,
he's
and that's the thing that gets me about having Tessmacher and Otis. Once again, characters who are whole cloth from
The
you
movie.
know the
Sorry,
movie
Yeah.
is. But if you do something like to bring it back to Rebecca, like when they used Miss Tessmacher in Supergirl, they did something different with her, and I appreciated like how like she was more in that series, and I really enjoyed that. That made the character something, intriguing. The problem for me is that when I hear Otis, and then Superman and Lois did something really cool with Otis.
Oh hell
So,
yeah! Oh
I
hell
mean,
yeah!
so there's ways to make those characters who you're bringing them in, and they're purely Superman 78 references because they don't exist in the comics. So, but what are you going to do to them to make them fresh and new? And Supergirl did it with Miss Tessmacher, and Superman and Lois did it with Otis. So, balls in your court. That's what I'm going with. But yeah, Phil, to your
Scott.
point, I don't need to hear Miss Tessmacher.
Scott,
Yeah.
you'll be happy to know I've actually I've started Superman and Lois. I'm on season 2.
Right.
Oh, that shit.
Ooh,
Okay.
the cult
Yeah.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Parasite.
Well, I'd
Yeah.
watched the majority of season 1. I didn't really need to see how it ended, so I was like, to hell with it. I'll just start with season 2. And it's It's solid. I don't like the whole Talrow brother thing. I think that's ridiculous, but you know, that's a personal gripe more than anything. I tolerate it. But you know, I like the kids. I like his twin sons. I like, you know, the Cushings. I like that Lana's running for mayor.
Wow,
you
like the Cushings. Good for you.
Yes, I do. I was surprised myself, Chris. Believe me.
I'm impressed. I was expecting some hate coming from you. That's a hot take there.
Really? You thought I would hate the Cushings?
Not
That's
many in my circle care much for the Cushings.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
when you have a phenomenal actress Emmanuel Chiriki, I can't not like them.
That Lana Lang is so good.
I wasn't talking about
Yeah.
Lana. I'm talking about everyone surrounding Lana.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's probably
That's
my
who
favorite
I'm more
Lana.
referring to with the Cushings. Lana, Lana's
yeah.
fine. It's everyone else around her.
like
She's probably my favorite Lana.
even her daughter Sarah. I'm just like, yeah, I see a lot of the teenage angst and what the kids are going through, and I'm like, you know, this is kind of the reinvigoration Superman needed, and it worked in the comics, and I like that it works in the television shows. But even to Scott's point, again, when it comes to a live action movie, I don't need Lex Luthor screaming, "Miss Tessmacher!"
Yeah.
Get off that.
I'm kind of wondering. But then we had well, today. Oh boy, it was like one of those where it was just like, hey, I mean, it is kind of interesting because like just released the official images, so we got
these are so much better than his released images for the suit.
That's true.
These suit reveals have not been the best.
My question, I would be so ticked if I was a Warner Brothers executive, because I don't want, if I was making this movie, I would not want the first images of Superman to be this crappy resolution on this very like small newspaper article. I would want this stuff to come out officially and be seen in the best possible way. I can't believe it blows my mind.
Well,
Warner
I mean, they
Brothers
did the reveal, and everybody was
Wait,
kind of like,
wait a minute.
and then
Wait
we're
a
just
minute,
kind of like, ah.
Wait
I
a minute.
I was gonna say,
Look how crappy that is. I'm sorry. The resolution and the image quality looks like garbage. You can't even. You can barely.
is he wearing boxers?
In fairness, in fairness, Rebecca is a photographer. She has every right to.
I get it. I get it.
Terrible.
In all fairness,
That's why I'm not saying anything. I'm trusting. She's not saying anything that's wrong.
I'm not saying the suit is terrible, but I can't even see
image.
the suit. I don't know what the suit looks like.
In all fairness, Rebecca has a brain, which already puts her above a Warner Brothers executive. So
yeah. But wait a minute, Phil. Are you actually casting aspersions on Warner Brothers' handling of the DC IP over the last 10 years?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
Brad, slow down.
I talk fast. Are people tonight actually casting aspersions and casting doubt on Warner Brothers' handling of DC?
Yeah, we only do that every stream, I think, pretty much. Right? I think there's at least one.
A complete faith in that entire organization.
All right.
And
So
also, in double fairness, this is technically DC Studios, not Warner Brothers Pictures. So
yeah, but still,
details matter.
It's they're still the parent company, sure, but
all I'm saying is that I wish there was a better image quality of this so I could see it the way that they want me to.
The thing is like we probably will get something, you know. I mean, okay, so takeaways from this shot right here. First off, the trunks, obviously number one, they are not the Speedos. They are more boxer briefs.
They're boxers, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta have a little room.
You see it kind of come down the leg a little bit.
But
so
you know
like,
what? I'm not bad because you know who also drew Superman that way? Darwin Cook.
Yeah,
this is true.
I'm okay with
true.
that. I'm actually better with that. To be honest, I'm glad that they are more boxer brief like than Speedo.
I could agree with that. Yeah.
I can't believe I actually said that on a stream, but hey, it's what we do.
I can believe it, Dave.
Of course, I probably
believe in yourself, Dave.
I've said way worse things on here, but I'm just kind of going like, yeah, but I'm with you, Rebecca. I'm like, yeah, they need to relate. And I even said this because when we've been talking about the set images, and I'm like, it's only a matter of time. It's like, all right, so they better release a better suit picture of David Corenswet in the suit before he's like out and about and, out there on the set. So I'm like, they need to do that. But at the same time, I'm kind of going, well, it's kind of fun to be like, oh, like somebody spotted this. And it's like, and we can't see it yet. So it's like kind of building up a little bit. I don't know. I do kind of like this.
You're going very glass half full, Dave.
I am. I'm trying to be glass half full because
there's nothing in my glass with this.
Yeah, I know,
The glass is totally empty. I cannot believe that they did this. I cannot believe it.
Yeah.
No, I'm with her. I'm
It's
with
all about
Rebecca.
buildup.
I'm with Rebecca's. I mean, putting aside because I've always said like the how and the why of why we're getting this particular Superman, this particular DC universe, has absolutely impacted my ability to get excited for it. But also, then you add into that, it's like we're getting set photos where it looks like a copy of a copy, and yeah, that also is like, what are you doing here?
I would be so ticked if this is how Supergirl's first, suit came out, looking like that garbage photo. I'd be
Yeah,
so
but
ticked.
at the same time, again, we did get the first reveal. It wasn't just like, this is not the first reveal. It is like, and then of course we have this right here, which this right here, I'm kind of going like, all right, that
was
cool.
better. That was better.
Yeah.
Superman for all seasons callback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's stopping
that's
a
right.
fucking
Yeah.
train.
Wow.
So
I'm only gonna make
locomotive.
I'm only gonna make one note. If Gunn really wanted to go full homage, you need a small child with a bouncing ball right about 5 feet away from him in front of the train for no reason for him just being there essentially. Instead of just grabbing the kid, he just has to stop the train. So
yeah.
No.
The only thing I'm kind of wondering, because like if you actually were to see like when it came to this one, it was like more of it was Jimmy Olsen who took the picture. I'm like, damn, that's a pretty good camera. Because I'm like,
Yeah,
wondering
what's his shutter speed look like? That must be really high shutter speed to get that a shot in slow motion there.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of wondering a little bit of context when it comes to that as well.
If Jimmy Olsen took the picture, are they already friends? And does Jimmy know that Clark is Superman? Are they taking some?
Not necessarily. It could just be like a setting up for something later down the road. And again, we're surveying stuff that is literally meant to be like background, like filler essentially. Like, I mean, I don't even know. I know. I think they knew that people were going to sneak on the set and take photos of stuff anyway. So it shows there's an interest, but this is all background stuff. I don't even think this is.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
I don't know.
This is stuff that's going to be in the background, and then I'm like, how much is going to actually be shown in the movie? And I'm just kind of like, all right. So they have some of these shots right here. Cool. That's fine. I mean, I'm all about that. I'm like, all right, fine. Doesn't have to be like perfect, sure. But it's just kind of funny too because, again, I'm kind of going like, was this staged? Because if somebody was just like, hey, I'm just walking on set. Oh my God, there's Corenswet in the soup. They would have brought their phone so close up to that image and went click. But it's like we're literally zooming in on like essentially this right here. We're zooming in on like kind of like this right here.
Wait, are you suggesting that someone from the studio like leaked these crappy images to the public?
Wouldn't be the first time, right? Controlled leaks are a thing, right?
Again,
I'm not saying it's not possible.
Yeah.
If I was an executive, I would be really irate. I would be like, no, put out better images of that.
But I think that's part of it. That's the thing, is part of it. It's like, what the fuck? I'm like, you're squinting. You're like, what the hell's going on? And then eventually, I don't know. I think like next week we're gonna be seeing Corenswet full on. But another thing that was actually,
I can agree with that.
Yeah, that they're kind of teasing. But another thing too, did anybody notice the background of this of what was happening right here? Do you notice that like things are?
Yeah, it looks like there's a T-Rex behind him.
Yeah, but it looks
there were pictures of a natural history museum, so that may be inside the museum.
And
that
the headline for that,
a little piece of home. That's what
the
That's what I was saying, Scott. Thinking about that.
The headline for that,
and he used some ice breath, a little bit, maybe.
The headline for that particular picture read that Superman saved 20 people from a collapsing building. So using
Yeah.
frost breath to keep the building from collapsing, that makes sense.
That
I think there's a couple ways you could look at it. I think to Rebecca's point, yeah, there's probably some executive, if they were smart, they'd probably be like, what the hell are you doing releasing pictures like this? But also there's also the idea of if someone did just happen to walk around set, this kind of thing wasn't inevitable because of the fact that these are newspaper stands made deliberately for this movie to showcase that Superman is a character in Metropolis doing all these heroic deeds. So you could probably look at it one of two ways, I suppose.
I guess we're kind of getting the Daily Planet reader experience.
Yep.
Where,
Yes.
like, Jimmy Olsen would probably take pictures, but maybe they wouldn't be the best quality because he would have to have a high shutter speed to capture Superman. So maybe we're actually experiencing what somebody who would read the Daily Planet would be like, well, I mean, I guess that's Superman, but I can't see him very well.
Rebecca, it's augmented reality. That's
True.
what you're experiencing.
It's immersion. It's immersive.
A friend of mine decided to be cheeky about it and saw that headline and said, "Oh, hey, already saved more people than Henry Cavill's Superman."
Oh, God.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
There it is. Hey, we got Casey and we got William.
Oh, we're both on
Schumann.
now.
Yeah.
Somebody had to properly represent the center, so I figured I'd.
And by the way, guys, now that William's here, let me tell you all about why Mad Max and Fury Road is really the feral kid.
Don't embarrass you and George Miller.
Oh boy.
Just look in your hearts, you know it to be true. It's Hardy's really the feral kid.
Yeah. you can't get people to go out and see the movies now. You want to basically cut that audience in half. Go ahead and do that.
Well, just make it your finale at this point. I mean, it's like you might as well because you're already going into it would be your final movie. So go out with a bang with something awesome like that. Reveal.
Do we honest? I mean, I'd like to see it and I'd want it, but do we feel that the Wasteland is even going to happen at this point? With
Nope.
No.
Even Tom Hardy said that. Tom Hardy said that we're probably not gonna see it. Yeah,
which sucks.
I think
really sucks.
I think the only way we see more Mad Max at this point is if Mel Gibson comes back. And I've said
That's
that.
I don't.
That's a
probably
stretch.
kill it.
That's a stretch.
From what I've heard, from what I do know, I think George Miller, he was able to finance a deal with them years ago. Like Warner Brothers distributes Mad Max, but he owns the rights to Mad Max. I think if he wanted to make a Mad Max 5, he could go somewhere else and option it, like say Netflix or something like that. Though I would like it to be in theaters if possible. At least I think that's the case. If any of you know any different,
just get Australia to pony up more of their tax dollars, and I'm sure they'll be able to.
Yeah, they did.
That's kind of cool though. That that was a little thing where it's just like, yeah,
MGM distributed the very first film.
Mm-hmm. It did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, to Paul's point, and honestly, this is actually one of the few cases where a director holds on to their rights to the thing that they own. It's a very, very rare thing now in modern Hollywood filmmaking. It's a very rare thing to see someone still hold on to the IP that they created after so many years. It's one of the few cases where, yeah, Warner Brothers might not want to distribute it. If that's the case, George Miller can be like, all right, fine, I'm going to take my ball somewhere else. Could very well happen. Will it? I don't know.
I don't think they'd have a problem with distribution. It's just like who's going to put up the money. It's not going to be Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Distribution is the best place to sit. Distribution, you don't lose anything. It's who's putting up the money. And wasn't it his company? It was his company and his partnership that put up some of this money along with
the Kennedy Miller Productions. I'll tell you this. I love Furiosa, but if you also told me like, hey, we're gonna do another Tom Hardy Mad Max movie, I'm there, like day one. If I was a millionaire like executive, I would put up the money. And I think Amazon or Netflix would be down.
But at the same time, like when I heard Tom Hardy talk about that, I just kind of went like, you know what? I mean, you think about it, that was a decade ago, and Tom Hardy has talked about like, he's put his body through so much in like his younger years. And now he even admits he's like, dude, I'm old now. And it's like, would he actually want to put himself through like another Mad Max? And it's like, yeah, it's like maybe he wouldn't want to do that. I don't even know if Charlize Theron would want to even do something like that too. And it's like, that's what's so weird about that. It's like, I mean, obviously, I remember reading that, he wrote pretty much, he already had the Furiosa like origin already figured out, because when they were filming Fury Road, like Charlize Theron was using his backstory that he already had, which eventually turned into what we saw in Furiosa. I mean, I don't know if it was a full-on script, but it was a full-on backstory.
It was a full-on script. Like,
it was a full-on script, right?
It was a full-on script. Yeah,
yeah,
full-on script.
Yeah.
So
basically, both scripts were written almost simultaneously. So like by the time production began on Fury Road, Furiosa was already written. There was also the possibility that he was going to make Furiosa before he made Fury Road.
Yeah,
and so then it would have actually have happened chronologically.
Yeah.
Mm.
So that's what's interesting about all that. Yeah,
It's funny. Like after Furiosa, I did just a complete binge and rewatch of every other Mad Max movie, starting from the first one. And my God, what a journey that character goes on. I think even George Miller talked about like how he kind of views Max Rokitansky as like a almost James Bondian kind of character, where if Tom Hardy didn't want to do it, he'd have no problem casting someone else to take over.
Yeah. How would you feel? I mean, I don't know what the opinions here are about Mel Gibson, but I don't know how I'd even feel if like they were to do, just hypothetically, like a 70-year-old plus like Mad Max, like roaming the wasteland. I think that would be kind of old man Max basically.
I think it would actually work, to be honest.
I think I think it's actually a pretty good idea. And yes, I'm well aware that he's had some troubles in the last couple years.
Mel Gibson just gave an update on Lethal Weapon 5, and he goes, "Yeah, it's happening."
Yeah,
he said he's like, "It's gonna happen," and like it was already like a year ago or whatever the heck. They already said like, "Oh yeah, Mel Gibson's gonna probably direct Lethal Weapon 5," and then
I'm a little weird about that because it's always kind of been like Donner's, like all four of them. Like
but he's but Donner's
I know Donner's dead, but still, it's like, can you let a franchise just kind of like?
But didn't Gibson basically say, because they were friends with Donner, basically Donner was like, if I don't make it, like you got to make it or something like that, and that's why.
And if Donner said that, then I would completely get that.
No, I think they could have one more Lethal Weapon. I don't know, I don't know, because why not? I mean, it's just so weird.
But Danny Glover really is too old for this shit.
They're both too old for that shit. They're both very old for that shit. I mean, that's what's I don't know. Maybe they could have one more in them, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know what that would actually entail. It's like, well, I mean, they would probably, I don't know.
They'd be retired.
That's
they
just
wouldn't
it.
be talking anymore. They would
That's
be
just it. Like, what does a Mel Gibson directed Lethal Weapon 5 look like with Danny Glover and Mel Gibson returning to the roles after all these years, right? Like,
it would have to be
violence. Well, that's kind of being brought forward with Axel F.
Oh
yeah, good point. Great point.
But at the same time, Eddie Murphy hasn't aged in like 30 years.
He still looks like he's 45 and he's like 63. I mean, he has that advantage. Whereas like Judge Reinhold and the other guy,
Judge
Reinhold doesn't even look like Judge Reinhold anymore.
Are like melting off, and
Paul Reiser looks like he's much older,
like he ran into a xenomorph.
Yeah, you either have the Ernie Hudson gene or you don't, but he does. So he's.
Just say it, William.
Ernie Hudson.
Black
Some black guys.
I think Eddie Murphy made the joke on SNL monologue. He said, "Money don't crack" or something like that.
Well, if you have the money, you can you eat right. You have a nutritionist. You have the workout schedule. You're not eating that. You're not eating at the Walmart Supercenter. You're eating things that are planned for you. And money matters. Money matters when you're living like that.
It does.
It's a good investment.
It does help in surgery too.
I will definitely be seeing Axel F though. That looks fun.
Same here.
Oh yeah, I'll watch it as well. I mean, you can't. It's you had the trilogy. I mean, it's a great. I mean, the third one wasn't all that great, but the first two were fucking fantastic when it came to Beverly Hills Cop.
I don't know if this sounds like a hot take, but my introduction to Judge Reinhold was not Beverly Hills Cop. It was actually the Santa Claus when he was.
Yeah, same.
Was it the Santa Claus? Oh,
yeah,
I thought you were going to say like father, like son. That was mine. You guys remember that movie? Who remembers that movie?
I don't think.
Wait.
Been a while.
Was that vice versa, or did it have a different title?
Oh wait.
It's
you're right.
They switch bodies, right?
Okay. You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Okay, Paul, you brought up a fun little topic right here because in the 80s, there was more than one father and son swap movie. I was thinking of the Kirk Cameron and Dudley Moore movie that was called Like Father, Like Son, where they swapped. Yes, Vice Versa was the one where Judge Reinhold and Fred Savage swapped. Damn.
Wow, that goes back.
Wow.
A ways.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pull.
Deep cuts.
Dude, I totally thought it was. I got mine mixed up. Yeah, we went deep cuts on that. Vice Versa was the Judge Reinhold. That was the first time I knew who Judge Reinhold was that movie. Vice Versa, not Like Father, Like Son. Holy shit.
Yeah,
that used to play. That used to play on Comedy Central a lot, so I remember the title. And
thank you for correcting that, because I forgot about that there was 2 different versions of that. Yeah.
Well, it was also a big deal when it came out because, as you guys know, Big being that movie where it wasn't body swap but like aging up movie, Vice Versa came out pretty much right around the same time. And at the time when Big was coming out, people did not expect it to actually do well because of all the competition from other types of movies. And when Vice Versa was literally like a few weeks right before it, so they were just terrified that Big was going to bomb. And then Big just did huge numbers and stuff, whereas Vice Versa,
you mean Big hit
we literally
Big?
just corrected because Big, yes,
Big
was
was
Scott.
big.
But yeah, that was the other reason that I remembered it, because I know just random 80s movie trivia and stuff like that. So
But see, that's what's so interesting about those movies is like what hits big, and then of course it's like, who's in it, that's what's so funny about like when you think about like those 2 movies that were basically the same thing, but they had different. I remember Vice Versa had some weird like statue thing that
it was like a skull or something that they
where they and they said something and then it happened, and then I think Like Father, Like Son was like something they drank or something like that, and it was weird, but it was funny because it was both of those, both of them, like the actors were like, oh yeah, it was like the young actor. It wasn't so much the older actor that was at his prime, obviously, but it was like the young actors, like, okay, Fred Savage, he's young and hot, let's put him in something like this. And then Kirk Cameron, same thing. And it's like they were both in hit TV shows, let's put him in a movie. But the thing that always bothered me every time when it came to those type of
Freaky Friday kind of movies.
Yes.
Yeah.
The adult always acted like they were fucking 5 years old.
Instead of like 10 or 11.
Yes, or like a teenager, but they were always like, Dad, what are we doing? Like,
so is that why we got what happened in Shazam 2?
I knew you were going there.
I was waiting. I was like, this is where this is going. So.
But I mean, that's what happens. It's like anytime like the adult version happens, they always go way too far into. It's like, all right, you're playing a teenager, not a fucking 6-year-old. Who doesn't know certain things.
However, I will give credit. I want to give credit where credit's due.
Okay.
Jennifer Gardner in 13 going on 30. I think she did a very good job with that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. There's a scene where she goes like, yeah, have you seen me? Look at my boobs. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
There's literally a shot where it's in the trailer where she's like,
I know it's in the trailer. I was okay
boobs.
with it, but you had to bring an issue with it. So,
I like the. I mean, I'm not.
Rebecca's just shaking her head, and I appreciate that.
Probably a male director.
But at the same time, it's like she's supposed to play.
I just think that Rebecca's like in the middle of like.
Yeah, you can take me out of the middle. It's fine.
No.
I don't need
Hey,
here.
the way I look at it, how everybody joins, that's where we all land. I didn't put you there.
Rebecca is our Alice. She is.
I'm fine with that. Alice was awesome.
Exactly.
But
no, it's a fate thing. However we join and everything. And by the way, Casey, you haven't said anything. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I just wasn't gonna say anything because you were talking about Superman, and I just didn't want to ruin that conversation because I absolutely hate that suit, especially after seeing that. And I actually like the first look better because there was a reason he was hiding it, and now it's clear.
Yeah. The way I feel, I think they're going to try to do their best to nail some aesthetic. For me, aesthetic only means so much. I personally, I do not hate the movie, but I don't love the Suicide Squad. But I will say this: the aesthetic works for me. Like it's solid enough. It gets the job done. Starro looks like Starro. Peacemaker looks like Peacemaker.
Well, we
But
got
the
the
movie-
Suicide Squad guy right here who very much enjoyed it, right?
I enjoyed it, and once again, I was
Yeah.
the guy who didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did, and I will still give props to that shot of the Peacemaker Rick Flag fight reflecting off the helmet and the
Yeah,
guy.
with such a cool
I'm
shot.
not-
Sure.
My God.
Yeah.
I
Such a
still
great
love
shot.
the poster of just all like the that heads mask or whatever you want to call it with all the names. And I think that was a really cool poster that they had.
Yeah. No,
I-
there's definitely good designs and stuff. Or there was some care put into it to a good degree. Sorry, Phil. I feel like I cut you off. No.
I was just gonna chime in real quick and just say I don't necessarily hate any of the DCEU films, minus the one we all don't talk about. But
because it doesn't exist. What are you talking
exactly, it
about?
doesn't exist
Not a
anymore.
thing
But
that
you know,
should be ever, yeah.
It's
You know,
replaced with the
I
real
guess for
movie.
me, there's a barometer and like two ends of a spectrum. On one end, I've got the Snyder Cut, and then on the other end, I've got the Suicide Squad, and everything else is kind of ranged in between somewhere. But I don't hate the Suicide Squad, despite what other people online would probably have you believe. I am just very critical of that film for a lot of creative choices, and I still will never forgive him for killing Rick Flag. I think that's a fucking asinine decision, personally. But
I can agree on that.
I'm with Paul, where I think the aesthetic is arguably probably the strongest choice in that film. Every character looks great. Like all the costumes look phenomenal. Even John Cena in that ridiculous Peacemaker outfit. But to Paul's point, aesthetic only gets you so far. There are certain things in that movie where I just kind of shake my head and go, nope, not for me. But then to Scott's credit, like that shot of the Rick Flag Peacemaker fight on the helmet, that's fucking ingenious. It's really good. It's really well done. And even like as much as I'm not a fan of the overall outcome of what happened with Peacemaker and Bloodsport showing off their marksmanship and just killing a bunch of innocent rebels and then being like, whoops. That was like visually and from a cinematography standpoint, I was like, okay, they can fucking do it, and it looks good. But even like the context of the movie, I'm like, this doesn't sit well with me. But yeah, like I enjoy each film to a varying degree, some more than others. Like there are things in The Flash where I'm like, yeah, I really like this, and then there are some things in The Flash where I'm like, no, just no. Absolutely not.
Just like Clooney, man.
But Phil, to your point though, what you're just now commenting on is called nuance. It's not all the greatest thing ever. It's not all hot garbage. Like you can watch a movie. It is fair to watch a movie and go, I really like this. Didn't care much for this. I'm okay with that. And I think when we talk about like the tomato meter and why we hate Rotten Tomatoes so much is that when it becomes a binary system of, it's good or bad, it's fresh or rotten, and it strips away, what Roger Ebert would do when he would say, I had to write a review as if there is somebody who's going to love this movie. And I have to make sure that I can express my opinion while also acknowledging what someone else is going to like or dislike about the movie.
He didn't like this, using the star system, so he kind of adapted it. That's like, okay, the 4-star system that he was going by. It's like, okay, it's 4 stars within the context of what this movie is trying to do, where it's trying to be. It's not 4 stars in the sense of everything is on a 4-star scale, and the Godfather compared to Do Where's My Car. And that's totally, I'm mentioning that totally to annoy William, but he, that was his way of going back. Okay, like within the context of of what like Superman the movie is trying to be versus in the context of what like is trying to be, or what Liar Liar is trying to be. How do what does 3 stars, 4 stars mean? That's kind of the way he found to work around with that.
The problem is that most reviewers don't look at it that way.
Well, no, and we agree, and that's the problem is that we've lost nuance, we've lost context. It's like I can give a movie a 5-star rating. It doesn't mean it's a perfect film, but it means I love it, and I thought it was very successful in what kind of movie it was trying to be. And to Brad's point, is what Ebert was doing. So but to Phil, but like I said, I was trying to give Phil credit here, guys. Let me give Phil some love here.
Thank you.
But that's the point, though, is that people are so big about I have to go all in one way or the other. It's like you can't get lost in. You're not allowed to be, in the middle. It's like what's happening to me this week with like all of the Star Wars fandom. Oh dear God, they're losing their fucking minds. It's like you've got people who, you can have people who don't like the Acolyte. You can have people who love the Acolyte, and then there's people that I feel like they're.
Does anyone love the Acolyte though?
No,
that's the thing. People will say they do, or you think they do because they do want to point out some of the stupid minutia that people want to like latch onto. But then I'm like, but are you doing that just to make fun of them, or do you really love the show?
Exactly.
I'm losing the thread of, are you defending the show, or are you just dunking on some criticism that is being made? Like Dave said this in his Acolyte review. This is what we're complaining about.
Yeah.
When we could be complaining about this, this is the
complaining about a continuity error for like a character that I would have been like, oh yeah, that looks like that one character. I would not have thought twice about it, but now I know his age. I did not think I would know, what is his name? Kai ID Mundi, whatever. I know I always say shit wrong, but I'm just like,
first of all, nobody cares about that character.
I know. I'm like, little did I know when I saw that character in the Phantom Menace that I was gonna know his age when I'm 40 years old. It's like I did not. I was like, oh wow, this is the biggest complaint about this. How about the fact that episode 4 was a fucking snooze fest? Like it was just
27 minutes long. Like it ended.
Yeah. The worst thing about that episode, I was kind of, in the middle for the Acolyte so far. I was kind of enjoying some parts and not enjoying the others. But it wasn't like to get an extreme reaction out of me, like I didn't love it nor did I hate it, right?
Yeah.
So episode 4, first of all, is so short, but on top of that, it does two ridiculous things. Firstly, that fucking Wookiee Jedi that they were teasing for all the season, he just died off screen without any, they didn't even show him fight. And then after that, randomly in one scene, May just decides to not give a shit about what she has been doing for all this time.
Yeah, that bothered me a lot.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
was really funny.
Those two things were so bad.
I wish Travis was here because I watched his Geekverse review with Taylor, and Travis was like KC, you and Travis would be like this right now because you the opinions you just expressed was exactly what Travis said, and I loved it because I was like, yeah, that's what I'm feeling right now.
I think we're all kind of feeling that. We're just like, wait, what the hell is this even happening? What is happening here?
And Phil has a dissenting opinion that we need to hear about. So
look, I've been reviewing the show for Multiverse of Color, and I'm not nearly as critical as you all are, and I'm not saying you're invalid, not at all. I agree that it's a very short episode, and honestly that's kind of become my issue now, even with this series, is like, well, not even just the series, but just Disney Plus in general. I'm actually now starting to just not be a fan of the inconsistent runtimes of these episodes, but that could also be due to the fact that I'm watching The Boys and now House of the Dragon, and I'm being spoiled by just hour-long, really full, meaty stories. But then you get something on Disney Plus and they chop the shit up, and you get 40 minutes here, 25 minutes here, and I'm like, this isn't sufficient. It's not really all that sufficient. And I feel like the majority of the episode for me, I was like, oh, okay, we're just kind of moving along pretty briskly and quickly. The thing that kind of bothered me, and this is more of a personal nitpick than anything, but like when one of those fucking beetles or whatever just latches off the tree and then goes after OSHA, and then Master Soul cuts it down, I'm like, okay, that was cool. Why didn't the other ones wake up? Why didn't any more go on a swarm?
Budget.
Probably. You're probably right. It's probably budget, but at the same time, it's like you could have easily just had them all sliced them all down with a couple of quick swings and just extended that scene by a minute and a half or two, probably would have sat a little better with me personally. But the ending of that episode really was the kicker that everyone keeps talking about. It's like, oh, this fucking Dark Force user comes out like a vampire right behind OSHA, and it fucking lays everyone out without a question, without even trying. I hear you guys. Oh, why did May all of a sudden just be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna give up. I'm gonna fucking turn myself in, whatever.
I kind of liked that last scene though.
The last scene was the best part.
I mean, that's the thing is like we saw that in the trailer when you see all the Jedi pulling out their lightsabers, and it was kind of funny because I don't know why it just reminded me of that shot in Ghostbusters where it was like zoomed in when they were about to cross the streams. I don't know if anybody like got that feel too, because it was just like it was such like it was pulling back on all of them, like like whipping out the lightsabers. I don't know why it reminded me of that shot of like when they zoomed in and were like when you see like the Ghostbusters about to like cross streams. I was like, that just reminds me of that. I don't know why. That's just where my brain went. Anyways, but I was just saying like, that was the best part. But at the same time, I'm just the whole time I'm going, I mean, the whole series, I'm just going, everything just feels like it's shot on this tiny stage.
On the
and
volume.
even the forest, I mean, they're like out and about. And I'm like, nah, nothing about this feels.
I would
real.
argue that the forest background is probably the most organic it's looked the entire show.
I'm actually going to agree with Phil on this one. So it's really weird because Heather was with Declan and they're watching the first season of The Mandalorian, and it's really telling to go back and like watch like that first season of The Mandalorian. And how much that looked like a Star Wars movie. Like,
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Like the lighting and the texture and everything. It like, I guess in my mind, when I say this looks like Star Wars, like The Mandalorian, especially season 1, nailed that. I know Paul said aesthetic only goes so far, but it nailed an aesthetic that goes, I watched this and I feel like visually I'm watching Star Wars. Like
they filmed with anamorphic lenses, and that's what JJ used to film his movies. So that was consistent with those movies for sure.
But Scott, to your point too, man. Like, I mean, I was discussing with Phil because Phil was more positive. I was kind of indifferent to Acolyte, but I think we both kind of agreed how it is right now, which is just that Disney is inconsistent. I think also Disney Plus as a marketing tool is essentially kind of, for the most part, kind of watering down their two biggest brands. I mean, don't get me wrong. Every now and then you get Andor, or you get Loki, or you get Werewolf by Night,
and I don't even like Andor that much.
Right. But regardless, like a lot of fans do, I would argue that at least the aesthetic of Andor, other than just the writing, like it feels grandiose. It feels like there's at least a level of production here. Because I think they knew too when they were making this. They're like, okay, this is supposed to lead right into Rogue One. We need to put more effort into this. And then you look at like Boba Fett or Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you can tell, like you can see the cracks. And Acolyte for me is kind of all across the board. I had a hard time kind of nailing down how I felt about it just from a production value point. And it occurred to me, and again, just production, not necessarily writing level or whatever, but kind of like M. Night Shyamalan's The Last Airbender, to bring it kind of back around to that, because but if you watch that movie, if I don't know if you guys haven't seen that movie recently,
It's
but
been years. It's been about 15 years, 14 years, something like that.
But if you're looking, an awesome Netflix show, watch that instead.
yeah, I've heard I've heard mixed things on Netflix, but I know it's a little bit closer, more to the cartoon for sure. But the movie will have these shots that look great or look very well produced, and then simultaneously, like 2 scenes later, it looks like a TV movie. It's just like it throws you completely off. And I think Acolyte is kind of in that same realm, but between episodes or between scenes, and there's just something kind of cheap about it sometimes too. I mean, I was watching a review. There's this guy, Jeremy Johns. I don't know if you guys follow him or stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
Jeremy Johns.
Yeah. He's been largely negative on this show, but I kind of can't disagree with him on some points because even though it's like 100 years or so before Phantom Menace and whatnot. He's like, Coruscant just looks like Lego Coruscant. It doesn't look like the Coruscant that I'm supposed to know. It looks like it's like
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can't disagree with that. But that throws my enjoyment of the show off on top of the mixed reactions how I have to the writing or whatever directions they're going. And again, I feel it's more ideas before actual real I would say good writing. It's more of just like, here's all these ideas, but then the execution's kind of all over the map. So,
that's exactly it. The ideas I think are cool, but the execution is just not there.
Yeah.
I made a joke, and it half joking, but half it could actually happen because it kind of did already happen in the show. We get that cliffhanger. In our network check, I was like, watch the next episode. You don't see what the scene you want to see. You basically see the aftermath and them talking about it.
That's what
they
Travis
basically
was
already did that.
about.
Yeah. Watch that happen because it already did happen in that flashback episode. Because we don't know how all those people died. We still have no idea how all those people died.
Dude, is that what's gonna happen? They're gonna all of a sudden we're gonna get see them and they're all gonna be helping themselves up. Gee, that was crazy. No,
I don't think like I said, that would be the you want to see the internet explode, do that.
Oh
yeah.
Man,
what do we think is under the mask?
I have a theory.
Yeah,
I have a couple of theories.
It's not a dude. I don't think it's a dude.
I disagree.
I agree.
I disagree.
I think it's a girl. I mean, it's a woman. It's
It's
one of the witches.
Love that person.
One of the
Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy. Yes.
I think there's someone above that one. I don't think that's a real Sith Lord. I think that's someone. I think there's someone else we haven't seen yet.
I think what's going to happen is, I think this show will essentially become the Eternals of Star Wars. I think that's what's going to happen.
It happened.
Explain
that, please.
That it happened, and we all acknowledge that it happened, but we're also kind of not paying attention to it. I feel like that's
Eternals was great though.
I didn't hate Eternals. I thought Eternals was okay. Personally, I'm just talking in terms of the MCU and how, because we haven't. I mean that. Yeah, the movie ended with
a hand sticking out of the ocean that nobody in the MCU has acknowledged yet.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Deadpool will probably make a joke about it, but we'll see. We'll see. But I think the weirdest thing for me personally, as a fan of overall Star Wars, as opposed to just the Skywalker saga. Again, I don't mind the ideas. However, you could make an argument that you're doing a story that takes place in the High Republic era. You're doing this whole thing that could be its own unique story, dealing with other things that aren't related to the Skywalker stuff. Yet, at the same time, it feels like they keep making reference back to the original trilogy or the prequels.
It's called Fear.
Yeah, Fear 2, for sure. They don't want to. They don't want to stray
the
too
dark
far.
side, I hear.
Yeah.
Well, no, because they're too chicken shit to go outside of that Skywalker universe. They're so afraid that if they leave that behind, that the Star Wars fans will leave them behind. Instead of what they should have done 5-6 years ago, is start out with a brand new story far away from this. But too many people associate the Skywalker clan with Star Wars. That's like me associating Star Trek solely with Captain Kirk. Think how lame Star Trek would be if Captain Kirk was the only captain we ever got to see. And that's what Star Wars is. Every time Star Wars sets out, the neighborhood gets smaller. And even when I have issues with Star Trek, they're at least the neighborhood's getting bigger. It's now a city block now. But they're so afraid that the old Star Wars fan, who basically, to be honest with you, after reading some of their responses this week, I think they might be able to do it out, will abandon them. And that's why they should have done this with The Force Awakens, and this should have been the thing, is they're so afraid to get for even Mandalorian, all their successes. That's what it is. And like I said, when you're in that corner office, I mean, be in the corner office, but they run this franchise with fear, and it's always bit them because that nostalgia is like a time bomb. I always say, if you pull the right wires, everybody lives. You pull the wrong one, everybody dies, and that's all you hear about. But yeah, They need to get thousands of years away in one direction or the other, away from the Skywalker clan.
Well, that's why I want them to go Knights of the Old Republic. It's
Exar Khan, Eula Kojama, all those guys. I'd love that. But,
Do something that's with the Force, and do something that's not like relating or calling back to the original trilogy, which is supposed to take place in the future. That's kind of the bigger issue that I have with the Acolyte in terms of that. But I don't mind the stuff where all the Jedi are together with all their lightsabers trying to attack a dark Force user, Sith or not, or whatever the case is. That's interesting to me. I like I cannot pronounce her name. I feel sorry, but X-23 there being the little alien,
Daphne Keane, Jackie Lawn.
Yeah, she's cool, and I like her. I think she's interesting and like doing that and all that. But yeah, on the other hand, you've got Carrie Ann fucking Moss, who dies in the first 5 minutes. Then you have Wookiee Jedi, awesome, dead. Like, it's just also like, what are you doing? Like, you're showing all of these cool things.
The biggest selling point was me going like, oh man, Trinity is a Jedi, all right. And then I'm watching, I'm like, oh, she's doing Jedi shit. What?
I mean, she didn't die with a bunch of like, metal spikes going through her middle with like a blind Keanu,
and then talking to her for like 20 minutes after that.
So I mean, it could have been worse, but at the same time, it's just like it feels almost, even those tactics feel bait and switchy at the same time, and so that if you had someone that was invested in those things and they weren't, as negative as other people, then that pisses those people off. So I feel the show is just kind of all over the map. I don't think it feels like it has any true direction. Andor, on the other hand, was 12 episodes, and every 3 episodes felt like their own mini story, and like that was a finely tuned show. Mandalorian has its flaws, and I don't disagree with Sci-Fi Center and just this whole idea of nostalgia being a time bomb and The Wire and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, I was elated with the Luke Skywalker connection and Grogu, but by the time they got to season 3 and Boba Fett and all this, they undid it. Like, they undid the stuff that they had naturally built. And then, I mean, I didn't hate season 3, but between the weird ass cameos and a bunch of the other stuff, I think going forward, they need to focus solely on the Mandalorian lore and have that be the primary focus of the movie. Like, stay away from the Jedi and stick to bounty hunters and what the Mandalorians are doing, period. And you'll be better off, in my opinion.
I think
they're making a Mandalorian movie, so you bet there will be those cameos again.
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely not making a Blade movie.
Yeah. Oh, well, they are, but in like 5 years.
Are they now?
Are they really though?
I think it's called Midnight Suns now.
Okay, see, I was gonna try to like segue into like Spaceballs 2, but then all of a sudden,
well, listen, I'm all
because we're talking Star Wars,
so today.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But I was gonna like, oh, this is a good way to transition to Spaceballs 2 and how everybody feels about Josh Gad.
Is it gonna be like when Austin Powers was coming out alongside James Bond, and then James Bond had to like rework their stuff because Austin Powers had you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know either.
See, I mean,
now we're thinking really hard on that when we're really what we.
I know. It's like one of those things where it's like, hey, the spoof genre needs to be revamped, and I'm like, all right, Spaceballs 2, we got Mel Brooks producing, but I'm like, I don't have any kind of confidence at all in this.
I can confirm, after having sat through For Charity, a marathon of the Scary Movie franchise plus Meet the Spartans spoof movie really needs some reworking.
Okay.
Well,
so
it was
Brad,
a Peter Safran production.
I will say that the scary movies were actually pretty. I'm okay with those.
I hate every single one of those.
Every single one, really?
Yes, they're all garbage. They're all terrible.
So there's the
different degrees of terrible, right?
Yeah, there's the Zucker movies, which are like the Naked Gun films, and Airplane,
brilliant,
and Top Secret, and
great. But they also did Scary Movie 3 and 4.
Yes, because the Wayans brothers,
one of my favorites.
the Wayans brothers had done Scary Movie 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then they got the franchise taken from them, and they were given to the Zuckers, who did 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And then those other guys came in and did all of those.
Guys came in. I love that.
I don't even know their names. I don't want to give their names. Like but
they don't
whatever.
even want to give their names.
Yeah, disaster movie, epic movie.
Oh my God,
superhero movie.
Okay.
I don't think I saw either one of them. I saw Meet the Spartans. That's about it. And I was like, this is really bad. Yeah.
We did our watch party because we were part of our Rebel Moon charity. And William hadn't seen them. We get like 5 minutes into it. He's like, "Oh yeah, this is one of the worst movies I've ever seen."
That was all I needed to see. That when I hadn't seen it, I hadn't seen Meet the Spartans, and I mean, I'd avoided it because it's easy to avoid those movies. But yeah, the first 5 or 10 minutes of that, you're like, I got to get somewhere else and do something else.
I saw the trailer for that movie, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need that in my life.
Yeah, those I think the last good spoof movie was actually superhero movie. I actually thought that was pretty funny.
Drake Bell is Rick Ricker.
Rick Bell, yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen clips of that.
Yeah.
Did that have Leslie Nielsen in it as well?
Yes. He was Uncle Ben. He was like the Uncle Ben of that, I think.
Yeah.
I think, he was like So I mean, that was a lot, and that came out in like the
08,
2000s.
Like 08.
Yeah, 08.
Like 08.
But other than that, I'm like, when I saw that, like, I remember like when they were just going, hey, let's just do epic movies, disaster movie, whatever the hell they were just doing. I was like, they're just getting ridiculous now. They're just trying to try to cash checks now, and it was just. This is not what the spoof genre was all about. It was like when the spoof genre started with like Airplane, which
Naked Gun.
But Airplane was like the start of it, right?
I mean that level, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So I
mean,
like, even to this day, it's like there's just smart jokes. Not everything is going to be 100% smart, but there's just things in there where you go, oh my God. I mean, they just did that. You see what they did? Like, holy shit. That's just hilarious. And then it like kept going through the Naked Guns. And then of course, Hot Shots came out, and then Hot Shots Part D. And I love those movies. And then the Naked Gun trilogy is fantastic. And then even like Leslie Nielsen kept going. Like he did Spy Hard and Wrongfully Accused.
Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Yes,
I like
that. How about Loaded Weapon?
Loaded Weapon. National Lampoons. That's where I got introduced to fucking Samuel L. Jackson. I didn't know who he was before that.
There was also don't forget Robin Hood Men in Tights and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, but you get the whole Mel Gibson thing because you have Blazing Saddles, you have Spaceballs, you have High Anxiety, which is a Hitchcock parody.
Yeah.
You mean Mel Brooks, right?
No,
Mel Gibson was Loaded Weapon. You got Wired.
I thought you said Mel Gibson for a second.
No,
I'm
he
like,
said
wow.
Mel Gibson.
He did.
Okay, he did.
What? No.
Yes, you did.
You said Mel Gibson.
It happens. But I know, Rebecca, you got to go right now. So
yes, unfortunately, I have to work in the morning, which sucks. But I will be working in the morning. So, but I appreciate y'all letting me hang out and be the center square.
Yes,
I feel honored.
Or Alice. Yeah.
Have a good night, Rebecca.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
Rebecca.
Bye, Rebecca.
Bye.
Rebecca.
Subscribe to Supergirl Radio. Always great. But
guys, I actually have to get going too. It's because I have to get up early. But Dave, again, I thank you so much for having me on. I always appreciate this. It's 2:00 in the morning though. I gotta head to bed.
For sure.
So, guys, always a pleasure talking with all of you. I wish you well. And as far as my if you want to follow me, I'm pmickey1988 on Instagram and at Paul Panhook on Vero.
Yes.
So,
no longer a
hostage. Already, man.
Anyways.
All right, guys.
All right, take it easy.
Man.
Much love, man. Take care.
See you guys.
But yeah, the spoof genre does need a revamp, and I'm like, all right.
But I'm not big on Josh Gad. I'm not.
It's Spaceballs too, and it's Josh Gad, and then all of a sudden, like it hit me that like. I'm like, is he going to be playing Barf's like long lost son? Is he going to be Barf? Like he's going to be a Mog? Because he's like a hefty dude.
They might take some Star Wars Christmas special inspiration. There's Chewie's family.
Oh, that like I was on Twitter. I was on Twitter and somebody
spoof.
Dude, somebody responded when it was finally official. Somebody responded, it's like, oh, you can't have Spaceballs without John Candy. And then I went, oh God, is Josh Gad playing like a fucking son of like Barf? And I'm like, oh no, that's what's gonna be happening in this.
Yep, I think you just called it. Yeah.
Oh man. And I was just like, it like hit me, and I'm like, fuck, if that's the case. What's funny about like I remember like when the prequels came out for Star Wars, Mel Brooks was going, maybe I should do a Spaceballs again and make fun of the fucking prequels. That was actually he actually considered that back in the early 2000s, like, after Phantom Menace came out. But then it didn't come to be. And then there was like a tease like years later, like somebody put up like fake posters in like subways in New York. And everybody was like, what the fuck? Like, is Spaceballs 2 happening? And then it didn't happen. Now we actually have something happening. And I'm just kind of going like, well, I mean, Bill Pullman's still around, so maybe he'll show up. I don't know if anybody else is going to be showing up. I mean, obviously Joan Rivers.
Rick Moranis is retired, but maybe
I know he's not going to come back. And I forgot who played Princess Vespa. I don't know.
What was her name?
I don't even remember. She didn't really go anywhere.
Don't look him up.
I'm looking it up.
So I'm just kind of going like, unless, I mean, I can only be on board with this if Rick Moranis comes out of retirement. He didn't come out of retirement for Ghostbusters. Not sure he's going to come out for Dark Helmet.
Daphne Zuniga. I can't pronounce this last name.
Zuniga. Apparently she was on Melrose Place, according to Antonio.
Oh, that's right. She was. I remember reading about that. Yeah. But she didn't. But it's just like, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, I'm just kind of going like.
She was on One Tree Hill.
Don't forget to Fly 2, that classic.
She was in the Fly 2?
That's cinema there, William. Cinema.
Oh man, that movie.
That had what's his name as
the great Eric Stoltz.
Eric Stoltz. That's right, as his son, right? He was like, because he like Gina Davis was pregnant, and then she had a kid after being inseminated by a half man, half fly.
Yep.
Yeah. That was ridiculous.
That was a movie.
That was weird.
Bad.
That got weird.
It was sad because like
the ending of The Fly 86.
Yeah,
it's weird jerker.
The Fly 2.
I tell the joke. I tell the joke a lot with going to The Fly because this is when I first kind of started getting, because I had the set of parents who actually paid attention to R ratings growing up, and when I finally started little by little kind of like breaking down some of the getting a little bit more autonomy on that. I remember one weekend, the same weekend I first saw The Fly was also we ran a Blockbuster. I also saw I ran The Fly and Edward Scissorhands that same weekend.
Ooh,
yeah! I went back to the school movie that day. Like going to school that Monday was like I probably looked horribly traumatized.
I'm sure. Like
Did
what's
guys
funny?
know there was a Spaceballs animated series?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there
Not
was.
know this.
I did not know this.
It did not last long, but it wasn't that great. Yes, I remember there was. Yes.
2008, 12 episodes.
Oh,
Yeah.
good Lord. Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't that good.
What network decided? Was it Fox?
I forgot.
G4.
It was G4.
Oh,
That
G4. Well, that's why it lasts only 12 episodes.
I don't think I even watched.
We've got
all the
original
episodes.
content.
You could do an entire documentary on that.
On G4, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that turned south real quick.
Oh man,
Twice.
We're gonna
Twice.
come back. That
Twice.
didn't work out
Twice.
too well.
They had G4
Right.
was like a weird. It was like a weird. Yeah, it was like they repeated their disaster. I guess you could say. It's like you had all the things and then you fucked it up, and then you brought it back. You had all the things and then you fucked it up.
I think
they didn't take Jeff Goldblum's warning seriously, and
you thought whether or not about so much about whether you could and stuff. Think you should. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think in terms of doing a Spaceballs sequel, and this isn't even really, I mean, it is applicable to Spaceballs, but I'm just going to go off something I read earlier. Seth Rogen was asked about Superbad 2, and he flat out said some things should just be left the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm. If we've waited this long already, it's like
we've come this far now that we're saying Seth Rogen actually is making sense. So.
And
what made it special. A lot of what made it special, people have died, or even if they were alive, would have been past the point of them being, what they were when this movie came out. I mean, when you you can't recapture. This is the problem with sequels. Is I'm a sequel guy, but you have to analyze it. If there's story to tell, then continue to tell the story. If there's not, then just let it play.
The thing about spoofs, and this is what I mean, Naked Gun was like very much in its own lane of like, all right, this is the gumshoe, like this is the police squad thing, and it worked because it was Leslie Nielsen. And what we loved about anything that Leslie Nielsen was in is because he played it so dry. And it was just
he was
like
a straight man to all the craziness going on around him.
Yeah. But at the same time, he was so funny.
And that's what made it even work before, because before he was straight drama. And so when they saw him doing a comedy, it was just like, oh, this works.
And
honestly, that's why I think the reboot with Liam Neeson might work, because he's
very dry.
Yeah.
I'm hoping. I have high hopes for.
Have you seen his Tricks commercial?
Yes.
I enjoyed that. He's playing off of Ted.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's just like, this works in a way that
it shouldn't, but it does.
It shouldn't, but it does.
I mean, it makes me actually fear for my life if I ever get Tricks, but you know.
But Chris, are they really for kids?
Yeah.
No,
but like
they're not for anyone except for him. He can have all the tricks. Just give it to him.
See, when it comes to spoof sequels, that's where Hot Shots was actually good, because they were like, all right, we spoofed Top Gun. We're not going to spoof Top Gun anymore. We're going to go Rambo. And it wasn't even something current. It was just like, hey, let's just spoof Rambo. And they took characters, because obviously Charlie Sheen came back. What's her name came back? The love interest. I can't remember her name. And then of course Lloyd Bridges came back, and it was like people came back, so you had like the three like main characters of Hot Shots come back to do a completely different movie and spoofing a whole different genre. I mean, Jesus Christ, you watch that? Like fucking Charlie Sheen like bulked up for that. He was like ripped. He bulked up because it was like,
he literally took tiger blood.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, he was winning. That was when he was actually winning. But it was just like, it was a decent sequel. It was like, okay, we're gonna make fun of a different genre, but it's gonna be under the Hot Shots name. And I thought it worked. And I was like, the fact that they didn't make a third one, I was like, why? But then again, I don't know what the box office numbers. I don't know. I didn't even
Hot Shots Part 2. Let's see.
Yeah, but it's such a different thing. But
the budget was $25 million. It made $133 million at the box office.
Dude, that was a profit.
That's a certified hit in that generation.
So why didn't they make a third one spoofing a different genre? That's the thing. It's like they could have just kept it going. I don't know. But maybe they just couldn't figure it out.
Some things are just better left the fuck alone, like Seth Rogen said.
But at the same time, it's like,
there we go again.
I love this. This was Roger Ebert's quote about Hot Shots Part 2. Movies like this are more or less impervious to the depredations of movie critics. Either you laugh or you don't. I laughed.
Thank you, Roger Ebert. Right
there. That one right there was on the box art. I laughed.
That sounds a lot like something Roger Ebert would say in regards to that.
He was very sardonic. He was very sardonic in how he is. He spoiled the shit out of things all the time, but he was sardonic.
It's so hard to come across critics like, and by critics, that term is loose now, but like, a duo of people whose opinions and criticisms you can actually take into account and still form your own of. And I feel like Siskel and Ebert were very much proprietors of that. That's, I think, why I latched onto the Squadcast with Scott and Tim, because they are very much Roger Ebert and Siskel in certain respects. Same with Zach Yasson and Brian Hall of the Movie Film Podcast.
Which one's which?
So Tim is definitely Roger Ebert, and Scott is probably Gene Siskel.
Yeah,
Scott, do you agree?
You know what? I would. There are no wrong answers in that question, so I'm good.
I love it.
You're welcome. You're welcome, and thank you for the entertainment over the years. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Oh man, I had a thought and I totally forgot.
But thinking about Spaceballs,
yeah,
and like the entirety of the sci-fi genre, in theory, they could just spoof more than Star Wars. There's a lot more Star Trek out now.
Dune now.
There's Dune, right? Exactly, and even nod to Blade Runner 2049 if they really fucking wanted to. I don't know, but yeah, the question is, do they have enough material to make a coherent, funny story out of it? I don't know that Josh Gad is the right guy to get behind on that script, but Mel Brooks said fucking A-okay, let's do it.
But
That's the thing. You're right.
He's just like kind of going along like, yeah, let's fucking do it. But it's just like
literally it's called Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money. I mean,
yeah, that was well, I don't know if they're actually using that title.
They better use that title.
Yeah,
that would be the title to use.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to the spoof genre, it's like, yeah, you always do. But it was just like one particular scene that I remember that was just like hilarious in Hot Shots Part 2. It's like, when like Topper, like when he's trying to get the keys to let what's his name out? Who's that actor who he passed away like a long time ago? Who was actually in Rambo, and they brought him in.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about
Richard
the general.
Yeah, Richard Crenna. So when he's like captive, and like that whole scene where he's like trying to get the keys from and then you got the dude sleeping, and he's using the broomstick, and he's doing so many things to make that guy wake up, and it's like, how is he not waking? It was like ridiculous. And then when he finally gets the keys and he throws it out, and then he's like, and then he doesn't throw the keys out, far enough, and then he like literally like has to like
gets out of there.
Like a complete hole in the bars for him to actually reach out where he could just fully get his body out to grab the keys. Just shit like that. It's like, it's so ridiculous. You have to have like little things like that. You can't just go full on. And that's what was the problem when it came to Meet the Spartans and disaster movies. Like they just were like going way too zany and trying to do stupid shit. It's like, no, you have to be smart. You have to be smart with like when it comes to spoofing things. And that was smart, especially when you have literally the guy who was in the Rambo movies in this movie playing the exact same character, spoofing his own character. That's what was brilliant about Hot Shots Part 2,
Well, then we entered the age of the spoofs becoming the gross outs.
Yeah, which was the Wayans brothers, shit like that.
Which that's a big part of why my disdain for that franchise is I really feel it's like even for that time when I was was a teenager seeing those. I mean, it wasn't even like a lot of this. A lot of the gross out humor in those, it's like there wasn't even like a punchline. It was just, oh, here's a pic of the guy who has the small dick. I mean, I mean that's the joke.
That's literally got stabbed in the fucking head through like
It's I mean that's it's not even like any that is the joke. It's not. There's no punchline. There's no setup. There's
one of the funniest things. I think Shannon Elizabeth was like one of the funniest characters in that movie, because I remember when they were doing the thing where they were spoofing "I Know What You Did Last Summer," and then like when they ran over and then she like runs out and goes, "Oh my God, guys!" and she lifts up, we killed a shoe. And it was like, that was funny. It was just like a subtle joke of like, she was so serious. And then there was like the part where she goes like, "Oh, you're the killer? Oh, what if I break my leg?" And then she just like does, and she's like doing this whole thing where like, "Oh, are you going to like stab me now or slam me into the locker?" And then she just like is doing it. And I was like, that's actually kind of funny because like, and then like the Ghostface guy's like, like, what am I doing here? You're like doing all the work for me. And I was like, I actually thought she was actually the funniest character in the movie.
And then it culminates with her head getting cut off and she's still fucking talking.
She's like, "Oh, are you going to cut off my head?" Yeah. And just like doing all that. Oh my God. And then she's like basically predicting everything that's happening. And I was like, all right. Yeah. See, there you go. I mean, that worked. Some of the other stuff I was like, like Marlon Wayans annoys the fuck out of me in those movies because he's so ridiculous.
I think the funniest thing in the first Scary Movie to me was having the twist of the killer actually be Doofy.
Yeah,
that one always makes me laugh because
they spook usual suspects.
Right, right. And then you just get the obvious like at the end you see the walk turn from like the goofy doofy walk to a normal walk. Then he gets in the car with the Gale spoof chick, and it's just like, this is brilliant. And then like it ends with Anna Faris opening up the backpack and screaming bloody murder. Oh my God.
But again, but still they were so unfocused. I mean, that whole series, it was like they didn't settle like singular targets. It was so scattershot. They would like take like, okay, here's like 10 movies that are popular right now. Let's just throw them in the cauldron and see what happens. I mean, a prime example of that I always cite when we did the watch alongs for it was Scary Movie 3. It's like 8 Mile. Oh, 8 Mile. Nobody told me that was a scary movie.
Oh, that was. I actually liked that. I actually thought that was funny with Simon Rex. I thought one of the funniest things, the running joke that was in Scary Movie 3 was like when Simon Rex would like fall down and then he would just get up and go, that's it. He would get up so quick because it was like a good, like, it was like, what do they call that? Where the stuntman and the actor like
is crouched down and then he gets thrown and the stuntman just stands up right after he,
Yeah, well, he stands up. What do they call that? They call that the something swap. Anybody like they did that in BVS.
With Richard Citrone and Ben Affleck.
They call that the something swap. I don't know, but it's like one of those things where like the stuntman and the actor like, so they like, that's what there was like many moments, and I remember me and my friend Seth.
It's called a Texas switch.
Texas switch. That's what it is. The Texas switch. I remember me and my friend Seth were cracking up because that was like the running joke throughout that thing where like something would happen with Simon Rex's character where it was like you see a stuntman do something crazy and land, and then Simon Rex would just get up and be like, "Fuck this, I'm done. This is it." It's just like for some reason it was like hilarious. I don't know. I have to revisit those, but I know. But what I liked about Scary Movie 3 was like they were making fun of like signs, which I love dearly, and and stuff like that, and they were like obviously doing the more paranormal stuff. Scary Movie 4, I don't really remember that much. I know they were really making fun of War of the Worlds, and they had that one dude who was like trying to be like the Tom Cruise character. It didn't really work. I thought Scary Movie 3 out of all the scary movies, probably my favorite, I would say. I don't know. I have to revisit all of them.
Mine's probably 2. I really think 2. I like
2
a lot.
2 got into the haunted house realm. Of
It's spoofs Exorcist and fuck. Why am I blanking on this shit right now? Oh my god, because it spoofs a couple other movies that I'm a huge fan of. The Exorcist definitely one of them. Poltergeist, I think.
The beginning with James Woods and Andy Richter, and then all of a sudden, like, remember she like shows up and she just starts peeing. So ridiculous. Like you just see like she's just a stream, and then of course James Woods like getting all turned on by her. Like, so stupid. And then the funniest thing about that was when he was like when they were doing that. It was a scene from was it the Omen or whatever with the flies that were like accumulating
when he's taking a giant dump on the toilet, and that's the joke.
That's the thing. Like you don't know that he's doing it, but it's like he's like reading, and then like the flies are accumulating, and then the flies are on his face. He's just like, and then he goes, "Dear Lord, let me pass this demon." And then it just like fucking pans out, and he's just. I cracked up so hard.
Yeah.
Because it was so ridiculous. Because there was such a buildup, and then it was such a stupid gag, and I'm like, "All right, you got me." Because I was like, "All right, he's taking a huge shit."
Brilliant.
I think the flies is that Amityville Horror.
That's what it was.
You know what?
Amityville
You're right.
Horror,
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yes.
I'm sorry, it doesn't hold a candle to the best diarrhea joke of all time, which is of course Dumb and Dumber.
Oh yeah. That's the ultimate shitting scene.
Yes, it is.
And I love the fact that like a month ago or a month and a half ago, Jeff Daniels was talking about that in an interview, and he goes, "This is going to ruin my career." And I love the fact that he said that Jim Carrey like approached him and said like, "Hey, just fucking do it. You know what? Just nail it, and it's going to be funny. It's going to be funny." And sure enough, it was hilarious, and everybody's still
that one.
And it didn't ruin Jeff Daniels' career, and it was like one of the funniest shitting scenes, probably the funniest shitting scene. His eyes, like when he's like, "Oh," and he's doing that, and then you see that shot of him, and his legs are just up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant when it comes to shitting scenes. Bar none, the best one.
And so he has such a great build-up because Jim Carrey like slips the laxative into it. And he's driving over to her house, and he's like all happy and chipper, and then he has like that gurgling sound. goes like that, and then he gets
Yeah.
over there, and the gurgling starts again. He just has to find a bathroom as quick as he can.
So good. And then the fact that the toilet's broken. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, I can totally understand why Jeff Daniels was probably like, "Oh my God, what am I doing?" Like,
Oh
this is gonna-"
man,
But at the same time, it's like Jim Carrey was like, "Hey, this is probably going to be brilliant." And to this day, I mean, we're talking about it now. It's literally like Jeff Daniels, a drama actor, just like having the best, funniest shitting moment on film. You know, yeah, it's great.
That is the funniest shit of all time.
William's looking at us all like he does whenever I like bring up the stuff. It's like, oh, Brad, you were so
I fucking hate that movie with unbridled passion.
How dare you, William? It's one of the best comedies ever.
Go, just go now. Leave, please. Just get out.
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare you? Yeah. Oh my God.
You know what also is a fucking joke in the film world? The MCU Blade movie. What the fuck?
And they lost another actor today.
Yes, they did. Apparently,
they let him go a while ago.
Well, he just joined another better vampire movie.
Did he sign for the Ryan Coogler movie?
Yeah. Oh, he better join that movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did he?
Is it the Ryan Coogler one?
What's his name again?
Nice.
Delroy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's joined that. He's joined that one.
Good.
Speaking of jokes, so that I had one that I put out when this latest batch of Blade news came out, and I put this out because I couldn't resist, and I was being only semi joking on this, where I said, fans are probably going to get WB to restore the Snyderverse before this Blade movie actually happens.
Probably right. Yeah. But it's just like one of those things where it's just 5 years ago it was announced Mahershala Ali. There was that new THR article that came out. I know, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you guys dissect this?
Yeah, we broke it down on Marvel Alliance last night and take a drink.
Yeah.
I still need to listen to it, by the way. I'll listen to it tomorrow morning when I cut the grass.
It makes a little sense in the way that what he wants to make it his Black Panther. That's how hard is it to crack a vampire movie? Well, he doesn't want to make a vampire movie.
Is that what it is? Like Mahershala Ali just he wants
to make it his Black Panther, which again, he's got 2 Oscars. Sure, I'd let him do it. I mean, he's had a lot more creative control than some other actors, but again, he came to Marvel Studios to say, right, I've got 2 Oscars, I want to do this. I'd also say, yes, sir, you can do that.
Like so Kevin Feige was like, when Mahershala Ali calls you, you answer the call. That was what he said on stage in 2019.
Yeah,
so,
but at the same time, do you like? Okay, so if he's coming with like a certain idea where it's taken away from the actual character, so I mean, are we kind of thinking that it might be a Mahershala Ali problem?
And I wouldn't call it a problem. I think it's just he has an idea in mind, and and it goes into. He's found some of he's found the directors. He's gone into the idea of looking at the different writers. Like, he's had a lot of different ways. It just hasn't met either a lot of times his expectations. And recently, the last director, Marvel Studios said, nah, we're not so keen on you anymore.
Okay. If this is to be believed, and it's from Hollywood Reporter, so like I said, used toilet paper, I got as much value in used when it comes to them. But you're talking about he wants to make this his version of his Black Panther. Here's the problem, and it's the end and the beginning of the problem. Mm-hmm. Blade is not Black Panther.
Correct.
The stature of the character will never be Black Panther. Historically, anywhere near that. So if you're Kevin Feige and you know what Black Panther is, you've done the movie, and you know what Blade is because you've been around the Marvel IP for a really long time, that's not going to happen. I respect Mahershala Ali and his Oscars, but he could have 10 Oscars and that's not going to happen. You can't change the stature of the character.
Well, the reason most people, general audience, know about Blade is Wesley Snipes. It's not because of the comics. It's Wesley Snipes.
I love the shade he's throwing at it too. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's petty, but
William was too good.
He can't. Yeah, why not? Don't you got something better to do, like make a movie that people will go see? But
a kid I work
tax evasion and all that.
A kid I work with suggested, "Hey, why isn't Wesley Snipes just coming to direct?" I was like, "That's never going to happen." No. He's
He'd
never
be,
been
he'd be
behind
relevant again. He'd be relevant again.
Sure,
you know?
but he's never been behind the camera in any professional capacity. He's never been a director, as far as I know. So no, that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Did anybody listen? Did anybody listen to the Blade Trinity commentary?
I
With
need to.
David Goyer, Ryan Reynolds, and Jessica Biel, and how they
been a
talked
while,
about
but it's funny.
how like Wesley Snipes like pretty much hated everybody.
Yeah, that fits.
Well, that whole production was a complete nightmare. If you like, I mean, yeah.
You know what's funny? Again, I still appreciate it because that was Ryan Reynolds' audition for Deadpool, and I'm like, I appreciate it, and I think he has great lines in there. There's some
My
really
favorite
good
one is the one that he was like, "I just ate garlic, so my farts are gonna be silent."
Yeah,
but
he goes
deadly."
like,
I love that line.
He's all, I just ate garlic and I just farted. Silent but deadly. Yeah.
No.
And then,
I
but
love
then when he goes on to town on Parker, what's her name?
Parker Posey.
Parker Posey.
Like,
Yeah, and he's just like, he's all, he just calls her like a thunder cunt and stuff like that. And he's just like, he's all, he just starts like just unloading on her. And then I love it when he like has like that whole speech, and then he's just like, it's about to happen like right now, like Blade's gonna show up, and then he just looks up, he's like, anybody got a cell phone? It's like, yeah,
and then he
finally
crashes
does.
through a second later.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That wasn't
would be
planned
really
at
funny?
first. They actually added that into the script. They talk about that in the commentary. But I mean, there's things in there where it's like, yeah, it's like really good. Sorry, somebody was going to say something else about that, and I cut it off. But
I was just going to say it'd be really funny if they brought back Guillermo del Toro to revitalize Blade.
Yeah, that'd be
the
awesome.
second one is so good.
Yeah.
See,
totally behind that.
I'm one of those people that the first one is my preferred one.
Yeah,
That's fair.
it's the better
That's
one.
fair. Yeah.
The second one,
Blade 2
worked.
gets a lot. Blade 2 gets a lot of love, but it's never. It's always been number 2 for me.
Sure.
Like it's just.
Yeah.
There's something about that first one with Steven Dorff, as the bad guy, and it's just. I think because the second one gets a little too. It got a little too CGI with like the
dude. Oh yeah, some of the fight sequence, they look like rubber people fighting.
Yeah.
The
first one just looks. It's grittier. It's a little
way grittier.
It's a little bit more low budget, but in a good way.
Yeah.
And dude, the way those vampires like.
Dude, the opening scene.
In
the
blood rave
club, and then all of a sudden the fucking sprinklers come on with all the blood, and that dude is like, "What the fuck?" And then he realizes and then all of a sudden you see Blade just there, and he's just
Well, and the way he takes out vampires, he like pulls up like the one like that boomerang dagger goes like
that's pretty cool.
Dude, no, the first one's great. The first one is like it's very much like the second one was just like, all right, let's take it up a notch, let's bring it to another level. Like the tone of Blade 1, well, the tone of all three are very different, for sure. But like second one, Del Toro did something. I really like the story of like, oh yeah, you got these vampires that are the next level of vampire that feed on vampires. And then it's like, and then they had a whole story with that, and I was like, oh yeah, that fucking worked. And then when it came to the third one, and they're like, hey, we're gonna have Dracula. I was like,
yeah, but it's gonna be the lamest Dracula ever.
Yes, and it's gonna be a lot of daytime shit.
Wasn't Dominic Purcell in that movie?
Yeah,
he was Dracula.
He was Dracula.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Dracula.
Yeah. Wow.
That's the worst Dracula I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was so bad. It was so bad, but at the same time, we got a hot Jessica Biel and a funny Ryan.
We got a really hot Jessica Biel.
Yeah,
yes.
she was pretty.
When
damn
has Jessica
awesome.
Biel never been hot?
I
She just got hot. I just feel like she reached.
Well, she got into superhero shape, so she had like some,
yeah, that's fair.
And then she was,
I grew up watching her in Seventh Heaven.
And,
so
yeah. There's that, and then I think for me, the hottest movie the hottest she's ever been for a movie in me is probably Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Ooh, that shot of her walking with the jeans.
Yes, sir, you're reading my mind.
Oh, dude, that shot, that was such a great shot where she's walking towards the house and she's got the jeans on. Ooh, baby,
cowboy hat,
and that cowboy hat. Yeah.
Oh, fucking A, dude. That shot of the dude. That shot in that Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie with the dude that got like his head blown out.
Yeah.
Remember that shot where like they're like it's in
they
the
pulls
car
out
and you
and,
see
yeah.
Jessica Biel and like she's like
They're all
screaming and the
shrieking, yeah.
shot pulls back. The fucking camera goes through his head.
Yep.
And then the
Her
head
head.
goes whoop, like that. And it was like, holy shit, how did they fucking do that? Is one of the best horror shots I've ever seen, where it just pulls back and everybody's like, oh my, going like, oh shit, and it goes through his head. And then when the camera is like finished going through, the head just goes plop like that. Is like, holy shit, how did they pull that one off?
I wondered something similar this week after watching the most recent episode of The Boys.
Okay, no spoilers.
I haven't
I'm not saying a word, but you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when you guys see it.
Hey, I'm there. I'm there.
All right.
After that episode, I was just like the Homelander meme of just saying, what just happened?
Fudgy cakes, Chris. Fudgy cakes. No, fudgy whales. That's what it is.
Oh,
yeah, I've only watched the first episode, and I'm like kind of curious. I'm like really intrigued on where this actually goes and who. It's kind of funny too, because did you see the whole thing where people thought that Mother's Milk, they replaced the actor because only because he didn't have his beard.
Yeah,
and he lost some weight.
And he lost some weight.
No, I noticed he lost some weight. That was what I noticed. And he looks good.
He looks good. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, he's always been like a pretty stocky dude, but it's just like, it was funny because I was watching and I'm like, yeah, he should grow the beard out again. And I was like, yeah, he slimmed up for this. But it was just funny when I'm seeing online, they're like, people actually thought that they replaced the actor. I'm like, what the fuck?
What I was confused about is the backlash that's getting. It's like, oh, boys used to be subtle. I was like, when the fuck has the boys ever been subtle?
It's like,
right.
Are we watching the same show?
I'm like,
I've noticed that too. Apparently, even the boys' audience is turning on it. It's kind of like it's not quite as bad as the Acolyte situation, but it's
It's always been nasty. It's always been nasty. It's always been over the top. The comic is over the top. I mean, it's not new.
Well, it's all about like who they're nailing politically, and it's an election year, and everybody's so amped up this year. So now, like all of a sudden, people who are lean more right are now going like, "What the fuck?" And it's like,
they've always made fun of the
always
right.
been the thing. It's like, what are you talking about? Like,
I don't understand.
To me, I'm like, they've always made fun of right wing, and they've made fun of left wing as well.
That's what literally Garth Ennis did with the whole thing. That was his point.
Yes.
Right. I mean, the whole thing was like a 9/11. I mean, the original comic book is an entire 9/11.
Paranoid response.
Yeah. And so I don't know. But the thing about the show, and I've talked about this before when we've talked about the boys over the last few years, is I love the fact that Eric Kripke is sticking to his guns and saying this is a 5-season show. It's going to end. I mean, he wanted to do that with Supernatural, and that's why he walked away after season 5 of Supernatural, because he was like, that was a story I wanted to tell.
Yeah.
He just didn't have the power to say, don't keep making more of it. And but also they have veered so far off from the comics that like it's cool, because it's like, where is the story going?
And that's what I want from a show like this. I don't want it to be. I have the comic. I'm good with the tips of the hat and winks at that point. I'm glad what they changed with Homelander, just because it's now interesting. I want to see how it's going to end.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Black Noir.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like end it season 5, and I think we all like everybody can agree with like 5 seasons is good, and they take their time too. It's not like these seasons are coming out every year. I mean,
they'll do it. And they'll do a season 2, and unless they change their plans, they'll do a season 2 of Gen V.
Yeah, they're already filming
season 4 and season 5.
Yeah,
they're filming.
So we're still getting plenty more of the boys.
Well, they paused filming.
Don't overstay your welcome.
They restarted. The actor.
They restarted. Okay,
yeah,
I thought it was still paused. That's good.
No,
okay.
They've restarted.
Yeah,
there's going to be some retooling with that for sure, though.
Well, no, because they said they're not recasting the character, so they're going to have to rewrite some stuff.
That's what I mean. Like whatever they had planned for that character, they're probably just going to have to retool and rework somehow, some way.
That's
which that's
sad, man.
Rock in a tough place type of situation.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but
But it's kind of cool that they're like, you know what, we're just gonna, I wonder how they're actually gonna do it.
Right. Right.
To be honest, but I mean, I like Gen V. I mean, I thought it was like a great great spin-off of of the whole of that place. And I'm just kind of wondering, I'm like, again, I even said this a while ago, or I said this after, I think I said this after the first Acolyte review. I was like, man, like, can we get like a boys version of the Jedi? Like,
No,
you
that
know,
will
I'm like,
that will never happen.
yeah, but at the same time, it would have to happen in a Zack Snyder sort of way, where it's like, hey, you're not going to accept my pitch for Star Wars. Well, I'm going to make my crazy R-rated version. So I'm thinking, like, if that's going to happen, it's going to be. But at the same time, he's not doing Jedi and stuff like that. A version of Jedi, sure, but not really. You know, it's like. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, if we could have a version of a Jedi type of thing where it's not exactly the Jedi, because when it comes to the boys, it's not exactly Superman, it's not exactly Wonder Woman, it's not exactly Batman, but it's a offshoot of the superhero genre.
And that's the beauty. And that's the beauty when you read the book is that
yeah,
Spider-Man, the X-Men, like everyone has a dark pair, like through a mirror darkly version of them in that book, and Garth Ennis is just a twisted individual.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That book is so twisted.
Yeah.
Speaking of Amazon, Cape Crusader, we finally have.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that yet. Oh boy.
Well,
Okay.
actually,
Let's get into that.
Actually, before we do, I think William and I we need to go ahead and jump off in a second here because we're getting ready to start our.
That's
evening
right. You
stream
guys
here.
got your own.
Sorry, I didn't mean to truncate the show or anything like that. But
Okay.
Cape Crusader, finally some Batman animation I can watch.
Hey,
There you go.
All right, there we go.
There's
William leaves happy. I like it.
Yeah. All right, guys. And
All right,
you know,
thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thank you for joining. All right. So when it comes to all right, I open up the do we know who everybody's playing or do we not?
Some.
I know the big four. Because the big four are Hamish Linklater as Batman Bruce Wayne, Christina Ricci as Catwoman, Diedrich Bader as Two-Face, and Jamie Chung as Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
See, I love it. I love it that the Hollywood Reporter was like, you know what? What's gonna be the big name out of this whole group? Christina Ricci is Catwoman. It's like, and Matt Reeves, Batman the Cape Crusader, which is kind of funny too because they totally were like, hey, let's SEO the shit out of this.
They SEO the shit out of that headline
because they were like, all right, who's the biggest name out of this bunch? Christina Ricci. Okay, Catwoman. Okay, Matt Reeves, Batman. You know, it's like he's just executive producing it. That's what I loved about this article. Yeah, there's so many things, but yeah, that's pretty much what we got right here is the big four, and I like the big four.
I like the big four.
I'm a fan.
I saw some people.
I like all the little changes they're kind of making with some of the characters. I'm intrigued. You know.
Yeah. You have to make changes. That's the thing. You have to, and the fact that they're like making, like Bruce Timm said, "Hey, Harvey Dent's going to be corrupt before that." I know, like, right? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He's going to be corrupt.
Harvey Dent is now not. He's not going to be that White Knight that we all thought he was. He's actually going to be corrupt before that.
Harley Quinn's going to be like the Robin Hood vigilante.
Yes. Yep. Nothing wrong with that.
No Joker right now.
The only thing I have a problem with, man, why do they have to make Alfred fucking hefty?
He is portly.
He's
a little portly. But that's what he
channeling back to the
Golden Age.
But I'm like, I don't know if I like.
But the entire aesthetic of the show is Golden Age, Bob Kane,
1940s.
Yeah.
Well, he's portly in portly muscular in Beware the Batman too. He's a little on the heavier side there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's not. No, he's more like
been way too
burly.
long since I've watched
burly. He's burly.
Yeah,
he's burly in Beware the Batman.
He's burly. Yeah. But I'm excited. I think I can't wait for the full-fledged animated trailer to showcase what the animation is going to look like.
Yeah, that's my next question: is what does the animation look like?
I'm hoping they showcase something for it at San Diego.
Yeah, I think that's typical with Amazon. You're going to get our first trailer probably next month.
I hope so, and I hope it's at San Diego because I hope I can be able to cover it.
See, and we also got other voices too. What's her
because we
name?
got the trailer that was actually narrated by
Hamish Linklater. Yeah. Hamish Linklater. Yeah.
Hamish. And I saw some people throwing some shade. I kind of pushed back because, dude, if you've not seen Midnight Mass on Netflix,
he's amazing.
He's amazing in that.
He's amazing.
Yeah. He's a great actor. I mean, I think we can,
a mask can hold the power to hide who you are or create who you are.
I mean, I get it. It's a little
the time has come to shed our masks and unveil the heroes and villains of Batman.
Look at the art.
Crusader,
I love the art.
McKenna Grace.
Toby
Stevens.
That's who I was talking about. But I was like McKenna Grace because she's like becoming an up and coming star. Yep. She was in the
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, who's Toby Stevens again?
Okay, he's a British actor.
I have to look him up.
Yeah, look him up because he's one of those that when you see his face, you go, "Oh, that guy."
Yeah, because I know the name, but yeah.
Toby Stevens, Reed Scott, Dan Donahue, Gary Anthony Williams, Jason Watkins, John DiMaggio,
of course, John DiMaggio,
Crystal Joy Brown, Michelle Bonilla, Eric Morgan Stewart, Tom Kenny, Minnie Driver, Diedrich Bader, Jamie Chung, Christina Ricci, and I'm Hamish Linklater.
But
I am Batman.
But I love how this very much channels like the radio dramas of
it.
Yeah, like that was so. That's all I thought throughout the whole thing.
Oh, look, here's the bad guys. Like,
Gentleman Ghost, Two-Face, Natalia Knight, Fireball.
So,
Gentleman Ghost. Oh my goodness.
Who wants to bet money? John DiMaggio's Gentleman Ghost.
Probably.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Tom Kenny is probably going to be Firebug.
Or the Penguin.
Well, he's been the Penguin before, though, so that's
fair.
That'd be an easy one.
Natalia,
but you bring up
Tom Kenny was the Penguin in the Batman.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, though, Chris. It's like I think they wanted to really sell it like it's like that, and that's what and when I in my tweets and my mentions, some people were like, "I'm not liking his voice." I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I get it. It gets too almost Bale-esque quality, but at the same time I'm like, I appreciate it because just the way that they sold it to me and the fact that he's just standing there in front of my front going, and me, and then he says his name and he's like, I'm Batman, and I'm like, yeah, I like that. And then this logo, he's also just logo,
but he's also just reading off names.
Yeah.
He's not delivering like
full-on lines.
Scripted lines. But yes, the fact that the logo is the city skyline.
Dude, look at that logo. That logo is that's the oh my god.
But even you hear Linklater going on and talk like he's done his homework in the Vanity Fair article. You can really understand he understands like Bruce Wayne, this is gonna be a different Bruce Wayne. Like I get that he's the mask and Batman's the reality at that point, but I am like a lot of people saying if he won this based on what he did for Bruce Wayne, I can't wait. I want to see what he does for Bruce Wayne.
Well, that's one of the things that Bruce Timm said. It was like how he won the role was more about his Bruce Wayne than his Batman.
Which is so cool because that's the exact opposite of how Kevin Conroy got Batman, because it was all about Andrea and Bruce and them hearing his Batman voice. They just went,
oh, he's got it.
Yep.
Yet at the same time, his Bruce Wayne was so great too.
Yep.
That's the thing. It's like, and it's funny too because you never really hear about that, and we always, as many times as we talked about Batman actors and their Bruce Waynes, and like one of the big things that just going back to even the fact that there was like the whole Schumacher cut and Batman Forever had just, the anniversary came out. Actually, all the Batman's anniversary came out, but Val Kilmer's Bruce Wayne was better than his Batman. I mean, I will always die on that hill. When I talk about Batman Forever, I'm like, his Bruce Wayne better than fucking Batman. I'm not saying his Batman was bad. I'm just saying his Bruce Wayne was fucking top notch. I like his Bruce Wayne better than Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne.
I agree.
I will die on
George
that hill.
Clooney.
Or Jesus Christ.
I feel bad for George Clooney. He would have been so much better with other material. I mean, man, He did try. He did.
No, he did, and he has such a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
After the fact,
his Bruce Wayne was better than his Batman. I will say that too. I will say,
yeah,
the scenes between him and
Alfred. Oh yeah,
those were the great scenes. But at the same time, it was just interesting to hear that Bruce Timm was like the reason why he won that role was because of his Bruce Wayne and not his Batman. And I'm like, that's awesome. I love that. I love that because we don't appreciate the Bruce Wayne aspect of it. We're always like fixated on Batman.
I'm excited to hear him and Christina Ricci bounce off each other as Batman and Catwoman. That's going to be cool.
And seeing that list of villains, is that, you know what? I'm glad there's not a Joker this season. Bring him next season.
I am too, but I also think they might do like a 1940s spin on the Red Hood gang.
That's fine. That'll work too.
I'd be totally fine.
I don't need to see Joker until season 2 or the end of this season.
Okay,
totally fine with that too.
Diedrich Bader is Two-Face, apparently being like one of the most biggest things he feels like he's done in a while. I'm very excited to see what he does with the character because obviously he's been Batman before, so it'll be
he's been Batman twice.
Twice, you're right. Yeah,
because he did Brave and the Bold and Harley Quinn.
Yep.
And going back to what we talked, he was Lex Luthor in the Red Sun movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's right.
Yeah.
Full circle.
Indeed.
That's what I do.
Full circle. Yeah. No, but this is gonna be well, I mean,
Jamie Chung. She's
Jamie Chung,
Zack Snyder alum, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Sucker Punch.
She was also a very busy weekend, gentlemen.
She was also
very busy weekend. This drops.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got the Penguin trailer. That's right.
Oh, dude. Oh God, I am so fucking ready for this show. I mean,
I was like, I totally even forgot right now. I was like, the Penguin trailer came out. We had a lot of Batman content come out this week.
Well, and it totally went unnoticed, but they also dropped a trailer for Dune Prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. The
did they?
Yeah.
I mean, check my Twitter feed.
Did,
Well, you can't check my Twitter feed. Check my. Are you on Vero? But you're on Vero. Check my Vero.
Yeah. Okay. I will
check my Vero. It's on there.
We'll do.
Yeah.
But yeah, this trailer is all just mobby.
As hell.
Continuation, next chapter. I love that.
Yep.
And jeez, I mean,
Sal.
Love it.
Colin Farrell, man, just a fucking beast.
I love it. What she says at the end, saying, "Everyone underestimated you, but I knew what you were."
You were.
Yes. So good. I mean, and there even the scope of this. I mean, look at the skyline.
It looks like the Batman movie.
It looks like the Batman. I mean, like, yeah, look at all. I mean, everything, like the scope of all this. It's just, and then we're gonna sympathize with Oswald. We're going to sympathize with Oswald. I mean, that's the thing. It's like he is the anti-hero in this.
See, I see this, and I started watching Sugar tonight. And,
good.
Scott,
good.
I've been a Colin Farrell fan ever since Minority Report, and yeah, I mean he's like one of my all-time favorite actors.
And you know what? I'm glad I hear so many things like recently, but even in the past, like how good of a person he is on set and during interviews. He's a good sport.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chris. I was too busy looking at Kristen Milioti. She is
Of course. But yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, man, this thing is just.
And I also love the fact that if you look at the poster, it says limited series.
Yes. So it's not going to be a season 2, probably.
That's okay.
We
don't need it.
No, we don't need it. But that's what
we just need more in this world.
Right. And it knows what's supposed to be. It's a bridge between the Batman and the Batman Part 2.
I thought that's canceled. Isn't that canceled?
Everyone keeps saying it's going to get canceled, and then depending on who's
a liar.
Well, not only that, some people might believe it. Oh, it's going to get folded into the DCU, and Eddie Muschietti's film's not going to happen. Okay. Yeah, right.
But yeah, I mean, like when it comes to Colin Farrell, I mean, it's just kind of funny, like because the first time I saw him was in Minority Report, which that celebrated in an anniversary. I mean, it's always funny because when we get a summer blockbuster season, we always see like, oh, so-and-so came out, whatever, many years ago. I remember seeing Minority Report at a drive-in. Like a bunch of like me and my friends were like, hey, let's go. And I remember even showing up kind of late. I missed the first opening sequence, like the fucking crazy like opening sequence where they stopped, the
guy from killing his wife.
Yeah, killing his wife with some scissors and stuff like that. And it was like, I can't remember why I was late, but then I remember just like watching that movie and just being so like, it's so fucking good. That's a Philip
K. Dick.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick movie.
But another one of those where it's because you bring up Total Recall a lot, and you got to remember, because you were defending the other day, you were defending the Colin Farrell movie version.
Fuck yeah,
because it's good because people can't say what's true to the source material. The source material is just him going to total, like it's a short story. It's just a trip.
Yes.
Total
it's not
Recall.
It's not get your ass to Moss. It's not that.
It's nothing after he has the visit. That it's just the visit. So anything after that is them making shit up.
Yes.
Anyway.
I mean, that's the thing is like when people like shit, it's like that. Yeah, we get it. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that's in the 80s and
it's a classic.
Actually 90s. It's 90s actually.
It's 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the early 90s. So it's like
we got to take Arnold Schwarzenegger movies seriously, people.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's like they turned it into something else, and that's what everybody's going like, hey, it's got to be this. But I'm like, what? There'll be times, I mean, because it's been on like Netflix or whatever. I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't watched this Total Recall in a while. I'll put it on because it's a fuck. If the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie didn't come out, this movie would be the shit. I mean, like that scene where like when all the fucking agents come out, when everything starts freaking out, and he's like this, and then all of a sudden he gets like that little like, oh, wait, I know how to take these guys on, and then it's like a crazy one shot. I forgot who's the director of that movie.
Who is the director of that one?
Yeah, look it up because I forgot who. But like all of a sudden, like Colin Farrell just like grabs one of the guns and starts going boom, boom, and it's like a one shot, and like the fucking camera's like zooming in. It's like a crazy sequence, and I'm like,
oh, no wonder. Directed by Lynn Wiseman.
There it is. Yes.
Going back to if you guys need reference, the first Underworld movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great action director, and like when you see him, like
married to.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
And she's in this Total Recall.
Yes,
she is.
She's the. I love how she's the fake wife. Yeah, and then of course going back to Jessica Biel when we were talking about earlier. I mean, that helps. But at the same time, it's like there are things that you remember from the original Total Recall movie, like the 2 weeks, the the 3 boobs kind of thing. They do those callbacks. There's like callbacks to like that movie, but at the same time, it's like this is and you got Bryan Cranston as the fucking villain, and it's like I don't know. As a story, as a full-on sci-fi story, the remake is better than the Arnold Schwarzenegger one, but the Arnold Schwarzenegger one is so iconic, and it's so like, oh yeah, we grew up with that one, and this, that, and this, and it was like, I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, as a story, I'm like, yeah, maybe the climax is not as like as exciting as maybe like the whole Mars thing where they go
we're talking about Total Recall. We're not necessarily expecting a lot.
I do like how the Mars aspect of the Schwarzenegger one for sure.
But I missed out on Minority Report in theaters. I had to watch that one at home. I hate that. I want a re-release of that. Give me an anniversary Fathom event of that so I can finally watch that because that's a Spielberg, John Williams score. I mean, it's a good one. But talking about other Philip K. Dick, and I was thinking about the fact that Hitman just came out on Netflix.
That was a lot of fun.
That movie was fun.
Yeah. That movie was fun. A lot of fun. But speaking about Richard Linklater, he did a Philip K. Dick adaptation because he did Scanner Darkly.
Oh, right. Scanner Darkly is a good movie. And the animation over live action,
the rotoscope with
Keanu Reeves,
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah,
him going around the room and the bike, that always gets me. I love that scene,
dude.
Incredible.
I gotta watch that again. God damn.
No, it's one of those that you go, I need to pop that in.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember things in that movie, and I'm like, I can't because I haven't watched it in so long. But I remember there was like 2 movies that came out. Wasn't there another movie that came out with that kind of animation? I don't know. I can't remember. was like another movie I thought, I don't know, but Scanner Darkly, yeah, it was just like, yeah, I have the book that was kind of loosely like what Blade Runner was based off of, right?
Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep?
Yeah. And I remember reading that and going, Jesus Christ. Like, it was like tripping me out. And I'm like, obviously, it was like, I knew the.
So was Philip K. Dick.
Yeah. It's like you.
Cliff Notes version,
like,
yes, they do.
When you read like a chapter, you put it down and go, huh. It's like one of those where you go, huh. After like reading, and it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm too dumb
you
for
read
this.
that, then you read a little of Ayn Rand, and then you go back.
Go back and forth between the two. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you won't have a screwed up mind after that. You'll have a different view of the world.
I was like, man.
Oh well, man. And I read a biography on Philip K. Dick, and that poor man.
I'm sure he was tortured, huh?
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
Right.
that's actually why he wrote A Scanner Darkly, was because that was finally him like kicking the drug habit, because so many people in his like circle were just dying from overdoses.
Mm-hmm.
So like Scanner Darkly was like his anti-drug novel.
What was the last thing that was adapted from him?
What was the last? Because he's one of those guys that like, I think it was Scanner Darkly. Like if we're talking about like release order, okay, Philip K. Dick movie adaptations. I'm going to look this up. I take that back. Well, you got Total Recall in 2012, the new one.
Blade Runner 2049, technically.
Technically, Blade Runner 2049. The Adjustment Bureau with Matt Damon and Emily Blunt.
Oh yeah, that was a good movie.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
Hey, Paycheck. I forgot about that. That movie.
No, I did not forget about Paycheck. No.
You know what? I enjoyed Paycheck because it was John Woo, Ben Affleck, and Uma Thurman. Fuck yeah. Come on.
The title said it all.
Yep.
Yeah.
That it did.
Yeah, I just got that. True. I get where you're saying right there. I enjoyed it though, because I was like,
I enjoyed it too.
Because it was just like one of those like, okay, so you have all these things that yeah. But John Woo,
I've seen far worse movies.
Yeah.
Reindeer
Games. I mean, come on, Ben Affleck. Even though that was kind of enjoyable too. Charlize Theron, Gary Sinise. Come on.
But they actually did an anthology series on Amazon called Philip K. Dick's Electric Dreams, where they adapted short stories for each episode. So it was like an hour thing.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, It came out on Amazon in 2017. It's been on my Amazon queue for like probably since 2017. Bryan Cranston does an episode, but I just haven't gotten around to it.
See, I mean, I go back to what was what's his name? That comedian, Bill. Goddamn, what's his last name? I can't remember. Bill Hicks. Yes, thank you, Chris. Bill Hicks, when he talked about it's like, if drugs didn't do good, take all that music, take all that stuff and throw it all away, because all those musicians and everything, those artists, real fucking high on drugs. And it just kind of shows you right there when it comes to Philip, just if he was like real fucking high on drugs, he made some pretty fucking crazy shit. I'm not trying to like say, hey guys, do drugs. No, I'm just saying like, it's just crazy how like when you were talking about that, because I didn't really know about the dude, that he was like always like doing probably psychedelics and going, oh man, think about this.
Oh, he was doing some psychedelics, and then he got into
real hardcore shit.
Probably. Well, yeah, but then also like there's probably there was some paranoid schizophrenia, and there was some weird spiritual, like he got into, like, it was the 70s, man, and he got into all of that. Like it's funny when you watch the Amazon Man of the High Castle, which is another Philip K. Dick adaptation.
See,
the novel and the TV show wildly different.
Yeah.
Another one of those cases where the show better than the book. It was.
Ooh, watch out!
Oh no! Philip K. Dick was one of those that he wrote weird shit with some great ideas, but sometimes the adaptations just like
Well,
they made
well,
it.
it is with
They
Blade
take
Runner.
the material and they kind of elevate it in certain respects.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can make
Well,
sense
I
of
mean,
your crazy. We can make
Yeah.
sense of your crazy.
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like somebody went, all right, you have something here. Like there's a lot of nonsense, but you have something here. We're gonna take this aspect right here. This right here. This is gold. We're gonna capitalize on
But
this.
I want to write a script. No.
Yeah, no.
Here's your
Nope.
paycheck.
Nope,
You
nope.
go this way. We go
Yeah,
this way.
you go this way. Buy more of your fucking go on to your crazy like camps and.
Well, no,
do-
that wouldn't even be the case because I think he was still alive when Blade Runner was getting made because Blade Runner was the first movie that was adapted from his work, but I think he died before
Yeah,
Blade Runner
you're
even
right.
came out.
Crazy.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
his death date is just to confirm here.
Because Blade Runner was 82.
82,
Mhm.
yes. And he died in 82.
Okay.
There it is, right before. Yeah.
Right before it came out.
Right before.
Wonder
Well,
if
there
he
it is.
dreamed of electric sheep.
He might have. I'm sure he did.
It's also crazy to think like I don't know why I just like this pop like, just because we're talking about like sci-fi and stuff like that. Just the fact that Harrison Ford, man, did his fucking career just go crazy between what 1977 to 83.
Yeah.
I mean, just to be, I don't know why it just popped in my head. It was
Well, you
just
gotta
the
think
fact
he was Han Solo, he was Indiana Jones, and he
Yes.
was Rick Deckard, all
Yes.
in that period of
that-
time.
all in that
Yeah.
period, and he was just, and when it came to Star Wars, he was reading opposite of people who are auditioning for it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because
He was just
George
a-
Lucas
he was
didn't
just a
want to cast
carpenter.
the same people.
He was just a carpenter of like, he was just like, yeah, I just fucking.
He played the
figured
guy
out
in the
that-
yellow truck in American Graffiti.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just so funny, like when you think about like that stretch, which was less than a decade, he was in 3 iconic fucking franchises. I mean, like one of them only had one movie, and then the others had multiple movies. It's just crazy, like how he just slipped into that. Being I'm just a carpenter, and then George Lucas like, hey, read opposite of that, and then it was like, you know what, I see something in you, kid, and he cast him as Han Solo, and then it's
Like
just
the cut
like
of your jib.
yeah, I like the exactly. So it's just crazy in that stretch. He was just in 3 iconic. When it comes to filmmaking and just characters and everything, it's like he in that stretch. It's just so
And he's always
and they're
found a
so
way.
distinct.
Right. But then also in every decade, he's found some way to kind of still be like around.
Oh yeah.
It's like, and he
Right.
doesn't- because I mean, you get to the 90s, you get to The Fugitive.
Oh fucking
First
hell.
thing I thought
Air
of,
Force
yeah,
One.
Fugitive. Air
Yeah.
Force One. Yeah.
Yeah, Fugitive and Air Force One. And then, you get into the 2000s, he did a thing here or there, but he also got to the point that he was like, I don't have to work, so I'm not going to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He took roles where it's just like, oh yeah, it's a new where you thought, hey, it's a new Harrison Ford movie. It was
Yep.
like
What
he
Lies
was like-
Beneath?
he's
That
the
that
movie-
is a movie
Oh,
that,
that one,
that-
yes.
Which
that
one?
is
What Lies Beneath with Michelle
Oh
Pfeiffer.
fucking hell! Oh,
That was a twist of a movie. It's like, I did not see that coming.
that was early 2000s, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
because I took my mom.
Ooh-wee.
It's weird when your mom finally admits who her movie crush is, and
That was
I learned
every
that.
mom's movie crush is Harrison Ford.
Oh, well, my mom's movie crush was Harrison Ford. So I
Yeah.
remember when What Lies Beneath came out, I took my mom to that movie as a mother-son date because I was like, I know you like Harrison Ford. Let's go watch this.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was like what? That was probably like what 2001 or 2 or whatever.
Yeah,
I remember-
something. I'll get the exact year.
Yeah,
but yeah,
but I
Chair
mean, like,
Scott
I mean,
tonight.
you're watching it for 2 icons.
2000 on the
It
nose.
was 2000. Oh, I watched that in high school. Holy shit!
Great poster. Just the bathtub was just a hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, remember the trailer? Like the trailer always had like that where she like did that thing with like she like put her hands across her face and it
Mhm.
turned into the other girl.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
like whoa, and it was like you're like, what the fuck's happening there? And then when you watch the movie, you don't see it coming because you're like, okay, That was
we
when.
always don't want to spoil. Like if you've not seen What Lies
Yeah,
Beneath,
I know.
like,
You almost don't want to spoil it because it's like it's so.
You get a very
good.
different impression about Harrison Ford. It's like,
It's
oh,
such a good twist because you're watching the trailer and you're thinking like, oh man, this couple, and it's Michelle Pfeiffer and it's Harrison Ford. They're being like haunted by something, and then all of a sudden, when you find out the twist, you go, "Oh shit!" It's like, okay, man, such a good movie, such a good movie. Doesn't get talked about enough. But yeah, Harrison Ford is
There's a lot of movies in that period that I feel like we remember, but no one talks about them. Like they've just been completely. I was
late 90s, early 2000s had some fucking bangers, man.
Because I was actually messing around on Twitter earlier while you guys were talking about parody movies, and someone did like what happened in 1998, and it was like the movie release that this GIF comes from that no one remembers the movie, and it's that Denzel Washington GIF of him going, "Whoo," like that. Anybody know what movie that's from?
I don't even know what movie that's from.
Fallen.
Wait.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I know what you're. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the one where everyone like thinks like someone's died. That's the most common GIF. Yeah, you're right. That is Fallen. Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it! You said GIF, Chris. Anyways,
GIF, whatever.
It's not peanut butter. God damn, this thing fell off of it. Sorry. No, it's just I don't care. Anyway, but at the same time, what movie is that from?
Fallen.
That's right. Oh, yes.
Denzel Washington, John Goodman.
About fallen angels, man.
Yes.
Holy shit, that movie was crazy.
That movie.
Who's the girl? Was that Natasha? No. Who was the girl? There was a girl in that. It wasn't Natasha. I almost thought it was.
Isn't it around the same time we get The Bone Collector too?
Yes, it was with Angelina Jolie and Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Yes. The girl was what was her name? Let's see.
I wanted to say it was Natasha Henstridge.
Embeth Davidtz.
Who is that?
It's one of those. Once you see her face, you'll know who it is.
Oh, it's that girl.
Yeah, because she was Army of Darkness. She was the.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes, I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, okay. You said Army of Darkness. I knew you're talking about.
So wow, I've got to peace out, gentlemen. It is.
Well, yeah, we're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna wrap this up because
2 in the morning for me now.
5 hours.
But
deep.
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, we're 5 hours deep. So, Chris, you can send off first since you said that. But yeah,
for ending.
Been great. Yeah, but this has been great as always. I love it when we go off on these tangents where we talk about movies.
Scott's very good at getting us onto tangents.
Dude, it is my purpose.
That's the thing. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, when you watch DC Fanimated, we go on tangents too. I mean, I love going on tangents and we talk about shit that we, from our, childhood or teenage, years,
or adolescence, or
yes. I mean, these little gems that people need to realize. That's the thing.
Because all you young people out there who weren't born when these movies came out.
Exactly. There's a lot of young people that don't know about this shit, Watch What Lies Beneath. Excellent. Anyways, Chris, go ahead. Plug away.
All right. You can follow me on Twitter and all the socials at Chris Balga. 2 shows on the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network, World's Finest True Believers, and Marvel Alliance. You can follow those respectively at Finest Believers and Marvel A Podcast.
There it is. All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it, man. Always great talking to you, man.
Absolutely.
All right, Phil, go ahead.
Thanks again for the invite, my friend. Sorry I wasn't here sooner. I got you sent your message and then I fell asleep immediately after, and then I woke up like an hour after the show started. But unlike Chris, I am not on Twitter because Twitter is a cesspool. But I am pretty much everywhere else.
Lies detected.
Right. Just at unfiltered Vero Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky. Craig and I are probably going to be talking more about, all the Batman Penguin stuff coming this Monday. And then I'm also going to have my 4Nerds pal Dawson Weidrich on to talk some Batman artists. So we're going to have some Eternal Night episodes in the can here pretty soon. So be on the lookout for that. I'm writing for Multiverse of Color. And you guys can check out my reviews of The Acolyte, The Boys, and House of the Dragon. They drop every day after the new episode releases. So typically Wednesday, Friday, and Monday. More often than not. They might go up the night of release, but that kind of depends on how fast I get the review out. Anyway, and also the 4Nerds every Wednesday as well.
There it is. Scott.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter X at ScottDC27, on Instagram at McMerlin, and on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can find me here at the Film Junkie YouTube channel every Wednesday night at 10 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific with DC Fanimated Stream, where next Wednesday we'll be jumping back into the 3rd season of Batman the Animated Series with Joker's Millions. Of course, you can also find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
There it is. All right. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, of course, to Luke Harris for being the special guest tonight. And guys, like I said, I even have, I'll post the link down below if you're watching it later, or just type in Red Sun Genesis. Watch it. I mean, he put his blood, sweat, and tears into this.
And credit card debt.
30,000.
Yeah. That too. But it's like, you know, I mean, just we want more of this. He wants to make more of this. So, and if he does some kind of campaign, we're going to promote the absolute shit out of it. But it was really awesome talking to him, and yeah, just getting to know him, and it was great. So, and then of course, thank you to William and Brad and Casey, who just, I forgot that Casey was here and then he left like instantly. Anyways, it happens. It's okay. But thank you, Phil. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Scott. We love you guys. We'll talk to you later.